Just coming through here, we'll start with June. U.S. Retail sales just down 0.6%. Consensus forecast was 0.1% to the upside. So a nice beat there on the month-over-month number. Export-import prices for June as well. Also to the upside, 0.5% on the export side, 0.1% on the import side versus 0.3 was the consensus. Philly Fed manufacturing index for July, 15.9 positive. Reading on that, there was an expectation of a -3 prints coming through that number. Retail sales group, if you take out autos, 0.5% to the upside versus 0.2. They're just waiting on the year-over-year number here for export and import prices. We also got jobless claims, weekly jobless claims, 229,000 versus 237,000. -0.2 on that import number versus 0.2 positive that was expected. Retail sales, if you take out autos and gas, still positive, 0.6% versus 0.1. And the year-over-year number there, better part of 4% for retail sales in June versus 3.6% expected there. So across the board, I mean, retail-wise, actually not bad, a little bit better than expected, I think, for most. More Fed speech coming up today. Kugler at 10 o'clock. We'll watch out for that, see if there's any headlines. More housing data coming through. Looks like Fed's Cook coming up at 1:30 this afternoon as well. But yeah, a whole bunch of data dumped there at 8:30 for the overall market, which appears to be liking these numbers so far this morning as we gap to the upside, coming off that nice recovery yesterday following a bit of a flush mid-morning. Back to the upside we go here this morning. More earnings to digest. President Trump wants sugar in his Coke instead of corn syrup.
Saw that.
To which Coke said, sure, but not. We'll take care of the recipe. Don't, like, leave that up to us, I think.
There was like a behind-the-scenes conversation that he disclosed that they didn't end up wanting to disclose, whether or not they end up making it into a single product or a different product, Brendo, with sugarcane sugar.
Trump
That's
Coke?
what we're looking for there. Yeah, exactly. Trump Coke. I can totally see that. Are you kidding me? Lots to talk about today, guys. Taiwan Semi delivering record Q2 profits. We'll get into that as the world's largest chip maker continues to do well. The crypto bill also advancing in the House. Bless you, Neil. After the longest open vote in modern House history, felt like a marathon. And then Pepsi, obviously, with that Coke headline reporting earnings, Brendo, and Meta and AWS launching an interesting program. But really what I want to talk about is OpenAI looking to diversify yet even more away from Microsoft, striking a deal with Google Cloud. Brendo.
I feel like this is just going to end in them going public at some point whenever they get to that point. But yeah, another step in that direction. Here's the headline for Lucid. Uber aiming to deploy 20,000 or more Lucid vehicles equipped with the Neuro driver over the next 6 years. So yeah, huge pop here for Lucid. Better part of $1 to the upside on that. So teaming up with, you add Uber to a headline these days and can't not be positive, guys. Good morning.
That's great.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's great. They also initiated for a reverse split. They filed, initiate plan to reverse stock split. Who knows when that's going to happen, but I guess it's a good morning already if you're a Lucid shareholder. There's still a pretty good short float, and this is doing a ton, an absolute ton of volume. I don't want to chase too far. I try to get that 3. But obviously, look, we had good numbers, preliminary numbers so far. We could get a vote today on the crypto bill. That should be interesting. Make sure you got Circle, ETH, all that kind of good stuff in play. Going right back to, we'll love those TSM earnings. They should be lifting the tide of all the chips, with the exception of Micron, and we'll get into that, why they're looking a little bit weaker. So far, so good. Although I just saw Shaggy say, what was that drop in Google? I'm not aware of Alphabet moving around. Right now, Lucid's the thing doing crazy volume. Don't want to try to pick up this bid, but I don't want to chase it too far.
Yeah, I did a little bit of chasing there, Neil. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, some good news. Let's see if it can sustain that $3 level. I'm watching it right now. Let's go to the 1-minute chart as well here. But yeah, let's see how well it sustains over that $3 level. Exciting stuff. I did not expect this to happen. This is fresh news right here. And yeah, a little bit of a large cap association trade on this one with the deal with potential deal with Uber there. So we know where Lucid comes comes from, if you kind of take a look at the chart on the left, this thing is down from its former glory here. Again, I don't know how many times it's been split, but let's go to the weekly chart
think it's
here.
split before.
But you can see right here, pre-SPAC days, this was absolutely beautiful. This was actually one of my, I guess, best trades of my trading career, I would say. Getting into the SPAC and then getting out on the acquisition news in and around the 50s. Nice. But since then, oh boy, has that swing short been absolutely amazing. Now, I don't know if people were trying to hold until zero, but it is starting to move once again on some solid news. These are weekly candles right here. Prior structure is all the way at $4.37. Now, I forget what the short float on Lucid is, Neil, but if I remember correctly, I think it's easily over 15%.
48, I have.
48%. Oh boy. What is the float here? Let's take a quick look. 1.2 billion shares float. And a 50%, oh boy. Talk about some destruction potential here.
Oh my.
Let's see if we can, destruct some of these orders on the ask here. Oh boy. So yeah. Anyways, let's just keep it simple. What is prior structure? This is the weekly chart. Prior structure is 360s. We're testing that right now. Next bus stop maybe in and around that 440 mark. And then if we can get to $5.35, maybe on a day like today. But what was it? 1.2 billion.
1.2 with
1.2 billion with half of it short float. Yeah, you're gonna need. I think we can get enough dollar volume to push 100%.
That explains the reverse split too. Why they want to do a reverse split.
What's that?
They also filed for a reverse
also
split as well.
Yeah,
It's so diluted. I guess that's another reason why they wanted to file for the reverse split.
Makes sense.
Apparently, Rivian's going in sympathy, which makes, some sense, I suppose. But clearly, like, Lucid is the one that's really going. Like, Rivian, that's a sympathy play. It's on 400,000 shares to 37 million I have for Lucid on volume. So a sympathy play over here right now in Rivian. But it's Lucid that's really going, gentlemen. So already a wild morning. You don't really know. Like, this won't have made the watch list because this just dropped literally at 8:30 with economic data here in Lucid. Lots of things are making highs, but that one probably going to lead the volume today on the NASDAQ is my guess. Let's go back over to the desk and see what else we got going on.
Yeah, if you missed it, here we go again. I'll throw it up there. So it's going to involve a $300 million investment from Uber into Lucid as well as part of this robotaxi partnership. Again, Uber going to deploy or work to deploy 20,000 or more Lucid vehicles over the next 6 years, which will include that $300 million investment. There is going to be a vote, apparently, on this 1-for-10 reverse split, so not a done deal yet as far as the reverse split goes. Guys, I also see, as of June 30th, 33%, so not a huge discrepancy there. The prior one, which was June 13th, was 47%, so I think it has come down a little bit, but still massive. 33% short side.
And apparently this Neuro, where is it here? Neuro something or Neuro, the Lucid Neuro robotaxi's already been operating, Brendo, in a closed circuit in Vegas with some data already being collected there. As you mentioned, the other piece of the news is that 110 reverse split. They did file a proxy statement with the SEC regarding a special stockholder meeting to authorize the board to issue that reverse 1-to-10 split. So we'll keep an eye on this one. But this is one that could be going all day, guys, especially with the higher short float and the headline. This has been kept down a while. Just looking at some technicals here, Brendo, with respect to how Lucid's been trading as of late. We've taken out some key levels over here, that high in May at $3, well above that with that 370 look. So I'd like to see this one maintain above $3 to kind of keep that continuity going.
Lots of other things to discuss. We'll keep an eye on Lucid here, see if we are coming back in a little bit. But interesting note from Mark Andreessen specifically on Meta this morning. They're essentially taking the stand that $5 billion in this privacy trial, which is tied to the 2019 FTC fine. It's whether or not it goes in their favor or not. It's looking a little bit like it won't at this point. And how negative does that end up being for Meta, as far as this quarter is concerned? But Downside, I mean, it's not really doing much. Downside the past couple of days here for Meta.
And it's a who's who of who's testifying at this trial. Zuck testified already earlier in the week. Peter Thiel also going to take the stand. I think also Sheryl Sandberg, the former CEO of Meta. So it's a who's who back to 2012 when this whole thing started. We reported on it on Monday. I don't know if it's going to be a major headwind for Meta, Brendo. I mean, it feels like, you know, they probably get a fine and then they move on from that unless there's going to be structural changes to the company and how they operate. Well, my concern about this, or anybody who working at Meta who wants to maintain some privacy, is opening the books, because there's going to be scrutiny of memos between executives, which sheds light on how the company operates and could actually build the framework for future suits by the DOJ or the SEC or whoever else wants to come after Meta for whatever.
From a technical standpoint, if you go to a daily chart here, we're rolling over definitely as we go on in days here, but looking a little bit like a double top on the daily chart, guys, for Meta.
More than a little bit like a double top. I think, but I still think we're in a healthy pullback for Meta. And the 50-period moving average is the first place that I'll look for a bounce on the stock, and there's like multiple reasons why. Lucid might retake that 3. I didn't get the punch through 3, but now I have like I should have like 7 as a price, not 14. But I'm not gonna let it lose too much past that 3 level. Maybe give it a couple of cents past, but we'll give it a couple more shots because it's gonna do so much volume. I want to take multiple tries at this stock. 680 on for just regarding Meta. This is where I think we're going. It makes all the sense in the world. If we lose 700 today, probably not. Market looks pretty strong. I don't think we're losing 700 today. You could have an initial bounce there, and then you have 50-period and prior support at the 680. It gives you a consolidation area where you can then retake the high, which I think is usually the way you want to go in this type of a situation. You can't ignore that we had a really good bounce and sort of hold after all of the Trump hoopla yesterday and the Powell, I could call it the Powell hoopla. And it was a really good hold for the market, but not everything was able to rally at the end. You ended up with a pretty consolidated, the low kind of situation for Meta. So at least in the time being, I think you stay bearish, but we've got some support 700, 680 makes some sense to me as well. 100% think that this is still a great story going forward. Like, I think of the Mag 7 names, I do like them more than the bad half. Like the NVIDIAs and Metas are certainly in one bucket, and then you can put some of the others in the rest. But temporarily speaking, I think you got a little more strength in like an Amazon than you would Meta, at least until Amazon gets a little bit higher. So I'm probably sitting this one out. I'm sort of looking more bullish for the most part today, so I don't know how aggressive I'd be looking at Meta in particular.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that double top look there. I have a couple anchors from last year, the beginning of last year actually, and you can see all of 2024 we held pretty well, coming in pretty aggressively into that April dip. And then again, once again, the anchored VWAP off of that April dip. Prices accelerated pretty aggressively off of that average, off of that moving average, and yeah, off of a false break of that prior high. I think we definitely have a little bit of room to come down if we do decide to, until we can potentially find some more solid buying here. You can see that some prior structures as well, 697s here as well, but yeah, a little bit of a break in trend currently. Let's see if that selling can continue. On the intraday, we've been selling a little bit, I wouldn't say aggressively, but back-to-back days here for the past week or so. Last Thursday, we got some strong selling, and since then, we've been getting back-to-back days with some strong sell sentiment. I don't know if we're gonna get the same today, but 699 is prior day's low. So can we hold 700, already trading a little bit above and holding above that level in the pre-market currently? And I think if I want to look for it to kind of recover back up towards some of its more recent highs, maybe just a simple kind of a trend break of these sellers finally stepping off as well. Look at that market go. What's going on there? I have no idea. But Meta is definitely a good look off that double top.
Might just like the data this morning. Like, we might just like the continuing sales. Well, obviously, jobless claims pretty good. Like, it's mostly green in terms of the indicators off the morning. We got some Fed speak a little bit later on, but I just feel like you lean into. We talked about this before. Why did we change this from a bull to a bear? Yesterday, I know you had some fun with that there, Obi. When I wasn't even Like, you did it right in front of me, and somehow I managed.
I was like, I'm going to change this.
You said you were changing it.
I was like, I'm going to change this.
Yeah, which doesn't make. Anyways, that being said, we've talked about this consolidative market, whether I'm looking at the ES or whether you're looking at the NQ, which I'll stay on the NQ for a quick little second here because that's usually what I'm going to be paying attention to a lot of times. We've gone and bounced off of similar support for multiple days now. Like, how many times do we have to just consolidate off the top before we acknowledge, hey, we're like the big stuff is in a range bound market here, and you're buying the dips off support. That's just what you're doing here right now on the NASDAQ. So, as long as that's the case, there's going to be outliers. You want to make sure that we talk about relative strength and relative weakness all the time. It's important to acknowledge. Like yesterday, if you were trading crypto, you wanted to be in ETH and things related to stable coins more than you wanted to be in Bitcoin. And when we're bouncing off these lows, if we get another dip buy into the lows, fly on my coffee. If you get another dip buy into the lows, you want to make sure you're looking at the right stock. Like maybe you don't like a Micron in the chip space because they got a negative news story, and you like an AMD because it's been performing better. Maybe you like an Amazon over a Meta if we dip into some of these lows and retest. But as far as I'm concerned, we're in a buy the dip market until proven otherwise.
Yeah, no, I like.
A couple other things to consider here. Big day yesterday for Roblox. I was just hearing it was moving around once again, maybe downside a little bit there, rejecting that 120. 120, I guess 120 and a half, that area was a bit of a rejection yesterday for Roblox, but that was absolutely huge yesterday. I wanted to show you this as well. This is the 10-year. If you zoom out to a daily chart, we're sitting just below 4.5, where it's been over the past couple of days, but very, very volatile. It's a daily chart again. Very volatile yesterday, intraday on some of those headlines. So just to recap, if anyone missed it or is coming in a little bit late here, monstrous amount of retail and also import-export data came out at 8:30 this morning, 0.6% on the month-over-month retail sales number to the upside versus 0.2. Import-export prices both green on the month-over-month number. Again, 3 months in a row, U.S. net exporters 0.5% to the upside by a long shot as well. Export prices overall 2.8% to the upside versus negative 0.2 on the import side. So seeing that trend continuing.
Yeah, I want to build on your Roblox point, if that's all right, Brendo. Yeah. Interesting look here from Roblox, looking to kind of make things safe for younger users, for teens and preteens as well. So looking to basically make sure that they're not speaking to anybody that they're not really supposed to be speaking to online, but at the same time also expanding their user base by allowing these kind of adult-only chats where, adult-only things are talked about, launching that new advanced safety innovation today. So not a bad look. And when you look here at the chart, this is a multi-month run. Brendo, back in March, we were at $50 on Roblox. We are now just 25 pennies off $120. This has been one hell of a move here lately on Roblox.
Yeah, just in the past week or so, as you're mentioning, just absolutely monstrous for that thing quietly. Just keep my eye on other headlines here. Here's Starbucks as well. This has been slowly sliding to the downside over the past couple of days, and then you get the gap down this morning. Derek coming up with the upgrades and downgrades. One of maybe which is on there. Starbucks, guys. Jeffries with the downgrade today. Not liking that is the market.
Roblox from the April lows, 110%. 110%. And it is just a straight shot. This is going to be, like, the chart in some ways reminds me of Abercrombie a couple of years ago, where there's, like, once there's a couple of down days in a row, you're probably going to see like a 15% retracement or 20% retracement, something along those lines. Like, there's likely to be something pretty crazy. As far as SPCE is concerned, and we're going to go to Adair in a quick little second, like, we talk about relative strength and relative weakness. I mean, I like Abbott Labs on there probably if I'm looking for some shorts, but you can't ignore 9-0 for a potential flat bottom break here on Starbucks. Complete and utter rejection of the 200-period moving average, flat bottom at 90, and the 50-period underneath. It makes a lot of sense structurally that could turn into a pretty nasty short. Let's go check out to see what the analysts are saying, because Adair's got some upgrades and downgrades.
Oracle's been really strong as of late, getting this upgrade from Scotiabank to kick off the upgrade side of things. Certainly a name to keep an eye on here. FUTU here, FUTU, next up with a Barclays upgrade, a $176 price target. Cars.com getting upgraded by JP Morgan Chase, up about 5.5%. Then we've got Cognizant actually down right now pre-market, but getting upgraded by Evercore ISI. Starbucks, as mentioned earlier here, downgraded by Jefferies Financial. Certainly of interest there. It's been about a year since they switched CEOs and poached Brian Niccol from CMG. Then we have Shake Shack getting downgraded also by Jefferies. So they're doing a couple downgrades in this food space today. Sonic next here with a downgrade from Stephens. And last but not least, Affirm up on the day, but getting downgraded by Deutsche Bank. What do you?
Yeah, Affirm, one we've traded before actually when they had that the news with JPM for payment processors a few sessions ago. That was a great short, but what's a good long? And I know we just showed Roblox, but Oracle, just as gorgeous. What's that? Okay, I didn't really draw that perfectly, so this will be a little bit off. 88% from the lows. So pretty good in its own right is Oracle. Great stock, old stock, obviously. But this is in the midst of a new breakout. In the afternoon, there were there was a bunch of things running, but there were two very distinct kind of program buyish stocks. One of them was Oracle, and the other one was AMD. At right around the same time, they caught a similar bid. And when you see that, you look for continuation. I actually have AMD on my list a little bit more, but Oracle back into prior highs. If AMD doesn't set up, then Oracle back into prior highs and anything over looks absolutely gorgeous. Great stock in the long term. I wish I could. I mean, I'm sitting there like I was dip buying Meta and this year Nvidia, some Bitcoin. I own Oracle, but wish it had been this one. What can you do? Who knew that this was going to go this ham? But congratulations to all that have it. I know some were trading in the afternoon. I think you look for some continuation after this high break.
Yeah, no, I'm I got my eyes on Lucid here as well. There's actually a 3,000 lot chaser at 37, but I think he just got taken out as well. But out of the upgrades and downgrades, I really like that Starbucks kind of more confluence for that stair step down as well. But with that bit of a downgrade, maybe potentially getting that gap down here. Yeah, for the past few days, we've sold off. Couldn't really get to that 100 mark. We have this day from, when is this, last week or so. This is July 9th. So we got all the way to 98s, and since then, a bit of a failure to follow through of this breakout of that 95, 96, and coming right back into the low of this range here. So let's see. Starbucks with a little bit of a downgrade. Can we break this recent support structure, a little bit of a double bottom, maybe triple if you really want to kind of look into some of this support, this consolidation, whatever it is. Let's see if it can crack distinctly below this, or does it still hold as support? I think a little bit of a gap down coming into these levels should be interesting on Starbucks.
Just keep my eye on Pepsi here. We'll get to Pepsi coming up in the rundown as well, but this thing just extending. I mean, there's not a lot of volume behind this, but I mean, this is impressive for a stock like Pepsi in the pre-market.
And like when you look at the sales, Brendo, it wasn't like overwhelming in how well they did. In fact, their global demand for food and beverages was a lot better than North America. North American food declined 1%, drink volume fell 2%. Surprisingly, though, that Pepsi Zero Sugar saw double-digit growth as people obviously look to be more health conscious, and to build on that health conscious, they're leading into the protein, high protein snacks and multicultural trends. You know I love that, Brendo. I'm going to talk about it. So Pepsi's capitalizing on protein and health food craze with support from brands like Sieta Foods and Sabra. They're trying to improve in-store availability and shelf placement of these healthier choices.
If I see a Pepsi can with like 32 grams of protein on the bottom of it, like that's just that's getting ridiculous. Just reading through a couple of analyst notes here. Dan Ives picking it today as well. So one that he's not typically fond of, but or a group anyways that he's not typically fond of. But even Dan Ives positive on Pepsi today, guys. Pretty impressive here so far.
It really is, and you know, like you can pretty clearly see why people might be positive on this. Like, look at this. If I'm just sort of putting it from here where it got steep to the downside, a trend line from here in September of last year, and you can see This is breaking out right now on Pepsi. Not usually a stock that we talk about or get remotely excited about, but certainly a 4% move on Pepsi is a big one. That's significantly more than it's moved in any session since probably its last report. And this is a trend break. As long as it doesn't, on a daily, remember on a time frame matters, on a daily chart, it really hasn't broken the trend unless we actually close this day above and maybe even open and break away from that, but you are getting a trend break here on Pepsi. You can get some short-term momentum into it. I'm not necessarily a fan of it in the long term compared to a bunch of other things, but I think you could do a heck of a lot worse in terms of looking for like a kind of like a short-term, lower risk swing. But I don't know. Someone the other day was asking about swings, and we mentioned AMD. Like AMD does 4%, you don't blink an eye. Pepsi does 4%, we get excited. You know, I think that kind of speaks for itself. Nothing against Pepsi. That's a stock that I used to own this one for a long time, and then it kind of lost its luster. Like, let me just do this for a second. Let me show you why I'm saying this, and then I'm not really getting as excited as I suppose I could be on Pepsi. Like, it really, on the monthly chart, it really broke structure right around the 165, 170 area, and it was sort of an obvious place that why would you still hold on to it? But now that I look at this, because this is a 3-month chart. Sometimes I like to really zoom out. On a 3-month chart, there's your 50-period moving average that we're actually bouncing off of as well. Maybe I do like this more than I think. I might have to do some work on this. No, but it's not at the 200 on a monthly yet. Do I like anything on a weekly chart here? I'm just using my e-signal to comb through. On the weekly, there's really not much of anything I like on the weekly chart. So I'd give it like a B setup here for a bit of a trend break on that daily if you're into Pepsi. But it's more of a pass for me.
I have it on my list for sure. I think I like it because we're already breaking out of this more local structure here for the past, I guess, from the beginning of the month of July. You can see that high coming in at 137. So I was like, in the pre-market, we can see that it already kind of pushed and pulled back and holding that prior resistance now as support and getting that acceleration all the way up into what is the high right now, 140.95. So yeah, just looking at the weekly, like Neil just did, I think that we are in a bit of a downtrend here, kind of gapping up into some of these prior support levels, asking the question that, is this another case of support turned resistance? You can see that this is kind of support from here as well, and we've got a lot of headspace all the way up into 150, right? So I think 150s, this is where selling kind of started to step down again on this kind of a break of trend that we've had. Oh boy, look at this. This trend has been pretty dominant for the majority of the past, I guess, multiples of years, and then finally kind of taking a crack in 2023, just breaking that bit of a trend and starting to step down as well. But yeah, regardless, let's see. This stock is very, very strong, and this is one of the other ones that I'm just like, yeah, stocks only go up if you just keep on going back and back. You can see all the way from 1968. I should have been buying this stock, DCAing from 1968. So, you know, it's one of those ones that has these strong fluctuations over time. But yeah, it is very interesting when a name like Pepsi can give us some strong volatility in the pre-market like this. It's definitely going to be on my watch today to see if we can get any sort of continuation. Now, of course, you guys know with the earnings reports, I like to throw on that anchored VWAP, and best believe right away, I know it's already holding that pretty well in the pre-market session. So let's see if this continues to be the case going off of the open on Pepsi.
All right, let's just jump into what we need to know here this morning. We'll start with a look at the overall market, just keeping an eye on Lucid here as well still. Hanging out at the highs, so definitely a positive note here for Lucid.
Yeah, Brendo looking good here to start the morning, at least above 6,300. We closed out yesterday 6,304 on the ES September contract. We're a little above 6,300. We're a little bit below, as you can see there on the chart. We've been quite consolidative since the 6th of July. We're above it today with the overnight high being 63.15. So we'll continue to use that 63.50 as our level of resistance. If we lose 6,300, we're looking to that overnight low, which is 62.28. We'll say 62.75, Brendo, as support.
Tighter and tighter consolidation forming on higher time frames right across the board. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video. Grab the watch list. Why not? Absolutely free. Comes right to your inbox every single morning. All you have to do is hit that link, enter your email, and then you can have that. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market. That's moving around. Then you come hang out at 8:30, and we get you ready for the open at 9:30. Still, I don't know why I can't stop staring at this. It's still holding just below 340 at this point. But let's start things off with semiconductors this morning. TSM, not TSMC. There we go. Better than expected results, although we are coming back in a little bit here. This should, however, provide some sort of positivity for this group in general.
It was a record quarter, Brenda. It was a record quarter, no two ways about it. Let's talk about it. Net profit surged 61% year over year to 398.25 billion new Taiwanese dollars. That easily beat the 377 the street was looking for. Revenue hit a record as well, 933.5 billion new Taiwanese dollars. There again, well ahead of the 931 the street was expecting. The strong beat was really attributed to booming demand for AI-related chips and advanced semiconductor nodes. How they did in their different segments. High-performance computing segment saw a 60% increase in total revenue. A big beat there. The advanced chips, which is anything above 7 nanometers and below, that accounted for 74% of their total wafer revenue this quarter. Now, with respect to the guide, they're guiding Q3 revenue in the range of 31.8 to 33 billion US dollars, which implies, Brendo, a 38% year-over-year bump. With respect to the full year 2025 revenue, they're expecting to grow about 30% year over year. But there are macro and geopolitical headwinds. Trump's tariff threats on Taiwan, they do loom large, Brendo. 32% announced in April, with more possible. The CEO noted no current impact on customer orders, but acknowledged elevated uncertainty, and additional concerns include the new Taiwanese dollar strength and potential order cuts. So a Forex headwind here for TSMC.
As I was saying, all of these positives so far this morning. 2 days in a row, though, specifically, guys. AMD with a great day yesterday. AMD looking pretty good, trying to lead the way here right now.
Concern with TSM is, I feel as if they have a small history of these gaps and then trying to fill in the gap a little bit. I'm suspecting that could be the case. So I don't want TSM specifically. Great numbers, and I'll look at some other chip names for sure. I don't want TSM unless I'm doing some kind of a late morning mean reversion play where we buy the dip. Before I get to AMD, I just want to pull up VLCN. Let me get that one right for you guys. Volcron. Look, they announced a $500 million private placement using 95% to do what? Acquire Bitcoin. Boom. Because that's what everyone's doing. So if you're wondering the volume spike, that is the deal with them. They also had like a 1-for-8 reverse stock split, I believe, announced. That was back on June 10th. So very much in play and doing a heck of a lot of our vol. I mentioned when we were talking about Oracle that a couple of things at 1 o'clock got a similar program by it. It was Oracle and it was AMD. AMD's already starting to go again. And obviously, let me just go back to this daily chart. Look, obviously, it's done really, really nicely since breaking this 150. I'm just looking for a continuation play. Until we get to 165-ish here, I think I want to look constructively long off the 160 level for myself. It won't be like the prior highs all the way down here at 158.5. So it does give a little bit of leeway if we go on a bigger dip. But if we're losing the bid underneath that, then I give up AMD for sure. I'm just kind of focused on that one a little bit more than NVIDIA. Traded NVIDIA for a small bounce in the afternoon yesterday, only to watch AMD go ham. I always have them both up, and I do like them both for long, but I'm going to start with AMD first. And if I do see NVIDIA is looking better, I have no issues sort of jumping into the other party. They're both looking pretty good. We'll get to, I understand the semis are all up. We'll get to why Micron's weak. It does stand alone this morning.
Yes, another one on the top of my list for trade plans on the day today. And yeah, a little bit of a push up all the way from a close of 238s from yesterday. Current pre-market high is at 249. Now these are all-time highs. I'm curious to know whether or not this sentiment kind of continues into the open, and can we find places that where kind of structure holds and we can take something through 250. But again, if it's not going to be there, I'm looking at some of these pre-market lows as well. Like Neil said, if we're looking for a potential gap fill, that's quite a ways down. So I'm going to be a little patient off of the open and see what this will kind of do with these pre-market levels. And again, anchored VWAP off of the open here is going to be the same as intraday VWAP because it kind of the report coming out right at that 4 a.m. Candle on the open there on TSM here. Sorry, what was that? Yeah, so you can see that it's kind of pulling up into it. Now, of course, I also want to be watching Hang Seng and some of the other ADRs here as well while I'm trading TSM. But at the same time, yeah, the chips are pretty strong as of right now. When I'm looking at my basket, AMD is another one that is definitely on my list for a bit of a continuation. This was absolutely beautiful here, where we get that strong grinding trend going into the close, and that strength showing up once again, holding that 160, Neil. Remember when I was like, just a couple days ago, I'm like, this is bigger picture strength, even though sellers are stepping in on the intraday, and look at that, little hold of that 153 yesterday, and we're coming back into some fresh highs. Market tailwind, real strong as well. Let's see what the chips have in store for us today. Oh boy, Lucid looks like it wants the high, man. Look at that. Kind of took some trades on it already, holding VWAP well, holding structure well. Let's see if we can take out that pre-market high in and around 370s. I'm looking for that 420. I don't know about you guys. Let's see if we can get that high.
On to crypto here. Pretty impressive numbers coming just yesterday, July 16th, on its own, 799.4 million on the inflow side of things for Bitcoin, specifically Bitcoin ETFs, surpassing inflows past 53.8 billion prior. So, I mean, whether or not these actual bills end up being anything at this point remains to be seen, but definitely the market is anticipating they will.
I kind of look at it as a follow through by the administration on what they said that they campaigned on. I like to see it get done, Brenda. Let's talk about this because it was quite the saga yesterday. After a 10-hour floor delay, the House finally passed just the debate rules, guys, not even the legislation, just the debate rules for these 3 pieces of crypto-related bills. That's late Wednesday night. The vote followed 2 days of internal GOP conflict, making it the longest vote ever in modern House history on the floor. The bill had initially failed Tuesday due to imposition from hardline conservatives, prompting emergency talks and intervention by President Trump. On Wednesday, moderate Republicans raised objections to last-minute bill changes made to appease some of on the right. Some objected to merging of the 2 bills, which diluted, some of the original legislative intent. And Trump's Tuesday night meeting with 12 conservative Republicans helped flip some of the no votes to yes. And here's what's being talked about, guys. We got the Genius Act, right? This one is going to create, there's the Genius Act, the Clarity Act, and one act banning Federal Reserve issued CBDC, which is central bank digital currency, as central to the industry's regulatory hopes. So the Genius Act already passed in the Senate in June, Brendo, but it needs to pass in the House as well.
If anyone was wondering or still wondering why we continue to look at IBIT as far as ETFs go, that number that was up here that I was just mentioning, 799.4 million on July 16 alone, 763.8 million of that went into this one, IBIT. So that's why.
Yeah, and I'm going to focus still primarily because it's a stablecoin phenomenon on ETH and on Circle, and I know some people look at SBET, but I want to read just very quickly. Webull to integrate Webull Pay back into Webull Group, plans to reintroduce crypto trading to global consumer or customer base. So that was the spike on Bull. Obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously because I've drew a line on a chart. This is resistance at about 13.25 or so, maybe 13.30. I think it needs to hold on to that on the way back in. But I know where our bread should be buttered, and we're talking about Circle, and I'm talking about ETH. Circle, just to keep it real simple, I'm looking at the 220 to 222 level on Circle. This got sold off when it looked like, and obviously the vote did get voted down, but it looked like maybe there was going to not happen, and then almost immediately there's going to be a revote, and it seems like they're going to get enough to get the votes to get it positive and get it pushed through. And that just means we broke out on what was seemingly bad news. On seemingly bad news, it broke out and it's squeezing. So the first thing I got to think about is okay, if they try to profit take, where do I want to pick it up? And so there was a lot of, if you looked at it here, there was just a ton of liquidity in and around the 222 level to 220. So right in here is when I will look for the first dip buy. And ETH, which we traded, the last 2 days, the first 2 times I've ever traded ETH, and ETHA looks really, really good. It was so super strong. Again, it's trending down, so I think you're going to need a little bit of patience here. I don't really have an obvious level that's set out. Like, there is a good consolidation around 25 quarter. I feel like we're a little far away for that. So I'm hoping that we trend up and I can just join the VWAP trend like yesterday. Like yesterday at the open, I'm like, I want to be long ETH. What do? Holds VWAP, buy VWAP. That's all I did. Is just buy the volume weighted average price because it showed me it was holding the volume weighted average price. So that's what I want to see happen on ETH. And if we trend, then I'm just going to join the trend as many times as possible off the volume weighted average price because it worked so well yesterday.
Yeah, I'm looking at this daily chart here on Bitcoin, and I was just talking to Neil this morning. I was like, that 123,231 is looking a little interesting here. A strong volume as well. A little bit of a pullback. We pulled back all the way to 116,000 there on Bitcoin, and yeah, a little bit of a curl happening. But CRCL. Definitely no curl happening here to the downside as, yeah, we hold some of those prior levels and we got that strong breakout yesterday. So I'm going to be looking for a little bit of that crypto tailwind as well today. If we can continue the circle bid through that prior day high at that 239.69 there, 240s. Let's see if we can distinctively push through those. But we saw that breakout of that prior consolidation structure high coming in. Look at that high volume candle. One of the highest volume candles on the day on Circle yesterday is from the candle that breaks out of that consolidation high in and around 12, I think it was 12.15, 60s or something like that. And you can see the pullback as well. We talked about this yesterday. So very, very strong kind of price action there. Let's see if that strength and that bid kind of continues going into today. Remember, 300 did not test, but that 298, 299 may be well within range if we have another day of this kind of a run here. And yeah, IBIT, I think we just talked about Bitcoin as well. I think it's something to watch. We can see that ETH as well is starting to catch a leg as Bitcoin starts to kind of settle down as well. We've always seen that in these crypto cycles where like Bitcoin kind of goes first, then it's ETH, then it's all like the altcoins, and it's like, all right, we're going through, it seems like we're going through that cycle once again. So let's see if that 123,231 is of any sort of significance going forward.
All right, let's go on to Lucid. We brought it to you live at 8:30 when we first came on this morning. Absolutely monstrous pop here this morning, 50 plus. I think it actually got to 60% at one point at the highs. If you missed it, here is why Uber is going to invest $300 million into autonomous Lucid vehicles, 20,000 or more over the next 6 years. Also worth noting, they filed a preliminary proxy statement for a 1-for-10 reverse split. There will be a vote on that to come. Huge move here.
That 20,000, that's aggressive. That's quite aggressive there. As you mentioned, 20,000 over 6 years. Expected to launch next year in a major U.S. city. Don't know which one. Hasn't been disclosed. It's going to combine Lucid's vehicle architecture as well as Neural's autonomy system and Uber's fleet management and network. That's obviously the app. It's going to be run by third-party fleet partners. They will operate the vehicles, but it will be exclusively available on Uber. So the way you order an Uber XL or an Uber Green, I think those are the EVs. You're going to be able to order it that way. Uber plans, Brendo, to make multi-$100 million investments in Neural. And Neural, it sounds like that's their advanced or their AV platform there. The electric vehicle maker Tesla obviously launched Robotaxi in Austin this year using that camera and the Neural network as well.
I mean, as you were saying, more to come maybe on the technology side to understand how this is going to work and where, guys, for Lucid.
Yeah, there's still obviously a lot that we got to figure out here. But hey, at least everyone's made everything back from the top. Oh, no, they haven't. Oh, no. Okay,
oh, no. Hey, man, I sold 55, so I think I'm all right.
Oh, everyone's bag-held stuff before. I've bag-held stuff all the time.
All the time.
Look, it happens to everybody. You're like, oh, look, you get such a great rally on something that you own, and then you're holding on to that last 10, 20%, and you look back, and it's like, well, I guess I probably should have just got out of that at some point. We've all been there. No, but in all seriousness, hey, I don't want to say the bottom's in on Lucid, but for how long this $2 level were we like, and I know Rivian had a similar one at $10, and that's up on some sympathy, yada, 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 but half of this flow to short, maybe not half. I know Brendan had the number in the 30s. I saw one at 45. So let's go with the conservative number. Fair. Well, a third of this is short. maybe a few. If there's more now than there was before, then that could be bad. But anyway, it's a $2 level. It's a clean break in like a million different ways, whether it's a trend breakout here. I do have my tool up. Whether it's a trend breakout here, or whether it's the 50, the 200, bottoming at $2. I like this. Obviously, the $3 levels of some interest, and we've had support in the 280 range. So I think it's a buy. It's a buy in front of 3. It's a buy in front of 2.8 as well, which we've already held. But I took one shot on the way down that already didn't work, and I like it on the way up. But I don't want to give it past here because I think you load in somewhere underneath $3. I want 2 separate trades here instead of just taking it all at once like I did the first time on Lucid. I think you can get some sympathy play in Rivian, but I won't be doing that because the volume here is ridiculous. And why not just be in the leader? You've done 150 million shares of volume. The only reason I would go over to Rivian is if I saw this completely fall apart and I missed a curl, then maybe I would go over and see if I couldn't like sympathy short on Rivian or something like that. Otherwise, you got to stay laser focused on this tape if you're trading it.
Yeah, I think it's been a while since I've traded a sub $10 stock here, but doing the kind of volume that it's doing and the catalyst that it has and kind of the history, the pedigree that it kind of comes from, I really kind of like this idea on the day today. But yeah, let's see what we have in store for us. This could very well not work. This again, like Neil mentioned, a lot of bags on this one for sure, because that NAV pre-acquisition was that $10 level, and I'm sure there's a lot of players still kind of holding on from there, and also following days as well. But yeah, $2.08 pre-market lows, and then reacts all the way to 370s. Currently holding the anchored VWAP from where that volume started to come in. That's sitting at $3.19. Kind of these structures lows at that $2.85 reference low, maybe where that buying volume really steps in is at $2.25 as well. So with all those kind of areas defined, let's see what price action does. I'm definitely going to be, again, 104. I have 144, almost 150 million shares traded on the day, and if somebody's going to step into the book, I think it's going to be a little obvious. Maybe some tells there as well. So yeah, I think Neil is definitely right in the fact that you have to be kind of staring this book down pretty aggressively and just kind of playing the price action in the chart as well. So yeah, Lucid wasn't on my watch list last night, but definitely on it now, one of the potential top looks of the day.
Micron, weaker than most here this morning, although we are starting to recover some of that. Just went 112 back through 113 in a hurry on light volume, but still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 even. 4 out of 5 days in a row here to the downside for Micron. Yeah,
and Goldman with a comment today, Brendo. So Goldman initiating coverage on Micron with a neutral rating of $130. The rating here is part of a broader launch by Goldman covering the semicap equipment, foundries, and storage names. Better late than never, I guess. The firm sees semiconductor sector in a mid-cycle phase with very limited near upside potential, at least through 2026. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Microsoft, they say, is well positioned in the memory and storage space, especially with NAND flash, which has been under pricing pressure. Goldman expects a gradual NAND recovery into next year, into 26, potentially boosting Micron's revenue trajectory. However, short-term demand and pricing dynamics remain challenged with really limited upside potential. Contrary to past concerns, though, Goldman views China here as a possible opportunity and a growth lever, not just a regulatory risk. Rising domestic semiconductor demand, Brendo, in China could support Micron's sales despite those global geopolitical headwinds.
Yeah, if we get a rollover here for the overall market, start heading back downside, worth noting Micron definitely on the weak side. I just saw this one as well. Pop up in front of me. Goog L also leaning to the south side, guys.
Alphabet had a small move down on a flat bottom break. I'm sure when the imbalances come out, I'll be interested to see if that actually has one. But Micron, I was telling you that I felt torn about this because this is the second story that we've heard recently about FEM demand here that was negative for Micron, and they've really been sitting out this little rally that we've had in the chips because of it. But at the same time, if you remember about Micron, since August of last year, about the 110 area was just an absolute brick wall of resistance. There was also an anchored VWAP in the top, which was holding, but I'm just talking brick wall of resistance. So when you come back, like my first thought technically is when you come back into it, test it for a long. So I look at the bottom of this range at 110, and despite the negative story, my thought is I'm looking for a bounce long on Micron at the 110 level. All of that said, if we do get a strong push up, maybe you retest the prior lows at 115 and I get involved. I like other chip names for strength, but I can see a way that this falls in, and I'm looking at that 110 long from a technical spot. So yeah, I don't want to ignore this stock today. Because it's coming into really, really big levels on that daily chart. And we've seen the story before. We get warnings about demand, and ultimately, ball won't lie when their earnings come out. From here, I'm just going to trade the technicals and try not to figure out whether the analysts are right or wrong in this particular case. Maybe they can see the future.
Yeah, I like that gap down that we're doing here. Again, a little distinctly different from some of the other chips happening. So yeah, it is definitely on watch. Market taking a little bit of a pullback here as well, but you can see Micron's already been selling pretty aggressively from Monday. We got that strong quadunk in the pre-market session, a little bit of a leg consolidation, and it seems like that leg is coming back in on the day today at 111.80s is the pre-market low, already kind of curling off of this downtrend. This downtrend was pretty strong in the pre-market session, coming in all the way from 4 a.m. You can see it has definitely some linearity to that downtrend and that clean break right there as well, with a little bit of a bid probably coming back in towards VWAP and prior day's VWAP as well. Should be interesting, because when things kind of sell back to back like that, I kind of want to know where prior day's float is sitting, and that's all the way up here at 116, so about $3 away as well from yesterday's low being at 115. So yeah, kind of after defining some of those levels, let's see what Micron has. It is distinctly different, so I do kind of have it on watch in my tech basket. But like I said, Nvidia's all-time highs, and then AMD's pushing pretty aggressively as well. TSM all-time highs as well. So Micron distinctly different. This one might be unwinding a little bit more. We'll see.
Pepsi just continues to make highs here this morning. Pretty impressive move on the back of this earnings report. No corn syrup or no cane sugar, I should say, for Pepsi in their recipe yet.
Yeah, wait till Donald goes after him. He went after Coke. You're next, Pepsi. Let's talk about EPS here and how they did. EPS came in at $2.12 a share, above the $2.03 expected by the street. Revenue slightly beating here, $22.73 billion in revenue. The street was looking for $22.27, but a beat on the top line nonetheless. GAAP net income did drop though to $1.26 billion. Compare that to last year when they printed $3.08 billion in revenue. Organic revenue also rose 2.1% year over year here, Brendo. Now let's talk about how they did globally. Global food volume fell 1.5%. Beverage volume globally was flat. North America also saw declines. You see that the food volume declined 1%, with beverage volume dropping 2%. So North America continues to suffer from that. Pepsi soda volume, with Pepsi Zero Sugar seeing double-digit growth, really acting as a key outperformer in what otherwise was a weaker segment. Let's talk about the margin improvement. They closed sadly here, people lost their job. They closed 2 manufacturing plants in North America during the quarter. It's optimizing transportation and logistics, that's what they're saying, and evaluating market spend for better return on investment. Lastly here, their strategy is Pepsi's capitalizing on the protein, as I mentioned earlier, and the health food craze, with support from brands like Ciety Foods and Sabra. Sabra we have here in Canada. Executives highlighted the plans to move in-store availability and shelf placements kind of to reignite that demand. We'll see how they do, but a good look right now on the chart.
You're going to be going with Pepsi protein in the near future?
If they sell it at Costco and it's less than $50, Brando, yes, I'll get it.
Valid, very valid. Market coming back in here a little bit, guys. I was just noting Fed's Kugler making some comments, definitely not in favor of interest rate cuts at this point, basically saying a restrictive policy stance is important right now to keep inflation expectations anchored. So might be part of that move down.
Thanks, Kugler. Well, Pepsi's on a breakout, whether you like it or not. For the record, I said this in the aftermarket show, the whole Coke cane syrup thing, it's just better. It tastes better and it's better for you. Let's go, sugar cane, baby. But look, Pepsi, it was up 4% before, it's up 5% now, and it didn't bat an eye when the market just pulled back there. Like, it really didn't bat an eye. So it might be better than I thought. I was gonna sit this sucker out, but oh my goodness, continuation. Maybe you get some kind of, if we continue with this dip, there could be maybe a VWAP player into a 140. But it's not gonna make the top of the list. Matter of fact, the name that we haven't talked about is, and after Obi opines on Pepsi, I'm gonna get to some Tesla.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, no, this Lucid's not looking too good right now, so probably want to get out of that one there. But yeah, so the first thing I kind of asked myself when Pepsi got that news yesterday about switching over to sugarcane, I'm like, all right, I want to know what sugarcane futures are potentially doing on that. So I looked at the number 11 contract on sugar right there. So on the weekly, and I automatically realized that this trade might be on a much larger time frame than I'm really looking at, but you can see nice little dip happening here, strong downtrend on sugar 11 contracts there. I don't know how many of you guys trade commodities, but I definitely like to keep an eye on them, especially when one of the larger companies that might be related to said commodity, like a Coke, which sells worldwide, it could definitely have an effect on certain commodities. I have no idea, but I definitely like to look. In terms of Pepsi, though, beautiful earnings reaction right here, holding that anchored VWAP. That's that red one, as you guys can see right here. I'll take off the intraday VWAP. So off of the reaction, that's sitting at 140.63s. We're pulling back pretty aggressively, but the thing is, we also extended pretty nicely off of some of these consolidation breaks. Where are we in the higher time frame, you might ask? We're still way below some of those prior structures. We've been selling off pretty aggressively from the high of 183 here on Pepsi, the local high, or I think that is an all-time high. So a little bit of a downtrend. We kind of talked about this, breaking that downtrend in 2023, pulling up into some of these prior levels as well. I'm looking for that continuation, but again, I'm not going to necessarily try to buy something that's so extended off of VWAP just yet, but if we can kind of pull in and show me a little bit more strength in and around the average volume-weighted average price maybe, and holding above, maybe that can show some sign of continuation and sign that buyers might still be in charge on this stock and maybe poised for a little bit higher. It is definitely doing some relative volume in the pre-market. Look at this expanding relative volume, Neil. We initially started off with under 10. We are currently doing 66 times relative volume in the pre-market on a name like Pepsi. That's absolutely wild.
That's why I went from, oh, I'm probably not going to trade, to, yeah, I'm going to have to move it up the list a little bit and start to consider it. It doesn't make my top 4, but it's certainly up there. By the way, when the imbalances dropped out, I put it in the chat. Lucid was a 4+ million sell imbalance, and Open was a 4 million buy imbalance. Those two stood out the most. I don't really see anything else on the locator. A few 300,000 shares, or just more than that, almost 400,000 shares for BBAI. But those are the big two. Sell imbalance on Lucid, buy imbalance on Open. That got me out of, I just kind of punched out on Lucid when I saw that sell imbalance because I didn't want to fight it. Whoops, I was going to talk about Tesla, but this is still on Pepsi, which is also pulling back in. Tesla, this is the first time in a bit that we finally closed and holding above that 320 level on Tesla. I said if we do that, I'm looking longs. We're back above the 200-period moving average. And the last little while, Tesla has just been languishing with that price level over and over and over again. Maybe it is better on a 15-minute if I go all the way out. You can see the rejection we've had. As long as we hold, I'd probably even, like the 3018 half, like I'd probably even give it into there for us to be able to catch a bit of a dip. But the way the market's pulling in, probably going to require some patience off the open, because I think we're going to get some dip buys in here, and Tesla for sure is looking like one. And as I showed you guys, Open with, I want 4 million shares is obviously a lot of shares, but just keep in mind this is a $2 stock, so it's 4 million shares on Open is not the same thing as 4 million on Nvidia, obviously. But what's weird about that is see what's happening at 195. I can't remember the last time I saw a buy imbalance into a clear held offer at $1.95. Like there's like everything in my gut is telling me to just punch 96 if it breaks at the open, throw a tight stop and see what happens on open, because it's a big buy imbalance and you've got a held offer at 95. It just sort of feels like one of those where you might risk like literally 1 or 2 cents to try and catch even just a scalp move of like 10 to 15 seems even possible on open. So I'm probably going to have it open on my level 2 just for the first little bit, because I can't remember the last time I've seen anything like that. But overall, still going to be focused on chips like AMD, Tesla on my mind as well. Don't forget TSM on their big earnings. As we get the bell in 2 and 1, let's go.
Oh boy. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's get it going, guys. Market's coming in pretty hot with a little bit of a downtrend happening going into the open. Let's see what TSM is going to be up to. Like I said, I'm going to be a little bit patient here. Let that kind of morning action carry itself out before really getting involved. Google with a little bit of a bid. Again, kind of taking back those morning pre-market sells that we kind of saw there as well. In terms of the stocks in play and some of these earnings names as well, I got some of these banks on watch. We know USB reported today and yesterday, the BAC, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs as well, JPM a couple days ago, and Citigroup. So yeah, this whole kind of bank sector I do have on watch. Whoa, TSM, here we go. UAL, another one that kind of gave us a shake and bake. That's ripping as of right now. And TSM, oh boy, that spread is, I guess it's not too bad. It's about 20 to 30 pennies. It's not too crazy just yet on TSM, but oh boy, are we poised to push into that 250? That's the question I have, Neil.
Well, I think we got a decent chance of it. So open does not break that seller at 195. The seller just won. That's why you got to watch out for those held bids and offers. It didn't look like open. I thought it had a chance. It did try to test it, but whoever is selling at 195 remains unbroken. You got to watch that if it does come back in. It's so clear as day. If we get back above into the 190 range, I will probably take a look at taking that breakout trade. All right, here comes NVIDIA and AMD. NVIDIA is dropping hard into the prior close at 171. AMD can't possibly, I looked over. AMD's not at 160 yet, but that's getting very close to the 160 level. That's the first spot where I'm like, okay, we'll look for some kind of a bid if it can catch it. I know Palantir is making some power moves, but both AMD, NVIDIA, and Tesla are all starting to drop in. So that's the first place I was looking for the dip buy. And as I said, I'll have open if it does make that break. It's getting back to that 190 level. It's looking too good to be. It's just, if you're going to risk 1 or 2 cents sometimes to catch a move like that, I'll take it. So it's getting very close for open to make a break.
Palantir just slapped
and Palantir, what, sorry?
Oh my God. It just slapped up, grabbed the pre-market high, and then slammed right back down a whole $1. I'm like, all right, okay.
It does that at the open.
It does that. Again, yesterday, I got slammed into while I was trying to get along there as well. But, I was like, all right, learned my lesson yesterday. I'm not going to get involved unless and until something really kind of falls into my lap. That's what I realized. I'm like, all right, be a little bit more patient. USB is pushing up a little bit right now. So I was looking for that continuation to the downside because it did gap down a little bit aggressively in the pre-market session. Hey, yo, there's AMD pulling back into prior day's high. Again, we looked at that kind of an extended trend going into the close. And yeah, maybe we are doing a little bit of a gap fill right now with that low of day coming in at 160.18. Prior day, we kind of pulled all the way up to 160.35. So holding that right now, is it going to? I have no idea because it's coming in real hot. 160's trading back in again. And maybe some of that grind as well from yesterday. Maybe we're poised to kind of revert some of that. We talk about TSM having earnings. Guess what? They're kind of selling off. But oh boy, Neil, Pepsi is slapping to the upside. I don't know what was Pepsi's, what's Pepsi's slogan? Oh. I don't remember. I don't know what it is. It's something like what?
I
have no idea.
It could be just Pep It. I'm joking. I don't think that's the slogan. I was just trying to think of something.
I know they have a slogan. I don't have a slogan, but you know what? We'll figure that out later. Pepsi's strong to the upside. It definitely beating. That's what I like. Thank you, Andre. Pepsi, yeah. Oh, sorry, Fabian coming through.
You know what
with,
that tells me, though?
That right there. So yeah, Pepsi, that's what I like. Oh boy, that price action is definitely what I like.
No, but here's, a couple of things. One, 160 does not hold on AMD. So I got in right in front of it. The second it broke consolidation, I jump out. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. If you're slow, if a bunch of people have to think about what your slogan is that long and we're struggling to do it, your slogan sucks.
Yeah. I just haven't seen a Pepsi ad in the longest time.
Anyways, Open did break that 195. I said, if it breaks, I'm punching long at 96. And immediately there's resistance at $2, which makes me think there'll be resistance at 205, and then at 210, and then at 215. Regardless. So I'm going to get those orders in there. I don't even want it breaking very far, so I'm going to get out if it breaks 93. There you go. Ridiculously tight stop. Let's go to Adara. News on, oh my goodness, NVIDIA.
So in case you're wondering here, the news on NVIDIA is, I'm seeing this coming through in X. Apparently, the House China panel is going to be querying the Commerce Department on NVIDIA's China sales. Now, we kind of knew something like this could be coming. NVIDIA is interested in resuming its sales to China of its AI chips. AMD indicated they're interested in doing the same thing. But it looks like now the House China panel is concerned about these sales, or the resumption of these sales. They're going to be querying the Commerce Department on these sales. And for the record, Commerce Department Secretary Howard Lutnick, or the Secretary of Commerce, he's basically said that they just don't want them sending their best chips to China. That's kind of more, I guess, the consensus from the Commerce Secretary. Let's see what happens here. Back to you.
Yeah, TSM is tanking as well. Thank you very much, Adara, for that. Some strong news there on NVIDIA, maybe kind of stepping back on what we were thinking is going to happen here. AMD still kind of holding this 60 level pretty nicely, so I'm watching it. If it can hold it with any sort of a distinction, I would like to get involved here. But yeah, let's see if we can chop and churn that 60 VWAP. Where you at? That's coming in at, I guess, 160.76. So yeah, sellers definitely a little bit in charge here as of right now. So let's see if we can kind of reclaim that VWAP and push back above some of those prior levels. But holding that prior day as of right now, that NVIDIA catalyst as well pulling us in pretty nicely. Market taking a little bit of a bounce as well. TSM is continuing to push a little bit lower. So, oh boy, what's going on, Neil? I hear you laughing.
Remember Abbott Labs?
Yes.
It did it.
What did it?
Abbott Labs just tanked 4 off the open here. Abbott Labs, obviously, they reported maybe not the most usually exciting name, but their guidance was really, really poor, and it broke the 200 period moving average just now and goes right into that supply right around that 122 I know you were talking about.
Yep.
I wanted this short into 128, so that's not going to happen, but very quickly, everybody, VLCA, I believe that's right. It was VCLA? VLCN, that's what it is. Thank you very much. Thank you, Derek. Volcron. Halted to the downside, and the tap is 36.70. So 500 million private placement, and they're putting 95% into it, 95% into Bitcoin custody. So that's it's just another one of those stories, I suppose. Advanced Micro Devices, it lost to 160, but it's now double tapped 159.5. I really wanted to hold around this level, but I'm not seeing it. Like, I bought it in front of 60s because it was 60, and now that it's losing it, I don't see a reason to get back in yet, but I am eyeballing that pretty tightly as we're looking to catch a little bit of bounce. NVIDIA is already bouncing, which has me wanting to jump in if we can close. We can close holding this low. I might jump into that. And by the way, Tesla, as I'm looking at AMD, Tesla right down to 22s. I'm looking for us to retest the 320 zone and then jump in at that particular point. CompuCare team has said make sure you look at Micron. Of course,
yeah.
Micron pop and then drop. I'm looking for 110 on that daily chart on Micron. Until it gets there, they're the only chip name that already had bad news. I know we just saw some for NVIDIA, and which obviously that means a lot. But Micron was the one that had their own bad news in there, and I'm waiting for 110 to be a buyer. AMD does hold. So there's the hold. Now you got a double bottom. This looks a little bit better. This looks a little bit better now for AMD. Let's see if we can get back into the volume-weighted average price. Maybe this rising tide will lift all ships, and it'll drag Micron with it. But as I said, Micron with that downgrade, I'd be very particular about where I'm trying to go along with that stock.
Yeah, no, finally kind of reclaiming that 160 here. It did kind of push towards VWAP, but like we said, 160.66 is that VWAP area as of right now. So yeah, a little bit of a chop here. Chips are pretty heavy off of the open, and that NVIDIA catalyst is not necessarily helping anything out. But yeah, a bit of a double bottom, 159.38 here on AMD. Almost said NVIDIA there on AMD. Market's trying to get a little bit of a bounce off of that, what is that, 23,080 level. And yeah, okay, so just a little bit of a chop. I'm questioning this bid on AMD. We could just kind of do a little bit of a dead cat right there, well within range to push back into day lows as well, as it just kind of chops around and does nothing too much here. Market tailwind, oh boy, we're kind of creeping back towards some of those lows there. The ES looking distinctly different than that of the NASDAQ once again, and we're seeing a little bit more and more of that. And again, of course, tech-heavy basket on the NASDAQ, and the SPY maybe a little bit more, I guess, diversified across a lot more sectors as well. But yeah, you still have those similar leaders in and around both of those futures as well. So let us know in the chat, what are you guys trading? I'm curious to know what you guys are trading as well. So I got out of that AMD. That bid's coming in real hot, but we'll let it kind of consolidate and figure out if the bid is going to come in to take us back towards some fresh highs as well. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm looking for. Apparently, Lucid's not gone anywhere, Neil. $2.88 still holding on Lucid Motors. So nothing too crazy there. And oh boy, USB. We were talking about US Bank Corp and some of these banks here. That thing is blasting to the upside here. So let's take a quick look at what is up with that one here. So USB, look at that grinding bid, kind of reverting the flush that we had off of the open there as well. So solid push on these banks, as again, XLF. Let's take a quick look at XLF. Strong bid on XLF as well. So a lot of this bank sector catching a bid, distinctly different from some of the banks that we bank earning reactions that we saw coming in on Monday, where everything kind of sold off. Yesterday, everything sold off, started to revert, and today, I guess the bid is caught on XLF as well. So I'm kind of watching a few of those bank stocks here as well. People, Peaceful Island saying KRE. Yeah, I'm sure KRE is also pushing as well.
Have a look at also, I almost said CoreWeave, but I meant Circle. Circle just now went right to 220. Oh, I was looking at Lucid maybe a little bit too much there. Circle went into 220 and just bounced heavy. And this is without, I'm not seeing anything strong, and like Bitcoin's not doing anything. I saw ETH is still relatively weak, but Circle catching a big bid off that 220 area that we liked. I like this entire range from 220 to 222. I don't mind stepping up because, like, look at the wall that kind of held that even dollars. I think you got something, what's the word? I would say the word constructive, but I kind of hate that, but it fits. Like, the market's making a bounce. This is going, let me just double check. I want to see what's happening over on ETH. I mean, it's just at the lows. AMD's trying to get back up. AMD breaks VWAP. I'm holding half for the highs, but it just cannot seem to get to the volume weighted average price. It broke 160 again and then just lost it again. So I trimmed a quarter. I might have to take some more out there. I might not pull the trigger on Circle chasing it if ETH is going to still be trending down. So I'm going to back off. Don't know why we have that much strength in Circle, because the ETH is going in the other direction. By the way, Lucid did catch that bid at 280. I don't know if you got into it, but it looks like that 280 is holding very, very well. I might jump back over into Lucid. Maybe should have been more aggressive.
Oh my God! Here we go. Dude, sellers on AMD are absolutely aggressive. So when it false broke that 160, I was like, all right, I definitely want a piece of this. Here, didn't really quite catch it on the 160 push, but we are kind of chopping around and churning. Like I said, a little bit of a dead cat bounce. Let's see if we can get through that day low. I already punched out earlier because I was like, oh boy, this is not looking too good. We ripped back to 160s. I get a little bit of FOMO, but I'm like, hold on. Wait for those guys to step right back in. We are still trading below that VWAP as well. Look at that market rip on the ES. Did we get a call? Okay. And
I'm just putting
NVIDIA is pushing back up. Nice, beautiful reversion there on NVIDIA coming in. Day low on AMD here is at 159.38. We're currently trading at 159.40, so that's where the bid has been coming in. Let's see if more of it can kind of come in right here. There it goes, breaking down 159. Hey yo, hello, can you please take me on the bid and take me out? Because I like to take profits a little bit early today because I am not really trusting this move because the market is ripping to the upside. AMD slamming down, maybe doing a bit of a reversion back into some of yesterday's levels. Maybe balancing out as well. We talk about finding potential mispricing, and I think that AMD might be exhibiting a little bit of that as of right now. But you can see that bid. When it does come in, it comes in with a little bit of aggression there as well. So where did we wick off of? NASDAQ lows, yeah, about a 50% retracement on that one there. So, oh boy, Neil, that's what I'm saying here.
Yeah, oh boy, for sure. Like that was a heavy, heavy retracement. The second I saw you were going in two different directions. Once we reclaimed that, it was about 95 or 59.75 or so for that quarter. I just jumped out because like NVIDIA to be going up the way that it is and AMD to have been losing that bid just did not make any sense to me. And I said, sometimes you got to shift. Like one thing is stronger than the other. Circle's still trying to hold on to that 220, but with ETH pushing down, I wanted to see it test a little bit tighter to the bottom. That's what I'm looking at. I know a lot of people want to talk about Bitcoin, but you let me know when that starts moving more than ETH. Like this is the reason I didn't jump into Circle. ETH just absolutely busted that support and is headed much, much lower. Maybe it is going to get down to this 25 3 level for a bit of a dip buy opportunity. But until this stabilizes, I don't want to be long in that Circle trade unless I see some stabilization come into this particular name. Let's see if we can't go back up to the desk. We've got Adara. And by the way, Tesla 320.
Archer Aviation on watch here, ACHR. This one, apparently the CEO of the company posting on X that the company is going to be accelerating the development of their cost down approaches for their current Midnight composites. Composites that allow them to, I guess, more rapidly develop their new aircraft variants. So yeah, keep in mind here, this post coming from the CEO of the company, it just seems like they're providing more color on a previous announcement that they made during their Q1 earnings call. So yeah, nothing brand new, but certainly this excitement here in this post from the CEO, pumping up the stock. I do want to mention as well, we do have some economic data at 10 a.m. for the first time in a while. We'll be getting the NAHB Housing Market Index, as well as the Fed's Kugler is supposed to be speaking, though I believe that might have already started. We're going to get business inventories as well. So a couple numbers to be aware of coming through at 10 a.m. Eastern. Back to you.
Wow, what a bounce.
Right here. Thank you very much. Yeah, what a bounce indeed. On Tesla, nice scalp there, Neil. I'm seeing that.
So here's the thing, though. Okay, so well, I said I wanted long in front of 320 in Tesla. I really didn't want to make it complicated. AMD stunk for me. Obviously, but at least Tesla makes it right back because it bounced. And sometimes you get really, really fortunate in that you pick a level. It did the exact move that you like to see. Broke 320 by a matter of pennies and then came right back through. I got a terrible fill long. Like you could be long at 320 and like 25 cents or something. You can see I wasn't even long till like 50s. Took some out at the first prior bar, and then took some out in the meat of this in front of VWAP at 322. If we're trending down and I'm taking a mean reversion trade, I play it into the volume weighted average price. That's just the plan of action on Tesla. But that's why we look at certain price levels. Sometimes they hold, sometimes they don't. That said, Obi, 280 on Lucid was the jam. You're now back through the volume weighted average price as that continues to run higher. If you're just tuning in now, Lucid partnership with Uber on autonomous. They also are going to be voting sometime in the future on a reverse split, doing tons of relative volume. And we also have a super chat in here. Oh, speaking of which, Trader Gibby on X made $1,300 on Lucid, trading the 250 call expires tomorrow from 160 to 1490 overnight. Congratulations. I got a key for that. Congratulations. I never have to waste any of my vocal cords saying or yelling congratulations because we have fantastic key for that. Great look and appreciate the super chat. Good luck with the rest of your trading for the rest of the day because the day is not over. I'm going to look for the next opportunity here in Tesla. Maybe it's another rinse into the same low, or we could always do a little V-shape, break it out over 322, hold a VWAP, and then I join the trend on the volume weighted average price.
All right, guys, so Beta Pro by Global X. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs. Featuring built-in FX hedging, this aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Oh boy, that 160 came right back in. So glad I kind of covered most of that into the flush right there. Like I said, I didn't really trust the selling just yet, but we were a little bit below VWAP, and we false broke that 160 in quite an aggressive manner. So I was like, all right, let me just take a quick scalp off of that one. Back in towards a VWAP right here. We talked about that VWAP being in and around 160.40s. The current local high right there is sitting at 160.37. This candle high right here. So I know it's a little difficult to see with some of the wick action going on here on my charts, but like I said, some of these charts can get wicky, but I'm always looking at multiple time frames as well. We're still kind of chopping and churning around that 160. Let's take a look at what was here yesterday to give us a little bit more direction. It seems like it might be starting to get going already, but AMD, oh boy, some of these chips might start to get going because the ES is pushing fresh highs on the day as of right now. The NASDAQ not quite there just yet, but you can see this 160, oh boy, that's a pre-market level as well. 160.44s is confluencing with that VWAP as of right now, so that's I like that. And then also you can see yesterday's highs at that 160.33. That's what we kind of talked about. So unless and until we can kind of get back above these levels, I'm seeing a lot of confluence as this level being, you know, a little bit of I wouldn't really call it resistance, but maybe we did pull back off of it and then turning into support around 160 halves. Coming in off of the open, holding as of right now as a bit of a resistance. You can see the nice little chop that we're getting all the way back down. Chop, 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 chop. So yeah, scalper's dream, range trader's dream if you're kind of down here, but maybe you're also accumulating because there's a lot of bottom wicks happening on that 159. That's also what I'm seeing. Let's see if we can make any sort of a solid structure break off of here. Yeah, sugar futures probably not going to move on my time frame when I'm trading here. Yes.
Sugar cookie.
Sugar cookies.
I'm contractually obligated. Unity. Y'all know Unity's up 11% because everyone's been yelling about it in the chat. So Unity is good. By the way, Obi, UNH lost 290.
Oh,
but,
okay.
Unity looking super strong. Continuation play.
Oh my God.
Why did I not like this one today? Don't have a good reason for it. We played it long yesterday. We didn't play it long today. And it's just a clean breakout. And when you look at the higher time frame on this, you got to go to a much higher time frame to get a really good perspective about Unity. There you go. On a monthly chart, what do you guys see? I see potential room to $40 here, 40 to 41, at least on terms of the monthly. On this kind of a time frame, maybe that doesn't help the day trade, but it just means when you have this overhead on the daily, you got nothing. There's a lot of room here. It put $4 or $5 in yesterday. I don't see why it can't do something similar. It's distinctly different in that it was giving you all kinds of time to get in the morning yesterday. It's not doing that at all. So I'd look for some kind of a sharp pullback and then try to play off that. So super strong move, and UNH broke the 290 level. UNH is okay. That's not the word I wanted. UNH is in trouble. If we're gonna use that's the way I should be saying this. UNH is in trouble here because everyone that bought this dip down in the 280 range for it to do absolutely nothing, and now it's losing the support that it made. This is a continuation short. And if this pops back into 290, I have to have it. But I'm looking at this. Obviously, I'm still trying to pick a circle and eyeballing Tesla as well. But UNH should be on. If you're looking for a short today, UNH seems like it should be on your radar. We're going to go to Dare in a quick second, but notably, Tesla just failed VWAP. So I'm still playing it by ear here. I'm either going long because it's holding above VWAP and breaking further, or I'm waiting for that low at 320 to come in again. Don't want to give up the profits. Like the market's breaking the top and Tesla's under VWAP. Maybe it's not what I think it is, but NVIDIA certainly seems like it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just keep an eye here on META. Wall Street Journal reporting that Meta directors and shareholders are settling their privacy suit before board members testify at the trial. Again, this is just a report from Wall Street Journal, yet to be confirmed. But it sounds like this privacy trial could actually end here, as apparently these board members and shareholders are settling this suit. Again, just a reminder, in about 7 minutes, we will get some economic data, NAHB housing market index and business inventories month over month. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying all the content. Back to you.
All right, guys. So I got something to show off to you guys here, and Fabian has made. I guess it's kind of like this. It's kind of like that the rundown counter there as well. I don't know what term we're using for it, but yeah, throw it up in the chat. $. And then the stock that you want to get mentioned right here. So far, we've got AMD, Unity, Open is leading the way here, Lucid up here as well, and then Archer as well. 14 mentions, 23 on Lucid, 27 on Open, 26 on Unity, and only 15 on AMD. Come on, guys. Let's see what we got. Let's see what the winners are going to be. You can see them kind of coming in right here as well. So you know what? I'm gonna do a fresh start. So keep on doing it. Let's see if we can kind of see what the new ones are. So we got Riot, Wint. They're starting to come in right here. All right, Riot in first place. SoFi, Nvidia, Amazon. What's the next chart that we're going to be looking at, guys? I'm going to let this run for the next couple of minutes, and then we're going to come back to it, and then the top stocks, the top 3 winners, we can take a look at some of those as well. So make sure you throw it up in the chat, and if you can't type in the chat, make sure you subscribe and hit that like button as well, because again, the team out here is putting in some good work. I'm just here, I'm just here filling in.
That work, Fabian.
Oh boy, what a reversion happening right here on TSM and a lot of these chips. I said earlier, ES was breaking out of its highs, and NASDAQ is kind of lagging behind, but oh boy, NASDAQ catching right up here, and we're seeing more and more of this happen where one of the futures kind of lags behind, the next one kind of pulls up a little bit later as well. So is that a little bit of a trade, Neil? I don't know. I think kind of reminds me of like sympathy moves, but I think there's a lot more going on there than meets the eye for sure. Nvidia taking a little bit of a pullback. Is this now the reversion of the reversion? I don't know. We'll have to find out.
The reversion of the reversion. I always love it when you say that, but if it does revert, I think when you buy up on negative news or a negative headline, that you want to think about the long. So if it does revert that move, whether it's VWAP or right in here, 172.5, where you had all kinds of, like that's where it rolled over in the pre-market. That makes a lot of sense to me. I just feel like you want to be looking for the long. I've said it before, it's just the amount of times that you look at NVIDIA and the AMD goes, or you look at AMD and NVIDIA goes, it's hilarious. Maybe sometimes when you're looking for the dip buy, it's just put half into one and half into the other. Because sometimes you pick, and it's like, you pick AMD, and NVIDIA does this because AMD was stronger yesterday. It could just be that's the case, and then we're shifting, but NVIDIA proves why it's the best. Tesla's still not holding above that volume-weighted average price. I'm not sure I'm going to get back into that one. It's just such a huge recovery. I can't really be thinking short when I think you got a lot of people offside. Anytime you rinse the pre-market lows like that for a V-shape right off the open, I'm always thinking long continuation, pretty much across the board. I doubt we even get the volume-weighted average price here. I'm just hoping that we can dip and maybe get some people out here, and then we can get in around at least the 72.5. But that might not even cooperate, and it could just be breakout city on NVIDIA.
Oh yeah,
I might just nibble.
Like, man.
Yeah, I might just nibble at the 133 and give it to the prior bar low because I want to be involved in this name. Tesla's not really doing anything. I do need to show you guys Circle. Well, I don't have to, but I'm going to show you guys Circle. Whoops, I just did not even type in Circle. It's now gone, so it doesn't even give you a chance off of the volume-weighted average price. It's just going. ETH did make that recovery, so it's bouncing after a bit of a drop. Circle feels like a continuation squeeze as well, but this one I'm not punching through the highs. It's a little early for the breakout trade. If you looked at the structure yesterday, you had some dips back into VWAP a couple times, and then it didn't go ham until the middle of the session when we got a catalyst. So I want to play pullbacks on Circle because that's what worked in spades in yesterday's trade.
Yeah, so okay, I got this. I'm going to show this once again, and we're going to come back to this in 2 minutes. Currently, it seems like the clear winner right now is AMD, coming in second with Open,
Really?
and then Lucid, BBI, and then Unity. So let's take a look at this once again at 10 o'clock, so in a couple of minutes. But yeah, Neil, I was looking for that reversion to come in potentially here on NVIDIA. I'm going to keep eyes on it as well. AMD got eyes on, finally kind of reclaiming above that VWAP, holding 60 with a little bit of distinction, but not really kind of past its opening, kind of this kind of structure high, VWAP kind of, I'm saying kind of a lot, 160.75s.
Are you though?
Am I though? I don't know, kinda. 173.44 is the day high, guys, and oh boy, we're chopping and churning and around here. What is that I see down there?
You're saying
bro. NVIDIA needs to chill, bro.
He's not even there.
He's not here. So this anchored VWAP, where are you coming from? I don't know. I don't know where this is coming from. I think this is from a couple days ago. Yeah, that gap up, oh boy. So that gap up comes in. This is why I got to watch my anchors a little bit closer. Shout out to Brian Shannon again for kind of making that indicator a little bit more known to the general public there, and yeah, working out pretty well when it does.
Great.
I think it does. There's a lot. I mean, I've been using it for the past year and a half, but it should be interesting. It is interesting the way it kind of comes in as well. We got numbers with Adara. We'll be right back. Don't forget.
We're going to get NAHB Housing Market Index and Business Inventories data, both of these exactly in line with estimates. So kind of not a huge deal here. NAHB Housing Market Index 33 versus 33 expected, and the previous number of 32. Business Inventories month over month, 0% versus the forecast of 0% and the prior print of 0%. Here's the NASDAQ, really rangy here, basically getting to pre-market lows and then bouncing right back up. We had better than expected retail sales data and initial jobless claims data. So good look across the board here for this market. Let's see if we can break out of this double top and into that 559 halves level, then into 560s. Be wary. I just saw a note here on ENOV. Apparently, Muddy Waters retweeting a short report on this name pushing to the downside. CRCL certainly not pushing to the downside. We know all of these stablecoin and crypto-related plays are on watch as we do wait for the House to continue voting on these crypto week-related bills. Let's see how these progresses. If I have any updates on those, of course, I will let you know. Then we've got Pepsi, one of many earnings names today. This one actually, one of the stronger names. We have Abbott Labs as well, ABT, GE, UAL, USB, and TSM, among others. But before we send you over to the guys, we have to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, and they give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned over 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Back to you.
What's hilarious is, by the way, when you were talking about Pepsi there, Adara, I already forget what their slogan is. That's how bad the slogan is, okay? That's what I like. It's a Bruno Mars song. Isn't it?
Yeah, it's something like that. It's like, that's what I like.
One of the Blue Jays for years had that as his walk-up music. That's why it's in my head. All right, NVIDIA broke away from the 173 level, so into the prior high, close above 173.5. Well, I mean, this is like 44, but let's just do 5 anyways. If it can close this bar above, I'm going to look for another place to add that isn't 173, but I think you're dip buying into this level. Well, I think you're. I am. I should always speak in that form. But it could just be doing a bit of a, they just sold it again through this 173.50 level. All right, you know what that means. Topping tail candle. Got to respect it. Give me mid-30s, give me mid-30s, give me mid-30s, give me mid-30s. Not going to give it to me. I'll just take the 30 instead. I got to respect when you're chasing this kind of a parabolic move with really, really tight stops, then I'm going to play inside of the range and look for the next opportunity. I don't like those topping tail candles in there, unfortunately. So it's more of a scalp trade up here, and then I'll wait for the volume-weighted average price like the previous plan was going to be on NVIDIA. But they bought it up after a negative open. I still want to be initially looking to the long side. Circle just blasted through 230. It doesn't seem like it wants to give you VWAP here. It's got a very nice, distinct trend to the upside going. And it's doing this without the benefit of a huge move up. Like ETH recovered and is only now getting to VWAP. Just reminding everybody, my plan for ETH was if it starts respecting the volume weighted average price, just go. So it hasn't done it yet, but once it's holding VWAP, it couldn't stop yesterday. So that's very, very simply, once we start holding VWAP, I'm going to be long on ETH.
Oh boy, Neil, while you were talking, it's funny that you said topping tail because I was staring down the
Oh, you're short there.
Yeah, I was staring it down and I punched short and you literally say, oh, topping tail like 5 seconds later. I'm like, oh boy.
Get out of here. That's awesome.
Yeah. But this is 2 days in a row. We kind of like, pass the baton like that.
We did that on Palantir yesterday.
Yeah. And I'm like, I mean, these are stocks in play. It's pushing all-time highs. I love the counter. We're going to check this, check the, we got to come up with a name with this race here, but AMD definitely won. We'll be right back checking out these stocks that you guys voted on, but let's see what's up with the news with Ladera.
META here at day's lows. I mentioned earlier, apparently that Wall Street Journal is reporting there was a bit of a settlement with this investor lawsuit. I'm seeing again, apparently the investors involved in the suit reported to the judge that the lawsuit has been resolved with company officials. That was the 5th day of the Delaware trial. It is worth noting the settlement details are not immediately known. So it seems like another report here suggesting that, in fact, there is a bit of a settlement here in this Delaware lawsuit. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content as we send you back over to NVIDIA.
173 is coming in, so consolidation lows. I've covered a lot of it, like because I know I'm counter trending right here. So let's go back to the chart a little bit here. That's where's the chart at? All right, so you can see, wow, nice little wiki mess here. Oh boy, there comes some selling back through that 73 here as of right now. Let's see if it'll come in and take me 73 hold. Let's see, that's that consolidation low if you're looking at it on a shorter time frame, like a 1 minute, but I'm looking at it at 3 minutes, so because I want to kind of shake out some of that noise on the stock as well. So going back to what you guys wanted to look at, let's take a quick gander at that one here. Where's that list? All right, so AMD is the winner with 59 mentions. Big Bear AI, okay, so that did catch up. And then we got Open, Lucid, and Unity. So let's go over these 3 names, Neil. AMD, BBAI, and Open. AMD already took a couple of shots on that one. That's pulling in with the rest of the chips as of right now. We talk about that 160 half area potentially being a little bit of a level, both support and a resistance that we've seen from yesterday and today. And it's kind of holding the chopping around that VWAP. So I don't know if it's ready just yet, but that NVIDIA pullback is definitely helping us as well on that one. So AMD, we can do a little bit more of a deeper kind of look at it because you guys did pick it as one of the top ones as through your votes. So look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Strong grind up yesterday. This was absolutely beautiful. Look at how that grind comes up when we finally break all of this chop. A little bit of a downtrend, lower highs and a lower lows coming in. Sure, you can use, you can use that high, you can use that high, you can have that. It doesn't matter. Just get the general gist of lower highs and higher highs, and you can see when that finally kind of starts to break, you can see that price start to catch a little bit of a push with expanding volume into the close, and we're holding those levels as of right now, which is a little significant to me. So here's the thing I'm looking at, Neil, because we're observing this kind of price action. Oh boy, I should have held a lot more of NVIDIA. That is definitely my fault here, but you know what? It is what it is. Where's the next trade? But what I'm saying for this kind of action, we've been seeing that leg consolidation leg. So maybe today is just a consolidation day where we're kind of gonna chop around this key area around 160s, and tomorrow at the end of the week we might have a strong close. Let's see what the weekly is looking at on AMD before I pass it to Neil to take a look at some of those other stocks that you guys also voted on. I think it was BBAI and Open as well. So you can see beautiful push on AMD. Break of this higher time frame downtrend on the weekly chart as well, maybe holding some prior levels as well on as a support. But bigger picture, even though that trend is expanding, we're starting to see higher highs and higher lows as well. So can we get back up to these 227.30 all-time highs on AMD? I don't know, but if this bid and this trend continues to push, I think that we are well within range of doing all of that. Wow, I think I covered everything on video. That's okay. Where's the next trade? And don't forget, guys, Studio 8.
Ooh.
That's coming in as well. So if you guys know, we've been doing some renovations, and this is the 8th iteration of the studio. Yeah, it's not like we got screens in the back being like, okay, part of the construction. Pardon the construction over there, but yeah, no, you can see the floor in the back is gone as well. That beautiful wall is all colored now, and there's some interesting stuff that's going to be happening here. So hopefully you guys are still sticking around for some of that. The whole show is changing the game.
Everything's getting bigger and better. There's a lot. Like, it's not just the look that's going to change. We're going to the feel of the show is just going to improve. I think our ability to deliver and discuss more stories and more stocks real time is going to change. You're going to see all that happen when we get this done. But you guys also wanted BBAI, and BBAI is on a tear. This is a recovery bounce for BBAI. It didn't quite get to $5 on that pullback. It ends up bouncing off 6. So, I mean, game on. If you're Canadian, you know, when someone drives a car down the street and you're playing street hockey, pull the nets off the street and then game back on. So you pull the nets off the street as it pulls back a couple bucks. The game's back on here in BBAI. Now the $8 level needs to bust through. That's where it halted the last move, by rejecting 8 on a daily. So yeah, you want to close above $8, but there's the way that it did that rejection was so incredibly clean. Like, resistance, failed breakout, resistance. So in a short term, if you can break 810, you might have a bit of a scalp trade into that high. Let me just go back over. I want to make sure we mention that one to you. Tesla resumed the trend. Like, you could play this a million ways. Obviously, you could have held along. It was so close to coming back in to the 320. Like, that's a real wick when it broke 321, but just not quite enough on the low to get me long. Then it broke out. Missed the breakout here. I can cancel that order. Missed the breakout, tried to get the dip into the prior high at 322.5, ended up just taking the 323 through, and I won it to the high of the day as it just spiked into the high. Ooh, whoa. First, speak later. So when I said whoa just there, that was a 24 break that was met with like instant high of the day sellers. And when I say the high, I mean the high in the pre-market. So again, station to station on Tesla, did miss the better fills down at the 22 and had to take the 23. But you can tell over this 320, there's a lot of buyers. I think a 325 break comes into play for us as well as an opportunity to go long again. I'm going to go to a 30-minute just so you can see a little bit more of this price action here. I like the 15, but I wanted to show you guys a 30. There we go. Because if we do break out this 325, that's right in here. I think you got 25 to, now it just zooms out more. You got 25 to the 28 to 30 range as the next stair step up. So either we're dipping back in to VWAP or breaking out that 325. I'm only looking long on Tesla now that selling at 320 is done with the last couple of sessions, and I'm playing it station to station. I'm jumping in and jumping out as quickly as I can for those scalp trades. So far, so good here on TSLA.
Yes, sir. Talking about scalp trades, Neil, we got another push down on that AMD below that VWAP, and I was like, oh boy, I want to take a piece off of that one right there. But coming back into those consolidation lows, like I said, might be poised to make some higher highs as well. So yeah, all it was a scalp. I kind of want to just leave it at that. Market taking a little bit of a wick down as well, so got to be wary of that one. And you know what? If we're going to get back through 160 like that, I'm going to be patient and wait for the next trade. Where is the next trade? Oh boy, NVIDIA is pushing right back up again as well past that 173. And oh boy, I hope you guys are having fun, because I definitely am. This market is absolutely wild. And Circle, is that a break-in trend? No, I said I wasn't going to do it, Neil. I said I wasn't going to do it. It looks so tempting.
You're not shorting Circle? I'll tell you right now, no trend breaks worked on this thing until very, very late in the day.
I know. That was yesterday, but guess what? Everybody's probably thinking that as well. They're like, okay, you know, I don't want to necessarily, I don't know, because the thing is, like, I like the chop. I like the kind of healthy price action. If something's grinding up, I'm just like, all right, well, it's clearly imbalanced to the buy side here. But let's go take a quick look at Circle, and you can see, yeah, not really a trend break. You're right. It's not really pushing with any sort of significance in terms of selling as well. Pre-market highs coming in at 234s, and I did say, Neil, I said I wanted to get long on Circle, and I don't really want to look for the short unless and until we somehow get back below this 215. 215 halves, or we get some sort of strong push into the highs, maybe some capitulatory
what might be
action
better?
as well.
The Coinbase super app apparently is something that people are very interested in because Coinbase wants to be what's WeChat, whatever that is, the one in China. That's what they want to do, and the market likes it. You had to sit out a bit of a rinse, but now it's gone, like Tony G sometimes says when someone gets knocked out at the poker table. He's a character. This is really running. Oh, why can't Circle do this? Breaking through 235. That would be fantastic. But Coinbase up 4 points and going absolutely nuts at 400 level. It's come, it's gone.
Oh my God.
If you see me looking up every now and then, I'm just keeping an eye on Tesla to look for my next entry in that, and then Circle and Nvidia as well. But this is 420 seems like an almost guarantee here. And as that's happening, maybe there's like a sympathy break going to happen on Circle as Coinbase goes. And by the way, for Coinbase, it's kind of a blue sky setup. It's not like there are levels up there. Some people like to use like fibs and I don't know, all kinds of other indicators when you have a stock which is going that strongly. But it is actually Coinbase that is the strongest. It's not even a Bitcoin story. The Bitcoin's at 118.5. Whoops, that's Blue Ocean, which is always first on the drop down. Shout out to Blue Ocean, the overnight markets. Special things happened yesterday to my favorite Blue Ocean trader. I'll get to that a little bit later on in the session. Bitcoin is now starting to consolidate and go, but we're only at 118.3. ETH is having a solid move, but it's just respecting VWAP. Oh, I like that. I'm going to get into a little bit of ETH here before Circle. Usually I pick one or the other, but you're holding VWAP pretty cleanly. And so if I can get this right at the volume weighted average price for a tight stop, I'm going to go ahead and do that on ETH, which that was weird. It was at 87. I put a bid at 84 and it insta-filled. Generally speaking, you really don't want that.
You don't
to
want
happen.
the insta-fill.
But
when something's that liquid, I think it's,
if you're bidding underneath, because it's a 1 cent spread. Here, let me just explain that for a quick little second. So if it's a 1 cent spread and looks like this, and you bid, it'd be the equivalent of bidding 82s right now, and the second you put the order in, it fills you at 82 when it's up here. That's just what happened. Anyways, I'm long at 84. I'm going to get out if this breaks 80 because I'm not sure I love the way that filled. I'm going to take that Circle break if it happens. Tesla, still not sure what the next entry is going to be because it can't get to VWAP. But let's find out what's going on up at the desk with Adara.
Here is the NASDAQ on watch here as Donald Trump posted Truth Social, seemingly addressed to Jerome Powell. It says, quotations, too late, : great numbers just out, lower the rate, 3 exclamation points, all caps, DJT. So yeah, Donald Trump once again calling here on Fed Chair Jerome Powell to lower the rate. Worth noting this pressure going to continue. This is the first story we've heard about this today, so we're going to have to wait and see. But if you recall, yesterday was pretty big in terms of tensions here with Trump and Powell. Back to you.
Yeah, that thing's just
thank you very much. Yeah, no, AMD kind of backed down to its consolidation low. So yeah, we'd be taking those scalps underneath that VWAP over and over again until it stops working. I like that. But oh boy, there are some stocks in this market, Neil, which are pushing aggressively to the upside. And now I kind of went through some of the volume leaders here and ones that stood out right away. Big Bear AI coming in at $8.14. Now I think if I remember correctly, this was also the second most mentioned name on the list there. So yeah, oh boy, indeed, as it holds quite well and breaking past some of these prior levels here. We know that we went up to a high of $8.72 just last Tuesday, and that's coming in as of right now as well. Only about I guess still a while away. How far is that? That's about okay. That's 7.5% away. I don't know if we're going to see that on the day today, but well within range of what it can do going into the end of the week. Strong grinding trend on Big Bear AI. Coin as well, looking kind of similar here. And oh boy, Neil, is this something I gotta get involved with? Obviously, it's not showing me anything right now, but when and if it does, I will definitely like to get involved. I don't have an EMA on this one just right now, but it is very clearly holding multiple indicators of trend on Coinbase. Aggressive push to the upside, expanding volume as well.
It's not
nothing capitulatory just yet.
It's not just coin, right? Because you've got some other names that are going Robinhood up 3% and churning higher. It just seems like you're getting a big buy program. We already mentioned Circle, but that's more directly stable coin. Coin and Hood probably a little bit more connected. So all-time highs for Robinhood and just continuing to press. Obviously, Coinbase making a very, very similar move. It's really interesting that, you know, we saw a little bit of this yesterday too. Like, it's not like I'm in ETH because it's holding VWAP, and that's what I liked yesterday. But you're not actually seeing Bitcoin or ETH do a heck of a lot. Bounce off the lows, but the program buy is in some other names. I mean, Circle's not even doing as well as these. What I would be concerned about, though, is if Coin is leading the group and it pulls back like this, that's exactly where you could find the curl. Like, one leading the market, and that's another reason why I had a tight stop on ETH. Like, I don't mind playing this where, you know, first profit take is 1-to-1 to scalp inside of the range, but when the low is 2% down from where you're trading it, very, very tight stop. I don't mind taking a tight stop out on something which could flush on me, especially when I see Coin flying the way it is, Hood flying the way it is. Like, I want to join the continuation play, but I can get into that trade anytime I want to at VWAP. I got to eyeball what's happening in Coin. And speaking of what's happening in other places, yo, that seller at the selling that was immediately visible above 324, yeah, let's just say on Tesla, that really won. I thought there'd be some play here at VWAP. Forget about it. This is why I'm going one and done. I feel like this market recently is just so much better when you just take the get in, get out, wait for the next thing to set up, get in, get out, wait for the next thing to set up, because we're getting so much whipsaw action and reversion from the top to the bottom. And I don't want to be flipping around like long to short and all that nonsense, but certainly taking your profits while you can. I mean, look at Tesla. We were just cruising to a potential breakout, and now we're like a couple of bucks lower and through VWAP. So patience seems like the name of the game. Let's go to Adara.
Sure.
Here's the IWM just pulling back pretty aggressively, but this had a great push off the open. Now, of course, the IWM is considered more, or I guess small caps in general are considered more rate sensitive, so they are always in watch when we get economic numbers. And as mentioned a couple times now, we did get better than expected retail sales data this morning. Now, in terms of the 10 a.m. numbers, as mentioned, they were both literally exactly in line with expectations. That was less significant. But either way, it is worth noting always with these small caps and the IWM, think about if there is any economic data potentially that could be of note. Here's Paladine, PDYN, Paladine AI. This name's pretty closely watched by retail traders as far as I'm aware. It is worth noting, apparently this morning they were circulating rumors that a popular newsletter bought the stock. It's all very vague and I couldn't find anything to support that. But either way, PDYN to the upside. MRKR actually just pulled back a little bit, unfortunately, but Marker Therapeutics was on watch. Pretty decent float, I believe about a 7.8 million share float, $23 million market cap. Couldn't find much on them, but they have run in the past. Also, another name that's run in the past year, Luminar Technologies, LAZR. This is a LiDAR-related play, 22% short float, and certainly a sector that's been on watch as of late. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to the guys.
No, you're right.
So, wow. I mean, that pullback on Coin from that high. I guess if you were looking at 415 instead of 420, congratulations. But Unity just keeps going and going and going. It is like the Energizer Bunny and looks absolutely fantastic. 13%, it's squeezing. That's the best way to think about it. What's going on in the overall market, you know, when something's bullish, you love to see when the market pulls back into VWAP, that little buy off VWAP breaks a stock out. So it just doesn't even care at this particular point. So, you know, if we get into any kind of a real big down push in the market, I think this is a place that you want to be able to go to over in Unity. I'm still going to have eyes on Tesla, obviously, but I wanted to go over to, as Coinbase was breaking down, Circle's just consolidating in here. And I was amped to sort of take this break of the high, which is just above. I'm crossed pretty far there. Yeah, I just realized how aggressive my order was. you don't have, the Circle has a big spread, but you don't have to cross it by $1 or anything like that. Like, that's a little bit too aggressive. I'm just going to move my order to a little bit better across. I don't need to be super, super aggressive crossing up $1. If we break this consolidation up, I'm going to go long into the high on Circle. Just a quick in and out. I want that scalp trade if we can get it. That quick in and out trade is going to be the name of the game for me. One name that we have not talked about, we've tried to cover almost everything that is moving. You know, a lot of people put this one in the chat. NEO on the warpath, up 7% today. NEO, other than being EV names, it has nothing in common with Lucid, except for the fact that it had a very obvious consolidated bottom that's broken away from. The other thing it's done is broken away from 420. So I think this one's got some legs here. This was the chop zone that I would have expected you'd have chop from 20 into 440, and that's just not happening. It's really just continuing to churn through that like nothing's a problem. That said, it's not on my radar to trade. If I go back to an EV name, it's going to be Tesla or potentially Lucid. I just want those to settle down, especially Tesla. I think sometimes it's fortunate. You're staring down the tape at the right time and you happen to see something and it ends up being important. But let's go back over to my man, Obi.
Yes, sir, guys. So Trade the Pool. With Trade the Pool's swing trading programs, you can get access to up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk thanks to a one-time evaluation fee. No monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vincent, for example, one of Trade the Pool's swing traders. He's already locked in $23,000 in profits. His top performer, NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in a $6,777 gain. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off. Oh boy, that NVIDIA reversion to VWAP is coming in a little bit nicely, but kind of strong chop here as the market settles down after its morning shake and bake. We'll be right back. Let's see what Adair is up to.
Right now, here we're going to take a look at PM and MO. These are both names in that like tobacco cigarette space. Wall Street Journal reporting that the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, has approved dual electronic cigarettes for sale. So that could be a bit of a rough look if these e-cigarettes are being approved for sale for some of these traditional tobacco companies. MO and PM, so Altria and Philip Morris, both pushing lower on this. For the record, Philip Morris actually reporting earnings next week as well. Back to you.
Yeah.
Philip Morris,
clean.
a name that not everyone loves to invest in, but to each their own. That's certainly part of the game. UNH, again, we talked about how this one was a miss through the 290 level, but you've always got to just move on to the next trade. United Health has done absolutely nothing since cratering back in May and doing what it was a good bounce if you got the absolute little circle just broke. Let me get my stop order in and then I can finish my thoughts here. The circle just broke the, you know what, I'll come back to UNH in a second. I'm short UNH off the volume weighted average price, as you can see there. My stop is going to be up at the top, obviously, and if it breaks 288, I'll just jump out of the trade on UNH. But Circle just broke out that high. First stop is the first buck. Remember, I'm just playing it into this high. Like if we get to 240, I am gonzo. So I want something above the 36 if we can even get that. And then I'm definitely getting out into 240. Like it's just a clean breakout trade. I don't even want to give it that much room because the buy support is at 230. So I feel like I can take the break, get out quickly if it doesn't work, and then jump back in at about 230. That's the plan of action on Circle. Now I can take, we'll take a breath, go back over to UNH. UNH, a continuation play to the south side after it broke 290. Showed you guys the weakness on that daily chart. If we break VWAP, simple. I'm out if we break the volume weighted average price on UNH. I do like this one south side, but I also will, no matter what happens on UNH, this was a miss because we should have had that 290 break. It was such an obvious one, Obi. I know a lot of traders that were looking at that specific entry. I'm trying to get some out here. What I like to call, it's not first support, but it kind of is. And then play it back into 85. That's too much of a bottoming tail candle to give it too much room lower.
Yeah, Neil, I'm looking at this 173 here on NVIDIA. I kind of flipped the push there. I was in the short, and then it holds that VWAP pretty well. It starts to push. I'm like, all right, maybe we're poised to test the high of the range now. A little late on the entry for sure, but let's see if we can push that 73 with any sort of distinction. We're getting that market tailwind as well with that wick up on this 15-minute candle, as you can see here on the NASDAQ. Let's see if NVIDIA can follow through. Range high coming in at 73.09. So again, not really too excited about this one because I mean, I like my counter trades, but if it's going to show me that we might be holding for a little bit, I have no issues, flipping the script and kind of, just going the other way and maybe reverting the reversion that I was trying to revert earlier. So, reverse deception. Yes, there you go. Thank you, Darren. So 192, 192. Yes, no.
You're not going to take. I'm pretty sure I coined reverse deception there, but yeah, reversion of the reversion of the reversion of the.
I mean, she's not wrong. She's not wrong.
What was that word?
Reverse deception. I'm so bad at this.
If you can't even say it, I'm just, anyways.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, you didn't make it up if you can't say it. Get it, Adara. Get it, Adara.
Still holding this consolidation. I mean,
twice.
look, that NASDAQ candle just went green to red. How much time is left for this 50-minute candle to print? 12 seconds.
Red to green, you mean?
Sorry, red to green. Yeah, red to green. And 12 seconds left to print. So yeah, a little bit of a push down and then a rip right back up. Absolutely beautiful. So it seems like we're going to be continuing to print some green candles on the day today. But I'm being patient with this NVIDIA push. And perhaps, again, this consolidation, if it's going to take too long, I'm more than willing to get out and then look for the next trade. Can we hold this 173s? I got no idea, but this market's coming in quite well, Neil, holding some of those lows from earlier.
And sort of as I was talking about there with that circle, it was going to be a scalp breakout trade. If it immediately loses the break level, then I'm just going to jump out of it and wait for the next opportunity, whether it's even in the afternoon, you had 230 in here. Whoops. So we're either waiting for 230 or maybe the volume weighted average price. As I said, everything's going to be very, very quick, hopefully. And we're going to look to see if we can't get that next trade. Doesn't look like it's going to be Tesla. UNH is holding pretty well. But I got to go. We're going to go back to it there in a second. But we have to do something first because long this, we got to super chat, everybody. Beers on Sean today. He loves some BBAI. I don't know if from Beantown he's watching what's going on with BBAI, but it's back on the warpath. That $8 level that's so key is trying to pull back in. So thank you very much. Long this, I'm assuming you are long this stock as you are happy about it. So appreciate it, long this. Show him some love in the chat there, everybody. Let's go over to Adara.
Keep an eye here on the market. Yesterday, of course, one of the biggest hullabaloos in the market was whether or not Donald Trump was interested in imminently firing Fed Chair Powell. Trump himself said he wasn't interested in doing that, though he still wasn't a fan of Powell's performance. Well, now we actually have Russell Voigt coming out here. That is the leader of, I guess, the budget here for the White House. And he apparently said that Trump has indicated he's not going to fire Powell. So just be aware here. Apparently, Trump has indicated he's unlikely to fire Powell. Just once again, more people saying, I guess, repeating this comment. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I called a little bit of fugazi yesterday, and I was like, oh, this is smelling like a taco trade. But again, it was kind of it seemed really tailored, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. What do I know? Purposes behind that tailoring, I got a little bit, maybe perhaps a little bit more insight by some players on X last night, which I know for a fact are much better than I am. But yeah. Interesting action, a lot to learn from in this market. We were just saying this market is absolutely wild and crazy, and I am very, very glad and thankful to be kind of learning in this environment and growing as a trader in this kind of environment. because it's just absolutely beautiful. The kind of opportunities that we're being presented with, it's absolutely crazy. Yes, Sharif, it's absolutely crazy, I think. And there goes the futures. There's that buying coming right back in. We saw it at the end of the last candle. We're breaking that prior candle high now. Let's see if we can break fresh highs on the NASDAQ and the trading session on NASDAQ. 173, I'm watching you, NVIDIA. Are you going to pop that 173.10? That's that consolidation range high right now. That's in and around right here. Boom. Let's see if we can kind of push into that and take us a little bit further. 173.64 is the day high, Neil.
Yeah, look, there's another name that I think I know you mentioned, and Pepsi is not normally the kind of stock that will do this, but a lot of times what will end up happening is you'll just get an old company which has been beaten up for quite some time, and then at the slightest sign of strength, you get a great breakout on Pepsi. It seems to really want this 200 period moving average, and I was like, yeah, whatever, Pepsi doesn't move like that, it's not gonna get there today. I was wrong about that. It actually has an outside shot to continue this and get there. And if you're watching the structure of it, from the open, it bounced off VWAP at the open, it held VWAP, so I think you've got something that you can lean into as long as it holds above that volume-weighted average price. I think it looks pretty good over there. What is very interesting to me, and I just saw in the chat someone mentioning SBET has really lost the bid here.
So
like this is a risk of these custody names. Like if all you're doing is like a crypto custody thing, you can absolutely flush when nothing is going crazy in the underlying. And that's sort of the problem with these. They're pure momentum, but they're going to be momentum obviously bigger than the underlying. But it does have a bid here at 34, which is interesting because at 11:55, look at what happened right at VWAP. Whoops, you're not even on my, I didn't realize it's not even on my chart, guys.
What's happening?
I don't know how long I was talking about this without you guys seeing, so I'll just reiterate. SBET is literally bouncing off a double bottom at the exact price where it broke out in the middle of the day at noon. So it broke out hard from here. So I think that turns this into a bit of a breakout long. Again, apologies if you guys didn't see SBET for most of that, but this looks very, very strong off the double bottom. When in doubt, I think you want to zoom out and make sure you look for those key price levels. So and also worth keeping in mind, the stock can do anything and it shouldn't surprise you. Like if it loses that bid and halts down, it wouldn't surprise me. So you trade this kind of a thing with stops. If we can't hold that double bottom, you could be in a world of hurt. It plays in both directions, everybody. So make sure you're zooming out and observing the chart from multiple time frames so you get a real sense of what the stock can do, but also what it has been doing. Great double bottom there on SBET. I'm still wanting to get back into Circle. This is about as quiet as I've seen Circle. Long consolidation off this 230 with the market going here. Usually this is a little bit, has a little more continuation pep in it, but it's done this before. Like you wait for it to make the next move. Maybe it'll be a hammer down and retrace, and then you take the breakout. But I'm eyeballing Circle for something like that. Hammer down into VWAP, quick little retracement long, or if it rinses people out, I just take the re-break through that 24 or 34, 35 area. And I think that's going to be the next trade for me, unless Tesla starts to look a little bit more constructive. Nice higher lows on Tesla, but I wanted 320. I didn't get 320 a second time, which means I'm waiting for it to reestablish the volume-weighted average price. So kind of the same names I'm watching here. Still UNH short under VWAP, and of course Circle and Tesla on my mind. I don't think Circle can consolidate this long. Makes no sense.
Yeah, I think the longer that consolidation happens, the more of like a wind up and everything. I think building that pressure as of right now, and who knows when it'll pop. But the market is popping right now after building that pressure in the morning, off of the morning. It's still the morning session. It's been about an hour and 37, an hour off of the open, hour and 7 minutes off of the open, and yeah. pretty strong market here. We got a little bit of a shake and bake coming in off the open, but we finally caught a bit of a bid as well. The NASDAQ much stronger than the ES. Now ES taking a little bit of a pullback, and NVIDIA still consolidating right here on top of this this consolidation that we've been having on VWAP from 10:06 now, so about 25 or 30 minutes roughly that we've been consolidating in and around this 173 mark. Again, day high coming in at 173.64 all the way up here. I got to get rid of this wick because I'm not necessarily looking at this chart as much, but I see it. I'm more, if you guys notice, I look at my book and my tape almost exclusively, to be honest. And sometimes I'll be looking at a chart as well. I'm more trading off of the book, the level 1, the level 2, and the tape, the time and sales that you guys see as well. So if you guys want to know, NVIDIA right here, we can pull that up on the book. So this is what I'm staring at right here. So the book, the order book, and the tape as well. I got to see how the rainbow is printing and see if it'll give me any sort of a lucky charms on the way up or down as well. So 173, nice little chip chop happening on NVIDIA right now. Hello. Hold on. I got to know what she's buying. Yo, what's up? Ooh. Oh, you're selling. Damn, what are you selling? Dude, why are you always on the left side of the V? I don't get it. I don't understand. Maybe, you know what? Maybe you're the ultimate mean reverter.
That is cold-blooded.
I have no idea. But from what I've noticed, you're always on the left side of the V. I'm trying to learn how to get on the right side, so I don't know who you are. Bye-bye.
That was cold-blooded. It was. I'm just saying.
Oh boy. Let's see if
that was just mean, Obi. Nah, I love it.
Oh, no.
That's absolutely
You've
hilarious.
been blowing up my phone.
It's kind of true, but she owns a bunch of Unity.
Oh, does she? Okay.
Unity is all right. I have to double check. I don't actually know what it's. I'm pretty sure it's in the top 10 of the holdings, but I'm not entirely sure how big it is. I'd have to check it out. But I agree with K-Dubs in the chat. That deserves the like right there. So if you haven't, hit the like, hit the subscribe. That was absolutely. I don't care whether you like. I don't care whether you like her or not, or what your opinion might be. We can all have different opinions. But I'm sure she's smiling about Unity. That's all I'm going to say, because that's one of the bigger holdings.
She's got some good positions in her portfolio.
The thing I respect is the level of transparency. Like, I think it's a little bit over trading, but the level of transparency where you'll say, this is where we bought more of this is our price, and this is the reason why. And you can see that updated on a daily basis, which is pretty cool. That's the thing. Like, you have to be willing to take your shot. This is where I'm getting in. This is what I like about it for continuation. But if it does that, I'm getting out. And then you stick to your word. And true to Anthony's word, when she likes something, she just keeps on doubling down on it. Like her price in Unity was so good that I can't even believe it was real. Because I'm like, haven't you liked it from like 70% ago?
But what's her price on Unity?
It was under $30, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out how that's possible based on Unity's monthly chart. Pull up a monthly chart; it just didn't make any sense.
Okay, all right.
Oh, here we go. Ian Respeto. Hey Neil, does Dylon spit hot fire? You better believe he spits hot fire. Because the 5 greatest rappers of all time are Dylon, and Dylon. Because he spits hot fire.
Boy.
And that's, look, all day Chappelle show. The best skit, but...
He needs to have a freestyle battle with Super Hot Fire.
Yeah, but he's not a rapper, though.
But he's not a rapper, But he's not a rapper. Yeah.
But the market looks very good, Obi.
Oh yeah, it's looking nice. But Nvidia chopping around. I'm watching these large caps, not really doing too much just yet. But let's see what the rest of the sectors are doing.
I neglect to report that the rest of the sectors are not doing very much, guys. We do have a lot of choppy action, I would say, across the board. There's a couple sectors that are pretty directional. Pepsi trying to lead consumer durables to the upside, along Coca-Cola, which apparently will be using sugarcane going forward, according to a Trump Truth Social post. There's some strength as well in producer manufacturing. There's weakness, on the other hand, in health services. Distribution also pretty weak. But everything else, like I said, pretty mixed here. Transportation. We've got DoorDash, Uber to the downside, but CSX is going to be up. Finance, pretty choppy here. Electronic technology, choppy. Technology services, pretty choppy as well. Retail trade, pretty flat. So it's really hard to find a clear direction, I would say, in this market today. A lot of these sectors actually not doing much of anything. So bit of a mixed look on this sector board for that's the long and short of it. Back to you.
I did not say no, I did not say that, Conrad Clark. Absolutely not. But wow, SBET. Wow. It's starting to get onto one. I just got to look back over what's going on here. ETH. Oh, of course I made the bottoming tail wick on ETH. Sometimes it just happens, but it's not really moving that much. So I feel like I should be able to get back into this if it retests VWAP.
There goes the futures.
Because the market just broke it back out again. Circle's not going. I don't know what's up with this
Bitcoin.
thing. It's just not today. Like Circle's still reverting back in. So I did one breakout with a tight stop, and I guess we're waiting for it to come back in. Bitcoin's going. ETH is trying to go. SBET is going. Coinbase, Coinbase is back to the upside here. So this could be an opportunity. Might be an opportunity. It doesn't make any sense to me that you'd have everything else go and Circle doesn't eventually make a move. So I want to look to revert this if we can bounce off the volume weighted average price over on Circle. NVIDIA is now no longer doing much of anything. Really,
I'm going to look away.
it's SBET that's going. Douglas Bunny, you red or green for the day? I'm slightly up because of Tesla. It's just that simple because Tesla's been Tesla. Like, it gave you 2 trades on Tesla. I'm not even seeing anything. Like, look how it's only clean at the top. Like, even this entry is not even that great. Like, it just happened to work out. Like, the 320, or if you shorted the high. It's almost like this market every now and then just goes into this, or some stocks, I should say, not this market, but stocks recently, just go into this range-bound trade where your best trade is to just wait for the low, the test of the high, revert both of them, and then move on to the next. But in terms of volume right now and where the action might be, SBET, this holdover VWAP structurally looks pretty good too, because it hasn't gotten all the way back to the highs, which I would argue yesterday's high in the open at 39 would be the next stop. Great double bottom, higher low here off VWAP would be a good structured bounce where you can come back into the 39 level. So I might, if Circle doesn't do anything, I might just have to throw SBET up here for the crypto-related play, I suppose, because it's not like a pure play over there in SBET. Let me know what else you guys are trading. Top VoIP says, look at how tight GME has been the last little bit. It wouldn't surprise me if this hasn't been moving that much, because so many things, exactly what I was just talking about. Like, give me a break. Like, you just wait for it to get into support, buy the support, hold it to resistance. Like, it's ridiculous. So GME, whether it's GME or I was just pointing out Tesla doing the same thing, it's just that kind of market, like hit it and quit it type of game instead of holding on to something forever. It just doesn't seem like that's the play. Grunfield wants QS. I don't mind scanning things because I'm looking for the next opportunity with only 15 minutes to go. QuantumScape, ooh, that's a good squeeze. What's the short float these days on QuantumScape? I'm going to look it up myself. I asked you guys, but if you guys can answer faster than I can look it up, that'd be fantastic. I see
you can get it much faster.
16% short float. And that's not as big as I expected. I thought this thing was going to be a heck of a lot higher than that. So, but 18% looking pretty impressive. I know they had some news a while back. I don't know if there's a scanner, if there's anything that's popping up today for news on QS. I do see something from a few weeks ago, but yeah, I don't see anything for today on QuantumScape why it's up 18%. I would like to, this seems like it's got to be news-based, but nothing's popping up on the wire. I don't like trading blind. So when I don't know, I just say I don't know what's going on with it, but I do love this as a squeeze play. It's kind of weird that it would be up this much on such a strong press after consolidating. It could just be technical, Obi. Sometimes,
it is.
Sometimes you just consolidate like this, you break a double top, and it's just purely technical because it's a squeeze play. But I still want to maybe go on to X or something, see if I can find what might be going on here with QS.
Yeah, Douglas in the chat, Douglas Bundy asking, Obi, green or red? Well, guys, it's not easy being green, but yes, Thankfully, today a little bit lucky there. Taking some scalps. I mean, you guys have been here along the whole way. Not too many red trades. I'm taking quick scalps, right? So I think that's a little bit more directional. I'm not really seeing any sort of like level to levels right here. Nice little range consolidations. So yeah, it's like quick stuff. I like that stuff a lot. But I get into a little bit of a trouble when I'm starting to while I'm trying to play things that are level to level as well. So again, something that I'm working on. You guys can see some of that with the reversions I try to take, kind of bringing them back into I guess the mean levels as well. But again, price action can be a little bit meaner sometimes and not really do it as cleanly. You can see Nvidia finally trying to push. You can see the Nasdaq as well. Oh boy, that's pushing pretty aggressively. So some fresh highs here on the Nasdaq. And the question I asked Neil is, which one of these market leaders is the one that is leading this run? So right away, Amazon? Microsoft is out of what I see, Microsoft is the strongest one out of all of them, followed by Nvidia, of course, kind of trading a little bit higher, gapping up and pushing. Google as well. We got that flush, aggressive selling coming in off of the open, and then reverted that push pretty decently as well. So showing some buying on that one there. But we'll be right back from Adara.
Yeah, I'll just talk here about QS. I couldn't find anything on QuantumScape. Nice continued push to the upside. Lots of excitement on social media. People have been following this name. I guess they've been playing it for a breakout. It's an almost 18% short float, market cap around $7.4 billion. So this is certainly a name on watch. And we're also, while we're here, we're going to do this Money Talk segment. Here's the US dollar on the daily chart. And I mean, as I mentioned, this downtrend, we're basically breaking out of it. I would still like to see us make that break and hold above that 99.40 area. That would be the previous level of resistance or the most recent lower high. As of right now, we've tried twice to break out 99s and we can't do that. Let's see if either later today or tomorrow is the charm and we decisively break out of that key resistance level. Now, one of the biggest talks in terms of economic data and this market, other than these PPI and CPI prints that we had over the last few days, kind of mixed, is what's going on with Fed Chair Powell? Will he be fired? Will he have a job? Well, will the rates be cut? Today, we had Donald Trump, President of the United States, once again calling on Powell to cut rates in a Truth Social post. The CME FedWatch tool does not seem to agree with the probability of Trump's call because we're still at 97.4% chance of no cut in our July 30th meeting. Guys, that is now less than 2 weeks away. However, if you go back to September, we have about a 50% now chance of a cut. Now, it's also worth noting this is down slightly. Previously, we were seeing about a 60% chance of a cut in September. So not only are these July odds still expecting no cut, we're also seeing slightly dwindling odds of even getting a cut at the next Fed meeting. I am assuming that Donald Trump will not be too pleased about the CME FedWatch tool right now. Back to you.
Oh, yeah, no, he will not be pleased.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Don't be rude.
It don't matter. But
No.
hold on.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Nice. Let's go. I like that one. That reminds me. I gotta set up my stream deck today. I'm gonna do that during the lunch hour here. Only got about 10. Yes, Sharif. Tell him. Sharif's just like his first name's President.
Pretty. It's so pretty.
See, I don't know this movie, but I like the dance. I'll join.
That's what it's all about. It's White Men Can't Jump. Make sure you watch the original.
Okay.
And not
the remake.
You know what? I didn't watch the new one, so I shouldn't even go there because I actually believe you shouldn't say you don't like something if you've never tried it. You shouldn't say you don't like something, a movie or a show, if you haven't watched it. And I have not watched the new one. I'm just not the biggest. Whoops! Why did I just get? Oh, I must have misplaced my stop. Do two things at once. All right. Getting into S-bet on this bounce and meaning to put my stop under here, I just punched in and out flat accidentally. What I mean to do is put a stop underneath the prior bar. Anyways, if you've never tried a food, you can't tell me you don't like it. But on top of that, just because I love the originals and I'm not a huge fan of, I think, all the overdoing it that happens with remaking films and doing reboots and all that stuff, I think it gets a little bit much. That said, I should at least at some point give it a chance and watch the new one to see if it's any good. But it's an absolute classic. Woody Harrelson's hilarious. Wesley Snipes does a great job. Funny enough, The story goes with Wesley Snipes that he wasn't even any good at basketball when they filmed that. And it's the same thing with Major League when he was Willie Mays Hayes. Like, he stunk at baseball. And so he was like, he had to work really hard to make it look kind of good, because he looks like he's ridiculously athletic. He's great at martial arts, but apparently he's just not good at either one of those sports. Or at least he wasn't when he went to shoot the films. But it just goes to show you put some hard work in and you can make anything happen.
Oh boy.
Almost anything happen.
Almost anything. I mean, try to fly.
He was also Blade as well. And he's super athletic there, but.
No, I was saying, yeah, and almost anything within the realm of plausibility. I think it's.
Here's the example. Fahad, who used to be on our production staff, we were out. Sean, Fahad, myself. We went to a basketball game. We went to the bar before. Oh,
there he is.
I might dunk on you.
Oh.
We love Fahad. We love Fahad. But we were out at the bar before. Going to a Raptors game, and we were just sort of, talking whatever nonsense, and somehow it came up. Somehow it came to Usain Bolt in track and field, and Fahad made the comment.
Yeah,
he goes,
like,
"I put my mind to anything. I can do anything." He's like, "If you give me enough time to train, I could beat Usain Bolt." And I was trying to explain
that is
to
the
him
level of confidence
that track and field is the type of sport. It doesn't training. You will get better if you train.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how much you train. There's so much of it is genetic that there is just nothing you can do. And he wouldn't hear it. And I'm like, it's not that type of sport. You either have it or you don't have it, man. And as somebody who ran track, like, when you I could train however, I'm never gonna beat this other person. That's just life for some sports. But anyways, fortunately, that's not necessarily.
That's always an interesting talk, because
true. Not always true.
Yeah. That's an interesting talk, because we can start delving into, like, do we level the playing field with I know there's ethical questions around it, but with designer babies?
No.
No, you're not about that life. You're not about the designer baby life.
No.
Not what about for, okay, maybe not for athletic prowess, but what about for medical reasons and other genetic?
I think there's I think there's a vast difference between using technology to improve the lives in terms of health, but then trying to gamify the system just so you can. Because if you do that for sport, then it just turns into the only great athletes are the people that have a bunch of money, whose parents had a bunch of money. And like, okay,
but you can make that technology accessible as well. Right?
Well, then,
what if arguably you made it very accessible to the general public?
If everybody,
that's the scenario I'm talking. If everybody could do it, does it make sense? Because then we'd be starting to push the limits of what humans can do in a very, very,
You could convince me of that argument,
yeah.
But I think
but why does it always got to be about the money, bro?
No, but the time period between where you introduce it to getting to that point would be very long. As Joe dropped something, would be so long that initially it would turn into exactly that, and that's what I would be concerned with. That's all. So anyway,
is Gattaca your plan for the future? Maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
Gattaca's a great movie. I love
beautiful movie.
Gattaca is fantastic. Just back to the market. Also, too. I didn't realize it's already 11:55. We'll get to what's for lunch in a quick little second. But in the vein of this being all about scalp trades, you were going off that 37. We didn't get any farther than the quarter, so I'm not giving it more than the quarter. Tight stops. And what's the next trade? I feel like that's what everything has been today. Either like this is the turn, and either it goes or it doesn't go, and then you wait. And I know it's not everybody's style, but trust me, it works way better in the way the markets have been lately. With only 4 minutes to go, I said we go to what's for lunch, but I just saw something on NVIDIA when I looked up at my black charts, which is VWAP 172.5. Look at the supply zone. So we just had a bit of a dip, and we're holding that supply zone on NVIDIA. That does make it pretty interesting. And no full-time trader. I have not raced Fahad yet.
Yeah, that was going to happen.
Yeah, but the last time before I tore my Achilles last year, which is just over a year ago when I had my surgery. Before then, he never said, just show up and I'll race you anytime. And then the only time he said he's willing to do it is after I had torn my Achilles and was in rehab. So I'm not even at the point that I'm sprinting yet again. Like, I can run, I can do 5K here and there, but I'm not really at the point that I could sprint. But the second I get to that point, then he can show up anywhere, anytime, and I will race him. Like, I show speed, but he's not beating me in a race, okay? But It's almost 11 o'clock, everybody.
Yep.
I think we're in a strong market. I want to still look for some dip buys if we can, but I also want to see what is up with lunch today. Why? Because it looks spicy today.
Ooh.
No, not that kind of spicy. Actually, I don't even know if this is spicy because like gochujang glazed chicken. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Gochujang?
I don't know.
Gochujang glazed chicken.
G-O-C-H-U.
How do I pronounce this, everybody?
Guchang.
Guchang? I don't know what it is. But
glazed
it sounds
chicken.
good. It's glazed chicken with whatever these noodles are.
You
want to say that one?
Apache noodles.
I don't know what that is. Fresh kimchi, that works for me, but I'm getting a salad anyways. So that looks like it's tasty.
People are saying it's spicy. Gochujang.
Gochujang. Okay, so gochujang, glazed chicken sounds absolutely delicious. I'll probably steal a little bit because, there's always some leftovers which we can take advantage of, Obi. So that'll be part of the plan. But part of the plan is also to get back into NVDA as this market blasts. The NASDAQ up. The ES trying to go to the high of the day. There's the NASDAQ at the high of the day. The ES is lagging just a little bit. Ooh, this is a good question. SH Magma, what's your favorite protein? I don't have a favorite.
Chicken.
If I had to, chicken is what I probably have the most of, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's my favorite.
It's the most versatile kind of protein.
Like the meat that I enjoy the most is probably lamb.
Yeah.
If I'm talking about if you're talking about what I enjoy the most,
yes.
But when I'm just trying to get protein, then I'm going with like lean ground beef or chicken. Like that's just what do I eat the most of? It's not the same thing as what I like the most.
Right. Yeah, that's
Go Bills, can you beat everyone else on Trader TV in a race? Well, in my current state, no, but in my current, like I said, I have done nothing but like jog and run 5Ks. And even that, I just got to 5K a month ago in my rehab. So I haven't even tried to sprint. But I'm actually going to try some strides or whatever. If I'm healthy, of course. I ran track and field. Like, am I beating Sean in pool? Hell no. Sean's a bit of a hustler.
Did I tell you about the pool games that we had?
He's a hustler.
Straight up sharked us.
Dude at a pool table. We used to go to his house in high school. We used to go to Sean's house in high school and play pool at lunch or after school. So he grew up playing pool every single day at home. So I've always known, like anytime someone's like, yo, I'm gonna play Sean pool, I'm just like, I'm not gonna say anything, but I already know what's gonna happen. So I ain't beating him at that because that's his thing. But no one's beating me in a race because that's my thing. The same way no one's beating Sharif in the push-up contest because he's a beast.
Oh, sorry, Joey.
Sorry, Joe. I love Joe and I like to go back and forth about that.
How many push-ups, Sharif? How many push-ups in a row can you do? Like straight.
Official?
Military push-ups. On the side.
Yeah.
Right.
Max I've
Ever done, like actually, but I can do more. I've done 65 in a row.
65.
Yeah.
Okay,
But I
nice,
can do
nice,
more.
nice. That's solid. That's pretty solid. I like that. Yeah.
That's
I think.
legit.
I mean, it's been a while. I can probably only do like maybe 20 push-ups right now. But there was a time where I was able to do a 50. I think that was my max. But I was doing a little bit. I was definitely a little bit more athletically inclined then. I got to get back on that horse. Which reminds me, this gym literally 5 minutes away is opening in a couple of weeks, and I'm definitely going to join it because it's literally like time is everything, and if it's going to be open 5 minutes away from me or 5 minutes away from the office, I'm definitely doing that. Nomad saying 50 was the golden age of Obi. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Hey, I might be able to work it back. Who knows? Maybe by next year I'll be challenging these guys to a push-up contest. That gym is going to be seeing a lot of me. Trust me.
I hope you are, but knowing Sharif, I don't know about that. That man's an absolute beast. It's past
Listen,
11
I'll do
o'clock.
calisthenics and
Well, you should. Calisthenics are great, by the way.
I'll probably do 150 push-ups.
I'm a firm believer that most people, you don't need a gym, you don't need fancy equipment. You just need, honestly,
Just need all of this.
your body weight
need all of this.
and the will to improve, which is also what you need in trading. You guys owe us a couple of minutes. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. We're going right on over to the professor, who is in. Ooh, Zena. Zena is back. And Joey Options. Go get him, boys.
See ya.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And it's already a decent morning here. I mean, for some of these small cap gappers, we'll get to them in a second. Some of them are on the verge of breaking out right now, so just trying to keep my eye on that. But we've got more important things to take care of. We got to do the roll call. Shout out to GTR, yay. We got Mr. Ian, Gen AI Apps, and shout out to PO. We got Other Zinc, Mark Susi, Fiddleback, Beakwetter. Beakwetter, fantastic. No. Yes, he's there. We got Esvin Riviero, Cepho. We got Kong John Nunpa. Shout. Brother Howard. Get it, Brother Howard. Do you know Brother Love? I know Brother Love. Felipe Ramos. We got Daniel B. We got Travman, Mike, Pete, the writer. Kenya Flowers, Steve Duran. We got your Huckleberry, Juan Padilla. Shout out to Chris as well. CompuCare team, Mike, the stock impaler. He is impaling the stocks. Run for your life for Mike. We got Chris, we got Jeffrey, Darren Greenplate. I like that. Susie Fox and Miami Dragon. Shout out to Fugazi Bear and Conrad Clark. Who else? We got Becky. We got Grey Worm. I love that name, man. It just reminds me of Friday. Horns, Dreamcap, Kirk D. We got KZ, David Reyes, and Roger Noonan. I hope everybody is having a fantastic morning here, Joey. It's a bit of a weird one on the general market. Yeah. You know, a little chop, a little move to the side. What do you got there, Joey? Good morning.
I mean, the Qs have been pretty good here today, Sharif, but the SPY has been choppy. There's no questioning that. I mean, it's just continuing to go higher and higher. I'm in obviously one of the choppiest Mag 7 names for some reason, but that's all right. We got a short on it earlier in the day, and I was looking for more of a move, so I did take some off after the continuous tests of these key levels here. I'm like, all right, it's just smart. I got to take what the market's giving me, even though I was looking for 82 roughly. So there it is. Boom, boom, boom. We get those shorts, and then I did have the majority of my position stopped out break even, but then I just hopped right back in the exact same size. But we always have to talk about our losers as well. And that's what happened here on Bitcoin. And I wasn't going to give it too many attempts. I'm like, all right, here we go. And I went pretty heavy right here. So I'm like, that sucks. Stopped out at the low. And then sure enough, it just goes on this nice big time run. And then also RGTI, I took a couple stabs on. But this has not been fun sitting through this NVDA. I'm using NVDL as a 2x leverage to look for a move south of the volume weighted average price. But we're not getting that right now. But other than that, we enter here. We add about 66% right there. And then boom, 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 boom. So what my losses on IBIT and my losses on RGTI here. So I took a couple stabs. One was in the pre-market break even, and then the other one was, the other two were just losses right here. But my one win on NVDA essentially eliminated almost half of all those three losses combined. So yeah, that's what I got going on, Sharif. Looking for this breakdown in NVDA, but it's not looking like it wants to. This is a bull flag type pattern, and you can see we're holding 172.57 really, really well, and I wouldn't be surprised if buyers step in and push it to a new high of the day, my friend.
Well said, sir. Okay, here are the small cap gappers. Let's talk about Xena or whatever to start. So I'm in, where am I in? I'm in at 70. So I'm in at the 10 exponential moving average. That's my initial entry. But as you can see there on your chart, the 10 EMA and VWAP awfully close together. So I do have a planned DCA already on the screen there at 60s for that move into the volume weighted average price. This stock, ZENA, already displeasing me. I've seen, spread as wide as 4 pennies. It's tightening up right now to 2 and 3, but we'll see how this cookie crumbles. ZENA, not up big, guys, only a little bit less than 12%, 11.82 to be exact. We'll see if this one wants to hold up. I'm also involved here on Burns, BRNS. Shout out to Mr. Burns. I'm in at 168. As well with this one, as you can see, I've got a planned dollar cost average to defend that volume weighted average price, which currently on my chart's $1.55. I'm waiting at 57. So we've already wet the beak on this one. BRNS seems to be at 10 EMA hold, but as with all these ones, they start retracing in the more illiquid time of the day. I'll submit to you, definitely that 12 o'clock to say 1 o'clock, maybe even earlier, 10:30 to 1:30, a little bit of an illiquid time. So we'll try to catch it off key areas of technical support, and that's what I'm doing. Showing me 72s right now. I'm actually waiting at 72s, going unprinted over here as a result, of the spread. So we'll set up some beak wetters to the high side. We'll sit at 72. 74, and then 76. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Shout out to my man Neil. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on that, on both these bad boys. But that's not all I'm looking at. There's quite a few small cap gappers. It doesn't feel like yesterday where we have big boy runners in the triple digits. The biggest of them all is ABVE. And you can see it's just marginally, and I really do mean marginally, ahead of that pre-market high. So it has fulfilled that first rule of mine with these small cap gappers, meaning that it has traded above the pre-market high during regular trading hours. That pre-market high was 318. The official high of the day is 335. As I see it over here, I observe ABVE to have respect for the 10 EMA on the 5, and that's how I'll plan to get in. That's my first entry logic. So 305 currently showing me the 10 EMA. On the 5, so ABVE will definitely look to be weaseling into that if it sets up the right way. But I'm also looking at some others. Again, no big triple-digit winners. BRCC seems to have one hell of a bull flag pattern over here with a flat top, possibly through 188. I'll be looking at that. I'm looking at a $1.75, possibly as an entry over here because the 10 EMA retracements are getting a little worn out. That's kind of how I feel about that. Criminal is a multi-day runner, CRML. I'm keeping it up there for a possible hold. This looks like a flip from resistance to support thing over here where 440 has seen buyers for the last, I want to say, 20, 25 minutes, where 437 was that area top. So this one seems like a previous area of resistance now, at least for the moment, acting as an area of support. But there's others. Sorry to keep going over here. RYET, not a big mover either, 30% and change. Wide ranges per candle. You can see that candles have very small bodies relative to the wicks. That means even though this is making higher lows and higher highs, the sellers or the profit takers are a little annoying with this one. So keep your eye on that. Last but not least, before we send it back to Joey, PDYN up almost 25%, 1239 high. It seems to be having higher highs and higher lows, but it is losing the 10 EMA on the 5 for the first time on the day, and I literally mean that. From 9:30 onwards, we've been defending the 10 EMA. This is the first time we've actually had a print decisively below it. So the volume weighted average price on my chart at around 1150. We'll have to see if this is one of those ones where the money fills is in between the 10 and the 20. Sometimes that is the case. It's incumbent upon you to observe whether that is the case with the particular instrument. It's not sufficient to guess whether that will be the case. By placing your orders between the 10 and the 20, you're just gambling there. You're not actually building on the previous price action. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We're involved in ZENA. We're 3 pennies out of the money on that one. And Burns, we're printing on that one. That one looks a little bit more promising, Joey. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, nice look there, brother. All right, so we got out of the NVDL short here, guys. So you can see we're trying to get in at the top of the range there. We're kind of just a little bit below that. And then we do get this move back to view up, and then pop, it bounces in. The market takes another climb higher. I mean, the more extended the NASDAQ gets, the more I like it, to be honest with you. So I'm going to be patient on this one. This is some nice topping tail signals. I'll wait for one more liquidity grab to the to the top side if we get that, and then maybe I'll look for that move back towards the volume weighted average price. But again, me and Big Spoiler talking in the chat and Jag as well too. And we're like, it's really tough to stand in front of this market right now. So just don't necessarily fight things. Be patient and wait for that A+ setup to come to you. And the more extended the queues get, that's going to definitely lead in that direction for me. All right. So higher, climb higher, climb higher, climb higher, and then we're going to be pretty good. So there it is. I think this was a liquidity grab, even though the volume is supporting it here, guys. You can see that breakout, but now we just went right back, constructed a lower high, and then now going right back into the middle of this range. And you got to ask yourself, like, are you willing to sit through this chop? One thing that I will look for is the volume to pick up if you are going for that short to the downside, right? So once you crack the volume weighted average price, you want to see the velocity and the volume pick up on the time of sales, and then you can maybe look for a continuation. I did hop out of that for a small loss, and we're kind of right back towards my entry price, but that's okay. My eyes are on the cues, and maybe I'll take one more stab at this because it's worked once. Take a small loss right here on it, and then maybe we take another stab. Up here would have been more ideal, obviously, so we'll wait for that one more pullback to see what we got going on. Now, let's see what this chain is telling us on NVDA. If anything has shifted from what we've experienced the past couple of sessions, it is Thursday now, so who knows if contracts are being closed. 175, still slightly, okay, it's growing in size, so we got 111,000 9,000 there. And then I believe at 170, we had approximately 144, so about 9,000 taken off of that strike price. So that can be slightly positive. All of those are underwater, the short ones except for the 175, so just keep that in mind. And then I'm just going to be keeping an eye out just in case we want to head into 172, but it has been acting as a support level. And right at that 172 to 170, there is some substantial size on the put side with 27,000 open contracts and 57,000 at 170. So you can see why we're kind of stuck in this pinning type price action within this range. And that's what happens when you have a concentration of open interest on the call side and the put side. It pins the stock price because it's just like, okay, who's going to win the battle? The shorts, people who are hedging to the downside, and the people who are trying to cover their puts as well too. So that's why it can somewhat explain this sideways price action.
Well said, Joey. Yeah, we talk about that all the time. I love how you brought that up. All right, Bob, I promise you I'm going to get to my rules in a second. They're super simple, Bob. But I'm long ABVE on the breakout right now. We've got a good price. We got 28s. It's showing me 45s. We got size on here. I'm taking prints out here next at 48. There was a monster seller there in the low 40s. He's been removed, and the seller at 48 just got decimated. All right, we're doing it freaking live. Now we're setting up in the mid 50s. Let's go ahead and set up as well, if I can stop making entry errors over here. And we're gonna set up in the mid 60s as well, low 60s that is. Let's deal with that $0.50 seller that seems to have reinstituted their short position. I'm talking about ABVE. This is the #1 small cap gapper at the moment. It is the only one, I believe, above $1 that's over 100% on the day to the tune of 107. The seller at 49s is preventing us. There we go. He's been removed. Now the seller at 50, the size getting taken out there on BATS, BAT, MEMEX, ARCX. This person just getting decimated now. Good look over here. Can we continue higher? Can we get much a high? Boom! Into 55s we go, but we don't get printed, Joey, so we'll take out that order at 55s and we'll take it at 53s. Now we're going to set up at 63s. So we got shares on here on ABVE. Let's continue to go. We're showing 58s now, 59s now. Good breakout here on ABVE. Continuing to watch for that 60 break. What I'm looking at here is the 5-second chart. As I've been telling you guys a lot, the 5-second chart has really made a difference in identifying where these micro pullbacks are and where the stubborn resistance as well as the support lie on the chart. You can spot that stuff on the level 2. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's quite transient. It doesn't hang out, so you can't refer back to it. You can get Bookmap, you can pay over $200 a month, do whatever you want to do, or you can use the 5-second chart. Anyway, doing well on this one. What do we have on again? We got 28s on, so I'm going to continue to wait over here for the next beak wetter. Let's go back to the other trades right now. Burns, we're still in the money on this one, much slower on Burns with a wider spread. Where are we in? We're in 68. It's showing me 72s. Probably going to wet the beak here at 72s just to de-risk a little bit. We'll see if we can get that print. But Zena, it's a no good. It's a no good on this one. We got 70s on. It's showing me 68s. Again, I didn't get my DCA, my dollar cost average. That's still untriggered there right at the 60 penny level, which still makes sense to me because the VWAP is, I think, at 58. So I'm technically front running it. All right, Bob the dog. It's super simple. My rules for small cap gappers, they really are not that hard. If it traded, I'm talking about the small cap gapper, in the pre-market, it has to be trading above the pre-market high in regular trading hours. So if it went up to $1 in the pre-market up until 9:29 a.m., if I'm trading it at 11 o'clock, it has to be above that $1. That's number one. Number two, it has to be trading above the volume weighted average price. That to me signals a very, very simple way of signaling whether buyers or sellers are in control. Those are the two basic rules. The other rules that I'll look at, right, are, key areas of support and resistance. You get more nuanced with it, but those are the two filtering rules right there. Now, with respect to my scanner, I filter everything lower than 85 pennies. Only the reason is because I want to know about the ones that are getting close to that $1 and volume. I put 250,000 shares from a minimum volume, but that doesn't mean I'll trade it if it's only done 250,000 shares. I just want to know about the ones that are approaching that million, because the volume can move so quickly on these small cap gappers. So I just put 250 there as a perfunctory filtering method, but I'll be really looking for a lot more in the millions. Typically, when I sit down here at 11, I won't trade anything south of $1 million, not most of the time anyway. So those are my rules as basic as they come. I hope that helps, and I hope you print up multiple storms.
All right, bang, 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 bang.
We both hit the thing.
My bad, dude, sorry.
No, we both hit the same thing.
All right,
I hit
like
Money
that.
Storm. Yeah, I hit Money Storm as well. When you say print up multiple storms. All right, we got a lot going on. Other Zinc, you say NVDL lesson. What do you mean, my friend? It's essentially just a 2x leverage. Obviously, you can see that it's relatively cheaper compared to what NVDA is currently trading at. That's why I use it, right? So for every 1% move in NVDA, you get a 2% move in NVDL. So that's personally why I like to use it. And also, you can kind of just maximize your buying power. Yeah, Big Spell, you're right. The chip space is really hot. And then we got Go Bills. Can you give your thoughts on BTC? What is BTCL? Is that what you meant to put in there, or just BTC in general as a long term? Yeah, I'm all for buying Bitcoin long term, obviously. That goes without saying. You don't want to just go in all at once, too, right? So you just want to slowly allocate, buy into strength, buy dips, whatever you have, whatever you're looking to put in there. Start with 10%. All right, it's working out. Add another 10% of that capital. Oh, it's not really working out. Add a 15%, and then eventually you'll build yourself a nice position at some quality prices. And I'm not just saying the next day, the next day, the next day. Give yourself some time, because it obviously takes a little while for things to work. And then we'll go over the cues, as someone in the chat, Mubtazam. We'll take a look at the Nasdaq. Actually, here I'm gonna do this.
Smiling in Arabic. He's smiling.
Oh, is that? Did I
He's
say
a
it?
smile. Yeah, you're
Did I
pretty
say
good
it?
actually.
Mubtazam.
Not bad at all, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Not bad at all.
All right, so there we go. Next thing you know, on Duolingo, I'm on the
Oh,
Arabic thing.
well, yeah. Your friend Ram there
Yeah.
started it, and yeah, well, we know
I
how
could
that
probably
went.
get farther than her. Okay, before we send it to Adara, you're looking to play the cues. What do I have up here with me? The
What do you
Mag
have?
7, right? Amazon, Tesla, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Google, NVDA. If you're looking for that short, I'm keeping an eye on all of these names, right?
Okay.
Just because if one of them is moving strong, Microsoft, you don't necessarily want to be going against the grain too aggressively on this. I like it where we're sitting at right now. I might have missed my entry, so I'll start really, really small here on this one, but that's the game plan. We'll talk more about the cues right after we get back from Adara.
Get it, Adara.
Keep an eye here on LAZR. I mentioned this one earlier that it is running. Well, now apparently there's some speculation that LAZR is actually providing LiDAR for the new Lucid Motors L4 autonomy thing. I want to mention the account that's saying this, I would say, is known for kind of making pretty broad-based and unproven speculations about these small cap stocks. They've done the same thing with OPEN, so be very careful. But either way, the market seems to like it. LAZR pushing to the upside on lots of speculation that LAZR is, I guess, providing the LiDAR for LCID. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
All right, there we go.
For that.
All right, the boys are tanking. What happened here across the board?
happened,
Amazon
Joey?
had a big spike here.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see that volume really come into Amazon there. We know Obi's. It made me chuckle because Obi's T-shirt, Amazon.
What does it say?
It's funny. So I don't know why that just made me laugh, man.
Because he's the Amazonian, my boy.
Amazon. But yeah, Amazon,
Get it,
Tesla, Microsoft, and NVDA just going right back into the middle of the zone. That would have worked out relatively nice for us, but that's okay. We weren't going to hold it for any move towards that high of the day. We had our stop at the top end of the range, and it just hit it there, just slightly above it as well. Nice indecision north of VWAP here on AAPL. That could be a move back into the volume-weighted average price, and you're seeing a couple volatility spikes here in the likes of Amazon and Meta there, Sharif.
All right, Joey, we're doing it freaking live here now on, I'm a new position, RYET. This is up 27%. It tanked off $3, technically $2.99, dropped aggressively into 70. That was a couple of shekels ahead of the volume-weighted average price, so I punched, but I've given my stop a little bit below VWAP, okay? Giving this one a little bit of room to breathe. I'm looking for the next. I took one quick profit taker at 77s. I'm long 74. I'm waiting at 80s, 82s, 85s. Sorry, Assassino, I totally forgot to plug in over here. That's why I didn't hear the car. Are we going to Adara?
Yeah, we're going to Adara.
All right. Sorry about that, guys.
Amazon did have a catalyst that was not a market-wide news, but this seems specifically AMZN related. According to sources, I'm not seeing who reported this, but on X, I'm seeing this headline circulate. Apparently, AWS cloud computing unit reportedly cutting jobs. So some AWS job cuts reported. AMZN, bit of a spike there. Back to the guys.
Get it?
Yeah, sorry. That's obviously unfortunate, as you always like to say there, Sharif, that people are losing their jobs, but
Yeah,
it's usually a
of
positive
course,
sign
of
for the
course.
stock.
Go
And you
for
can
it.
see a big-time bounce off of that volatility spike in Amazon.
Yeah, we never like to celebrate that, guys. But the fact of the matter is, let's just be very blunt about it. The market likes cost savings because it affects margins, it affects profitability. And so, yes, people will lose their jobs and the price will go up. It's crazy and ugly to say, but the reality is what it is, okay? So let me just get back to here for my RYET trade. There we go. Now we get a second print here. Full disclosure, this is a smaller position on RYET. I didn't feel like I studied it as much. I wasn't aware of, kind of its nuances, how it's trading, this, that, and the other. I mentioned that it was quite wiki, but boom, we're taking out levels. Now I'm waiting at 85. It's showing me 85 over here on the ask side of the level 2, but we are not getting the print as a result of the spread. So we'll continue to pack our patience here to see if we can get a nicer move up. 85 is the only other order I have. There, 85 goes again. Now I've got another one at 88. Let's go ahead and set up at 90s now. I'm going to go ahead and hit 90, and then I'm going to go 95. Okay, so that's what we're looking. We're doing it freaking live right now on RYET. Let's see how this one does. Let's go back to ABVE though, because we've been hanging at the $0.50 for how long over here with 59 highs, right? And we're not getting that 59 break. Somebody is selling up a storm on ABVE at $3.59, and we can't shake them. That's the bad side of the equation, Joey. The good side is we got two bottoming tail candles right now, the one that we're currently on and the one that previously closed. So we'll see if we can get, the buyers here overwhelming sellers, and we can go ahead and take that print on ABVE, and I'm waiting in mid-60s, and then I'm going to go ahead here and I'm going to wait mid-70s. Okay, and the reason is because I feel maybe we can squeeze here if we can shake some of these sellers. So that's the move. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Back now to BRNS. We've got a couple of more outs. So we've got 4 outs here on Burns. How many shares do we have left? No, we still got some shares.
All right,
I'm going to wet the beak here as well, just to de-risk a little bit. We'll take out some at 71s. And then we'll let this one go. We've de-risked substantially here, so I can kind of feel easy. This one, though, Zena. It's not working out for me, Joey. We took some prints here, so we did de-risk a little bit on Zena. But full disclosure, I don't like this one. I just don't. This one is putting in lower highs. I don't know how to feel about this one. I'm thinking about giving it to prior bar low. It has held prior bar low on 5 candles in a row. That's exactly what I'm going to do. That way I can kind of rest a little bit easier. 67s. So it has to hold. I'm going to go 65s because I don't want to type in 666s. All right, so we'll do that right now on Zena, and we'll take it out there. Yeah, I know, Assassino, I'm a very, very superstitious person, my friend. I don't count 13 on my reps, okay? Yeah, that's kind of a psycho that I am.
I respect that. I respect that. I respect
Neil's tripping. He's like, what is this idiot they hired? I'm just joking.
I highly
That's
respect
cool. Thank you for making fun of me, Adair. I hear you up there. All right, so I'm keeping my eye right now on ABVE, and we're looking for a 60 break, Joey. We're having a good time, baby.
Yeah, as always, man. Yeah, no, honestly, like being a hockey game and everything like that.
Get tarot
that
cards?
Desk. Yeah.
Joey's tripping there, bro. The Chilean Nightmare just brought tarot cards, baby. I don't even know how to use these.
I don't even know how to use those. I don't even know. I don't do it, man.
Why, man? What's wrong? Why are you tripping, Joey?
Witchcraft.
Any from anyone? Anyone?
Yeah, it's you.
Okay, so I'm gonna go like this.
What is that?
Who's that guy?
Who's that guy?
Minor, King of Cups.
King of Cups.
You don't even drink, man.
All right, can anybody in the chat tell me what the King of Cups is?
You're dying tomorrow.
I'm dying tomorrow, says Ram Ram.
I told you not to do it. I told you.
Why would you say that, Ram Ram? Why would you say that, Ram Ram?
You don't do those
Wow,
things. You don't
Ram
play
Ram
those?
is just cold-blooded.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, here we go. We got plenty of wood over here, guys. All right, here we go. ABVE. We're going to take it out at 75s, guys. We took out the high of the day. ABV is on that good stuff that they only sell south of the border, not America South. All right, here we go. 74s. I'm waiting at 75s. Can we clear the 74 seller? We can't right now. I've only got one out left. So this 75 seller right here, that's going to be the end of it. DJ 2 a.m. The King of Cups represents emotional maturity, compassion, and wisdom, embodying the balance between intellect and emotion in tarot readings. So I'm the opposite of all of that, right? That kind of makes sense to me. No, I'm playing. All right, Joey, we're doing well here on most of these positions, saving except for RYET. We did scalp out here, but it does feel like this one is getting a bit top heavy with this current candle not able to make a new high.
Good look there, yeah. For all my fellow Jamaicans, you know, Duppy, no for frightened, so we don't play with that stuff whatsoever. Duppy,
that scares me, bro.
We don't want that stuff, anywhere around these neck of the woods, guys. But all right, let's see what you got going on. Yeah, you shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have done it.
No.
There it is, guys. We're still short this. As long as we don't construct a new high here, I think we'll be all right. But I wouldn't be surprised if we have one more liquidity grab.
Look what Adara put on the screen. That's amazing. The King of Cups reversed in a tarot reading often signifies emotional instability, immaturity, or lack of emotional control.
That was not me. I will not accept responsibility for that. I
thought you had that. I didn't know. I thought you only had the powers, Adara. So apparently the Chilean Nightmare is the one that put that. You changed everything there, didn't you?
Wait, it was upside down?
Oh, the reverse.
What does that mean?
Oh, no. All right, I gotta go home. I think I'm gonna take a sick day.
I would, man. I would. You gotta go see someone after this.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That was a bad idea. Anyways, that's why I don't listen. I'm a superstitious individual as well too, and that's for me. I don't put on the hockey net.
Oh.
Like so, when I go on the skate, I've never. I think I've done it once or twice.
What have you done?
Put on the net. You know how the net has to go on 2 pegs and like little slots? Yeah, I don't do that.
You
I
don't do
avoid
the
it
net.
at all costs. Yeah, I'll shoot the puck at the boards, whatever, until someone else
So
does it.
just get to the end of the matter. When am I dying?
At any moment.
At any moment.
Yeah,
Okay.
you never know.
All right, bro.
You never know. Don't bring stuff like that. This could be Final Destination Trader TV.
Oh no, he's dunking on life.
This guy is crazy.
He's dunking on life.
That is
he just went on.
crazy.
Oh my God. The Chilean Nightmare is just, he's like, look, bro, fate got nothing on me, man. All right, Adara, reel us in here, Adara, because we're getting crazy.
You know what else is getting crazy, guys? These meme coins. I was just reading here on Cointelegraph. Apparently, the meme coin sector has added almost $17 billion in token valuations in the first half of July. So since the start of July, almost $17 billion in token valuations. That brings the total market cap up to $72 billion as of this morning. That is up 29% from the end of the month. So in just about 17 days, this market cap valuation here for these coins has gone up by 29%. And Bonk coin, shown here, is apparently the leader. That's one of the biggest leaders. 72% market cap gain since the end of last month. So pretty impressive look here for Bonk coin. Congratulations to anyone holding these meme coins, and congratulations always to Michael Noss with his fart coin. Let's look at some of these other coins as well. We've got Bitcoin in this daily chart. As we've seen with Bitcoin, it makes to all-time highs. It kind of chops around a little bit, with the exception of this push above 112,000 last week. Kind of choppy. Let's see what happens. We really have not been able to get anywhere near that 123,000 that we made as of Monday morning. Consolidating, I think it'd be interesting to see if we can break the previous day high for the first time since that new all-time high. But if not, we might be chopping around for a little bit. Ethereum, no chop to be found here. This is a great push to the downside. So as of June 22nd, we were trading around 2,100. Today, not even a month later, 3,400. So Ethereum, great rally here off of those lows. XRP looking very similar to Ethereum, pushing all the way from that June 22nd low of 1.9. Today we're at 3.2. So great look here. Congrats to anyone holding these crypto coins, because crypto has been very hot as of late. Back to you.
All right.
Joey, I got one question, brother. We know you are a very, Ramam, can you keep it down? We know you're obviously a very, very crypto-centric individual.
Yeah.
You've been in it for a long time. I got to give you credit. You were one of the early adopters. You helped persuade me to punch in.
Yeah.
But is a crypto portfolio complete, Joseph, without having Fartcoin?
It is not. It would. There would be some air left in your portfolio. Without any questioning.
Can the wind pass?
Can the wind pass? Yeah. I mean, there's other things that you can definitely get involved into. There's no questioning that. But I mean, as for Bitcoin,
oh boy.
we're starting to see about 1% allocated, even a little bit more into just standard portfolios. And I think that's reasonable, right? Even if you, like you said, Sharif, what is 1% of your complete portfolio? It's not very much. And if you start to grow and like it, you can obviously accumulate and allocate a little bit more. But as for that, 1% Bitcoin, and then if you want to get into kind of the meme coins and some of the other names, you want to break that up a little bit as well too. 0.5%, 3/4, et cetera, et cetera. Just don't go all in. Just understand your risks and the possibilities of what can happen. Yes, the reward is there, but you also have to take the outstanding risk as well, because that could possibly go to zero as you get into those meme coins and everything along those lines. Dog with hat, Aura coin, fart coin. Yeah, they seem lucrative, but at the end of the day, there's no real value to them.
Yeah,
and we've seen it in the
that.
likes of Dogecoin as well too. It's fun. Sorry, Obi. I was involved in Dogecoin myself in its earlier stages, roughly around, I think it was like 3 cents. My friends and I got involved in that, and then we sold it at 80 cents. But other than that, it hasn't quite.
3 to 80?
Yeah, but we didn't put anything substantial in
That's
it.
a 10-bagger.
Yeah.
That's more. Is that, I don't know how to do math.
No, yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
That's insane.
Yeah, we.
Good on you, dog.
Yeah, we did. Well, it was a group of friends of mine. We didn't put too much. It was like we put in $2,500 total, not each. So it was like 500
That's still
each,
fantastic.
right?
Good on you guys, man.
And,
I didn't know that you guys.
but one thing I will tell you is when you're investing with your friends, things can go south because everybody's like, give me the money, and you're like, hey, no, relax a little bit. So yeah, it can cause a little controversy. But yeah, just be cautious with some of these meme coins and
all right.
along those lines. So super chats here?
Yes,
is that where you're gonna go? All right,
cool. Shout out to Casey. Boom. Bought ABV at $2.98 and hit the cash register. Absolutely. 375. Thank you, Sharif. You're the best. Please don't die anytime soon. Yeah. I don't know if I can control that now that the Chilean nightmare has written my fate down. And Ram apparently checked out, and I will be dying at the end of the day. So no, I'm kidding there, guys. We're having a good time. Go ahead, Joey, for the rest of the
yeah, for sure. All right. I don't understand this. I'm sure there's obviously some more meaning behind it. I don't count 2 through 9. Keep it quick. I don't understand that big smile, but I know there is definitely something behind that one there. Okay, $4.99 from Big Spile again. Oh. Please, no one do this. First person to send in a voodoo doll of Joe Fearful
don't do it, Big Spile.
Free Big Spile NFT trading card.
What a
So
guy.
there you go.
Why, Adara? Why?
Don't.
For the content and the chaos, obviously.
What? That is crazy.
Adara cares more about the content and the chaos than you and your friend over here being alive, Adara, and that kind of hurts my feelings. Because number one, I thought we were friends.
I would never hope that on you, Adara.
Well, no. Okay, I don't, honestly, I guess I'm not that freaked out by this stuff. I think that's part of it. I do not want anyone to die. Friends with y'all. But then, I mean, also, it's like, this is not going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. And
I really don't want it to happen, Adara.
I don't want it to either, but would it be entertaining if it did? I don't know.
Is that the voodoo doll?
It'd be
is where, like,
entertaining if you and I died.
What's the doll called? Like where they try to make it up first?
Voodoo doll.
Is it the voodoo doll? And then like if you like they poke pins in it to
Hold
kind
on,
of, like,
I heard
hurt
like
people?
voodoo's not the actual scary one. That there's something else.
Voodoo.
It's
I don't.
There's another. Okay. I realize you're Caribbean. I get it. Like there's a cultural thing there. I respect the hell out of it.
That stuff, man.
But all right, what is the poly market indicating for Sharif's health? Darwin, bro, you're the OG. Don't hurt me like this, man. Oh my God, now I'm actually worried. All right. I'm gonna have to go into the bag and get my crucifix here and keep it on the desk because we're gonna have to ward away the evil spirits. No, seriously, guys, let's. Big Spile, you're killing me. Let's talk about these trades. All right, Zena. We're doing really well here on Zena. I was concerned about this one in the beginning. My concerns were unfounded. This is a rounded bottom, of which I have almost the bottom there. I'm in at, 70s. I just wet the beak there into 92s. One more unfilled order at 94s. Let's see if Zena has the juice to clear 7. Gonna go to Adara in 1 second. Burns. This one just gave me a quick scare. Lost the 10 EMA momentarily. It's back up to 73, but that 74 seller still eluding or still keeping the price action below that level. And then ABVE. We're done our trade on ABVE. I'm very happy with how I executed here. It is at the high at 83. I think I have 77s. So what I'm going to do is look to get in again. And I'm going to get in again at that 10 EMA, which currently is a little bit below the 10 exponential, or the half dollar, excuse me. Last but not least, RYET. This trade is going to come to an end quite soon. We are break even on RYET with the remaining amount. How many shares do I have left? I think that is going to be the end of the trade. It's going to flat bottom break. That's my feeling there. Ryan Nola, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. We'll get to it in 1 second on Big Bear AI when we get back from Madeira.
Really odd team up here. Keep an eye on this news. Lyft and Alaska Airlines. So keep an eye here in ALK and LYFT. Apparently, the headline basically is Lyft supercharges Alaska Airlines partnership with enhanced mileage rewards. So apparently some mileage rewards in this interesting little partnership between ALK and LYFT. Certainly not a headline I expected today, but let's see if it does anything to this market. Back to you.
All right, let's look at BBAI for your boy there, Ryan Nola. Again, C-Dog, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, because you're interrupting the show, Ram. All right. The conversations between me and Ram go like this. 99% of the time. Ram, what?
I don't know.
Exactly how they go. That's the conversation right there. It's so good.
Funny, yeah.
All right, BBI looks fantastic here, Ryan. Fantastic day for Big Bear. I didn't even have my eyes on this one. Where are we at here? Is this all time? No. Hold on. Let me get, no. Okay, we're back to area highs. Okay, so that's why I was tripping, because I know this one was in the 8s when we were locally high there. The local high, though, goes back to, I believe, the 8th. And the high there, guys, was 872. We have a high day of 830 right now. So Big Bear is on that good stuff again. Look, my trade on Big Bear would be super simple, Ryan. I would wait for a VWAP retracement. It's shown its propensity to really respect VWAP. Otherwise, if you don't get that VWAP retracement or you don't want to wait, Ryan, I'm looking at getting in on that 10 EMA. You don't have to complicate the matter. It's been very clear in its respect for the 10 EMA ever since reclaiming it at 1105, and every single print has been above that 10 EMA. In fact, it's getting extended from it now. So if you're gung-ho and you want to get in now, you punch in at 820s, and then you set up a dollar cost average at the 10 EMA for the add there, with my ELP being below VWAP. Now, if you want to add into VWAP for the second dollar cost average, that will be your decision, depending on how much size you're taking, what your account size is, your experience, your risk appetite, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to tell you how to trade, but what I perceive is respect for the 10 EMA. My man Havana Woody, Sharif, I don't practice Santeria. I got no Santeria. Thank you, Assassino. I got no crystal ball, had $1 million and lost it all. I love when you rap, dude. He always comes with these at least like once every few weeks or something like that. Shout out to Havana Woody, one of the OGs there, certainly in the chat. Thank you for chiming in, and thank you for being funny as always, Joseph.
Yeah, NVDA is looking like it's breaking out here, guys. So I'm on the wrong side of the Qs trade right now. We'll get involved in some NVDA just in case it does want to play this bull flag breakout. So yeah, it's somewhat of a hedge against my own position here right now, considering I'm probably going to take a loss here momentarily. And that's the thing, right? You just have to be able to identify when it's going to be a strong trending day. This market is going absolutely insane. I'm pretty sure it's a new ATH here on the NAS. So it's just like, all right, you don't want to stand in front of this stuff. So it's unfortunate that we're going to take a loss on this, and I apologize, but it is what it is. We got to take those stabs and look for those moves. I think tomorrow, if we go on another big time run, then we'll have the ability to kind of just pull back and maybe get that move towards the volume weighted average price, or I might just be slightly early. So yeah, just small hedge against my own position here in the NASDAQ short, going long NVDL. If one doesn't work, then we'll kind of offset the other, because right, we're long one, short the other. So there it is. We're getting a pop in NVDA as soon as we hold above this high of the day. So there it is. We're in a new ATH in the all-time high on the Qs here. Let's pull up the 5-minute. Yeah, so once it holds above this level, then it's just like AC Slater to that. You don't want to continuously try. Another solid leg up, and then I'd look for more indecision. That wasn't the most powerful signal, right? Even if we go on the lower time frames, there was nothing really there saying, hey, we're ready to completely turn around in PA. So there it is. Holding up these lows. I tried to get in at the, well, I was in at the top end of this range. We don't get much of a move to the downside, and I added approximately here, so this could be just another liquidity grab. Whoever has their stop just above the highs, then, you know, it's like, boom, we'll grab those out, and then we'll slowly turn around after that. But again, that's just the name of the game, slight intraday hedge. Don't do it too often, but once in a while I'll do it just to kind of cover and mitigate some losses. So if one really starts to work out and the other one doesn't, then that's fine. You cut the one that's not working and obviously hold on to the one that's working. Thanks for Captain Obvious, but for that one, but that's essentially what I'm getting at here, Sharif. So long NVDA, short the Qs. Let's see which one comes to dominate trade here.
Yes, absolutely, sir. All right, guys, ABVE, 383 high. It's now pulled in to that 350 area, which also happens to be the 10 EMA. So it's kind of make or break time for the pullback traders right now. Can the pullback trade, or the retracement traders, I should call it, pullback, probably not the right expression there. So what I'm watching for is respect for the 10. We've already lost the $0.50 by about 8 pennies, maybe even more, but we're at the 10 right now. Do we lose the 10 or do we find support here? Let's continue to watch. Now, that's the 10 EMA. Right, which may or may not be respected at any one point in time. What I'm really keeping my eye on here is not just $3, but this 320 area reject, area reject, area reject, and then on the fourth time, not the third time, you take it out. And that's where I got in. That's when we got that break of $3.20. I said that buyer there that was selling, that was keeping everybody down at 3 1/5 is gone. They've killed him. And now I'm taking the long there, and that's where I got in. So let's see if that 320 area gets retested again. We're below the 10 right now. We've wicked below it. So that's what I'm continuing to watch, and let's see if we get something in and around there. I don't have to be first. If it's gonna hold up at the 10, my thesis would be that we hold up at the 10, and that's a higher low, and then we take out that 383. That doesn't have to happen, but that would be my thesis there. So let's keep an eye out on that. Let's go back to Zena. Where's my Zena trade? Okay, so we just took out my 95 sell there on Zena. We're long at 70s. How many shares do we have left on Zena? Okay, we're good. We're gonna set up now at 99s, and then I'm gonna set up above the high of the day. The high of the day, guys, 705. Your boy's setting up at 707. So let's see what we get there with Zena. One last quick look here at BRNS. I don't know, man. I don't want this one to burn me, Adara.
I hope it doesn't, Sharif, but let's take a look here at AAPL because our friend Ming-Chi Kuo, noted supply chain analyst, shared a new post. He's basically commenting on an announcement that came earlier today from Fine M Tech. I guess they announced they're going to be investing some money to support the growing foldable device market. This investment period is going to start from today, and it's going to end January 20th, 2027. So Ming-Chi Kuo basically opining that this does confirm his predictions that Apple, I guess it has stricter crease-free requirements now for the foldable iPhone. Because of that, it's going to actually accelerate the adoption of laser drilling for the display metal plate production. So again, also apparently Samsung will now be, or he predicts anyway, that Samsung will also be adjusting in tandem so they can compete with foldable iPhones. So they're going to be pretty much neck and neck here. The last prediction that he makes is basically that Fine M Tech's investments related to the foldable iPhone are not yet complete. So Ming-Chi Kuo is expecting some further investment to summarize it all, and he's also expecting that Samsung and Apple are going to be neck and neck in terms of the developments that each company is doing to compete in the foldable phone space. Back to you.
Fantastic, Adira, but like I'm really surprised that he's not talking about Honor and Huawei, because I don't know, like obviously they're not really sold in North America en masse, but those guys are just light years ahead, man. Has anybody seen the triple folding phone from Huawei? Sure, there are some drawbacks. I heard, it gets a little flimsy at the end, but the screen quality is insane. You don't see the folds. It's a 3-fold, guys, so it literally unfolds into a tablet. So it's really interesting there how we don't really talk about these Chinese products in the same way that we don't really talk about Chinese EVs disrupting North American markets, because they've all been blacklisted in North America, especially when Donald Trump 1.0, remember when he put Huawei on that kind of, I don't know, banned companies list. I forget exactly what it was placed under, but basically he cut them off from getting advanced chips. And that's why when they dropped the 5 nanometer chip last year in the Mate Pro, everybody was shocked. But yeah, we talk so seldomly about how good these Chinese electronics companies are, and Xiaomi, one of them as well. So super interesting there that he's looking at the battle between Apple and Samsung as opposed to, you know, some of these Chinese companies.
Yeah, absolutely there, Sharif. All right, guys, so this is like the point of an intraday hedging. Sorry, Sharif, I'm hyper-focused here.
When so can I focus on something while you do your thing? Because I told somebody I'd look at game for them.
Yeah. So you need a couple of seconds?
Yeah, okay, I know you're busy trading.
Yeah, I got a boatload going on here, guys. So this is essentially what an intraday hedge can do for you. You can see this is working out, and the TQs are slightly squeezing up here. Microsoft is on one today. It is going absolutely insane. So here it is. Essentially, like, we'll call it, I'll be obviously full disclosure. So essentially what's happening on here, I have half the size of the position that I have going on with the TQs. So now as this climbs higher, I'm getting appreciation in NVIDIA. So essentially what I'm at is if I close both positions at the same time, I endure half the loss regardless of what it is. If the TQs start to work out in my favor, I can lock in half the amount of profits of what I'm going to lose. So that's essentially what I'm thinking. Microsoft is just going insane. And if I pull this thing up from a daily, I don't know how sustainable this is. Like, for me, it's hard for me to wrap my head around it. And Darren and I were talking about this the other day, but you just have to go with what the price action is telling you. Okay, it's telling me this. It's continuing to climb higher. But this is not sustainable. You cannot tell me otherwise. Microsoft will not continue in this type of trading. Eventually, it will come and it will pull back, and the chances of it pulling back are going to be more aggressive than what it has been on the top side, all right? So you'll just have one of those massive days to the downside, and you're like, what is going on here? So in my opinion, cash secured puts are the way. I would not be buying.
Insane.
This is what I'm getting at.
That's insane.
It's not sustainable, right? Jeez. It can continue to go. What? But at some point, it will pull back. And when it pulls back, I believe it's going to be aggressive. Can I be wrong? What? Absolutely. There's no questioning that I have the potential to be wrong. But where have you seen price action like this?
Where?
Sustained. I personally haven't. Sustained without having something aggressive to the opposite side, right? Like if you go on these moves, okay, boom, here it is, September of 23. You go on this year and a half bull run from here, and then what happens from the peak? You essentially retrace 27% off of that. And I mean, this is over an extended period of time, but look at the short period of time after the previous earnings report, how much we've climbed. Thanks for embarrassing me. Appreciate that. Okay, so that's not going to work. What I wanted to do, there it is, 20%. All right, so you have this bear market, you pull back 27%, and then now you're up 20%. Keep an eye out on this name because eventually I think it will top out, and just look for potential short signals as well there too. Or if you don't want to chase it, you don't want to go short, buy those cash secured puts, and I'm sure that's going to bring you in a positive direction there.
All right, Anthony, I told you I'd look at games. Sorry, it took me some time to look at GAME, but let's do it right now. So we're going to start here, Anthony, on the daily chart, just so we can kind of get a feel for things. So this is the daily. Let's zoom out. Let's go to the weekly, because I just need to see highs and I need to see ranges and stuff. Embarrassing. Okay, so we're coming from COVID highs. Everything was inflated, and then we got the sell-off of 22 where everything sold off. This one game, that is, got a nice bump there in 23. Mid-23, it made local highs into about $9.50. Since that time, though, Anthony, it's been sell, except last week. Last week, it had a breakout week, reclaiming that dollar. It was not a reverse split. This thing got to $2, almost $3. It ended up closing out the week, Anthony, though, south of 2 at $1.70, but respectable. Look at this week. We don't necessarily wick higher, so we don't make technical higher highs, but I liked how we're definitely maintaining our higher low. That's really important. So that's for the weekly. Let's go ahead, look more micro now at the daily. Let's see, we get a zig and zag, obviously. So you get a couple of big days, outsized days, you get a couple of pullbacks, and then you get another couple of days to make new highs. So we could be bull flagging here, right? With this initial move here on July 8th, and then continued into July 9th into that 287 pullback, kind of within a range. It seems like the closing prints are kind of defending that $1.70, but staying below that 2.25. So maybe a 50 penny range, 175-ish to 225-ish for closing and opening prints, not the wicks, obviously, right? Now let's look at the day, the intraday, 5 minute. So we had a good day yesterday with some higher highs and higher lows, and we lost VWAP at around a little after noon. This one, this was the flat bottom break that I tried, that I told I didn't want to get Neil, I didn't want to bother Neil to get me shorts, but this ended up flat bottom breaking, lower high with VWAP there as support, and then it dropped nicely to about 215. We're selling off some more today, Anthony, though. Basically right at the open, right at 9, excuse me, the sell order started coming in. So the good news is we haven't broken Friday's low. Tuesday's low. Tuesday's low there is at $1.40. Definitely looking for that $1.50 hold. What I'd like to see are some higher lows. You're not going to get higher highs every day, but what I'd like to see some higher lows, at least on a multi-day time frame. Yeah, look, I don't know too much about the company. What the hell is it? Game Square Holdings, $73 million market cap. The vertically integrated digital media entertainment technology company connects global brands with gaming and youth culture and audiences. Great. What are the technicals on it? Let's go ahead and at trade ideas. We got a 31 million share float, Anthony, not too bad, small, with a short float of only 3.5%. So that's not too bad. That doesn't mean it's heavily shorted. But when you look at some of these weeks here, I'm surprised that it only has that much of a short float on it. So yeah, let me know how it goes, brother, but definitely a breakout there, breaking above the 50, et cetera, and maintaining itself above the 50 on the weekly time frame. Shout out to you. Before we send it back to Joey, I just want to remind everybody, guys, that it's super easy to vote. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare, man. He made this. Right now, we got 59 mentions for AMD. Second place, Big Bear AI at 54. And then look at this, 41 for Open and 44 for Lucid and only 37 for Unity. Now we're seeing some people vote. Get into that chat, exclamation point. Sorry, not exclamation point. Wow, that takes me back. It's the $sign. Throw in that $sign, your 3, 4, or 5 letter ticker automatically registers, and as you can see, we can see what the top 5 are, so we can show you guys which ones are making the moves here, and then obviously you guys decide. So when we get up on the green screen, you guys, we talk about what you guys want to talk about. All right, Joey, before we send it back to you over here, we're doing it freaking live here on BRNS. We're waiting for 77s. It's showing me 77 on the ask side of the level 2. Alas, it's 73 on the bid, so we won't get printed until it crosses, but I'm looking for this one to break and take 77s. How's my friend Zena doing? Okay, so we got the 95 prints. We hold the 20, so we make higher lows. I'm setting up at 99s, and then I'm setting up above 7 at 707. Let's see how these trades do. Packing my patience on both of these. And then last but not least, I said I'd get into ABV at the $0.50 if it held the 10 EMA. I lied. It held the 10 EMA, and here it goes again. Back into 370, showing me a seller here of note at 70. He's getting taken out. 71, 72, 73. Here we go. ABVE headed back to $3.83. Maybe. This is the high of the day.
Maybe, just maybe. All right, guys, let's take a look at the top performing sectors of the day. In our first place, we got the tech sector up about 9/10 there. All right, guys, so take a look at the tech sector, XLK. Industrials in second place, up about 6/10 there. Take a, I believe it's XLI. And then financials up about 0.5%, a little bit closer to 6/10. Look at XLF if you're curious about where the strength is. Now let's go to the bottom 3. That is going to be the communications service, down about 1/10 there, guys. Real estate down about 1/10. Healthcare, roughly the same thing, or sorry, 7/10 there, I should say. On the healthcare sector, that is going to be XLC, XLRE, and XLV, if you guys are curious. But please, nonsense, don't spam the chat. You can only vote once, I'm pretty sure. Your vote only counts one time, and now that is lunchtime, the lunchtime bell, guys. All right, so that is your top performing sectors of the day. We're still sitting in both of these potentials.
King.
All right, King, yeah.
King, you're going to get banned, brother. It's really about you either stopping or you're out. Choose. Choose which one it wants to be.
I'm kind.
Go.
5
Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you, Joe. That's it. You're done, bro.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
I'm kind. Yes.
Okay, Xerxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that one.
Yeah.
I'm a kind guy.
I'm kind. But yeah, that's what we got going on. All right, so you can see we're starting to get this pullback here in NVDA, and with that, the market might start selling with it as well too. But keep in mind, Google looks like it wants to break out higher, and Apple. So keep an eye out on these Mag 7s catching somewhat of a bid. Then we might have to hop out of this trade. And I don't do that kind of that hedge position very, very often, but when I do, it's just kind of to see how it works, how you can mitigate losses, et cetera, et cetera. So a little veteran savvy move that I learned a while ago.
Neil, Micah Parsons chiming in on Jerry Jones. I'm going to read it. Dallas Cowboys pass rusher Micah Parsons called out team owner Jerry Jones for impeding progress on a contract extension. He wrote as follows. We obviously wanted to get it done early. We want that relief, but obviously ownership is always going to make it drag out, make it more complicated than it has to be. Parsons said on WWE legend The Undertaker's 6 Feet Under podcast, lack of communication and that standpoint. So there we go. So he's entering his final season of the contract. To play in 25 under the 5th-year option. He's worth about $24 million on that 1 year. He's obviously the 2021 first-round pick. And I would say, Neil, would you put him top 3 pass rushers in the league? Easily, yeah. I agree with that. So pay the man.
Pay that man his money.
Pay the man, as my friend Primetime likes to say. Pay the man. So that's a little bit of an obstacle, obviously, for the Dallas defense this year. So we'll have to see what he has to do. Marco Hernandez, Jerry needs to retire. Yeah, bro, he really does. He really does. I think that, he's...
So I have opinions on this because
I want to hear it.
Cowboys cheerleader show. So here's the thing. Yeah, I know I can't.
I love it. I love it. Go ahead.
But like they do have the Joneses there, so it's like the question: if Jerry steps down, does Charlotte step up? And what does that mean for the league? Because there can't be that many female team owners, right? So I'm kind of curious.
That's interesting.
As to how that goes.
No, that's actually really interesting because she's very much involved in day-to-day, Adara. So yeah, well, I think he likes to incorporate his kids, right, in the day-to-day operations and things. I mean, I wouldn't mind that if I had an army of children. I want to put them to work.
Absolutely. What do you
put
think?
them to work.
You think it's free around here? What do you think this is? Come on.
You even got a chuckle out of Assassino, bro. And assassins don't smile at that much.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
No, seriously though, like I don't want to say you can't trust other people. But, I can lay into my kids probably a little bit more than I could lay into an employee. You know what I mean? I'm going to let you know exactly what I think.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just more natural.
This is how it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's how it is. Obviously, if I could put Milo to work, I would already. Just got to start paying rent.
Midnight. Yes, Bears versus Bulls. Everybody's favorite. Mod had to take a bit of a time off, obviously. Not sure if he's going to be returning. We miss him very much. Shout out to him. Obviously, yes, but we are doing the mod as well. As you can see, we threaten people all the time to block them and to ban them. So we're trying to pick up the slack as well.
Right.
Shout out.
We can try. We obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Yeah, this is what I got going on here still. So Hughes just continuing to climb higher. Apple catching a big time bid. As you can see, it's starting to break out through some of these lows here. So we just got to keep an eye out on. I'm not going to hold this and just let it continuously go against me, obviously, but I'm just sized accordingly to allow myself to hold it for a little bit longer. So yeah, we'll be patient on this one. If Microsoft wants to continue to be strong, and then you can see Apple start to grab a little bit of a bid, then we'll just hop out of that trade and then look for something else. If not, it may not be my day as well too, right? So I don't want to continuously force something, nor do I want to ruin a week just because I had one bad trading session. Adara, what do you got?
Bang.
Here is the market. Oh, I typed it in wrong. We're going to look at the QQQs. This is the NASDAQ. Nice, beautiful push to the upside. We broke out of that I guess sort of a double top around that 560. Since then, it's only been smooth sailing for that NASDAQ. The S&P 500 here looking very similar. Tons of earnings on watch today. We'll get to that in a second. But Amazon actually did have a little bit of a catalyst. If you notice, this push to the downside and then quick recovery. Basically, I'm seeing some reports. Apparently, they're going to be laying off some people in their Amazon Web Services cloud unit. Then we have Pepsi, one of many earnings names today, much like the market that seems a little bit poised for a breakout. We'll have to see if this breakout comes. You also have crypto names like Circle, Coinbase, and MSTR on watch as we await more progress on Crypto Week. But before sending over to Neil, and as always, exciting lesson of the day, we have to take a moment to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the SPY, NASDAQ, or even Bitcoin? Because Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to trade up or manage up to $1 million in capital. All you have to do is pick your path, instant fund to Challenger Pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million, and they've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account and just scan that QR code or head to top1futures.com. That's top1futures.com, code TTV, and start trading towards your next payout. Neil, lesson of the day. Take it away.
We love earnings season around here. Well, traders love earnings season in a general sense. One of the reasons you love it is because you get to have volume, which we like, volatility, catalysts, stocks that are making new ranges and not doing the same thing. Not that it's bad if it does the same thing it does yesterday, because you can range trade or just trade a pattern or trade a continuation. But sometimes you just get some really awesome setups. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing bad about today having missed out on Abbott Labs and Pepsi to trade some other things that were in play. I mean, Tesla moved pretty nice. There's lots of things that moved well, right? But two earnings names, one up, one down, kind of gave you some really perfect opportunities, I want to say. One was Abbott Labs, poor guidance. Well, you guide poorly in this market, you get beat up. It was already gapped down. And I find if it does something obvious, you really want to be in it. Once it lost 130, like what is there to look at? Right around here, underneath 128, with this wicks 127, so 127 to 128 is a pullback into the next support level. Or you're looking at essentially the 200 period moving average at 25. What does that look like this morning? Well, two things. One, it pulls right into that, doesn't get to 28. At the open, fails 27. Okay, well that confirms the resistance spot there. So you want to be short. You could play that in two ways. You could just be short into that, or that other level, 25, instantly continuation through VWAP at 25. And it gets even better because once it's beneath both of those, you can take the short under 25 by using the pre-market low. It wicks right into pre-market lows and continues lower. Bad news on earnings. Fails to come back, resistance turning into support, support turning into resistance, continuation trend trades galore on Abbott Labs. And look, this is a name that moves around a bunch. So you're not surprised when Abbott is down 8%. You're not surprised when it gets a little bit more juice throughout the day. However, I would argue a lot of people might be surprised when Pepsi continues and is up 7%. But sometimes it's just like that. Wrote it off. At the end of the day, sometimes you've just got to look at something that might be different because it is in play. You don't normally trade Pepsi. Most people probably don't normally day trade Pepsi. I'm going to go on a limb saying that, but I'm like very certain that it's true. And it is so clean technically where it's breaking out from. So why wouldn't it have some continuation? 140 forward is now, 147.5, which I said it had no chance of getting to. Who knows? Maybe it does. What does it do at the open? Instant, like you might not have this trade because right at the open it shoots up. Well, fair enough. You're not going to get that trade. Well, what do we like for a trend up that has room to go? A pullback into the volume weighted average price. That is exactly what it does. If you ever see something that is in play that gives you a textbook setup, that's a simplistic one, and it's already doing the volume you want. You're in the direction of the news, in this particular case, how the market is perceiving the earnings, which is a gap up and a trend up. So it's got everything that you want, and it's simple. That's why the watch list is out there every single day. That's why Dara does the work to make sure Abbott Labs is in there for you and Pepsi's in there for you when they normally wouldn't be. right? Like, you'll never see you will literally never see Pepsi at all. But today, it gives you a nice upward trend. Is it the strongest stock? Okay, fine. You'll find a small capper that's done a bigger percentage. I guarantee you will. But trading this to the long side is probably cleaner than a heck of a lot of Mag 7 names that we've been looking at. Like, Tesla's all over the place. Like, Tesla was a good long for me, but it's been all over the place. This has just been up, up, and away. Even if it's a small trend trade, what's wrong? That's almost $2. We celebrate $2 around here on moves like that all the time. So you've got to be looking at, in earnings season, every now and then, you're going to be pulling out a name that's not on your normal radar. And you just have to be willing to do it. Why? Because the patterns of in-play stocks can come back and show you the way. So whether it was Pepsi or Abbott Labs, make sure as we get into more earnings that we're going through that watch list, going through the diligence of figuring out which ones look like they're going to be in play, doing exceptional moves like Pepsi and Abbott Labs, and giving them a shot, because that's what's trading about, is being in the right place at the right time, and then having a plan of action. There's your lesson of the day. And I have to admit, just to go back to Shreve, because he was talking about Parsons. Parsons is a phenomenal player. I just believe the guy. He'd just pay the guy. Like, it's the way the NFL works. We all know how it is. If you're at the top of your position and your contract is coming up, you know what the last guy got paid, and that's what you get, or you get better. And everybody knows it, and there's always this big dog and pony show, and then he's eventually going to get paid, and we all know it. But I don't understand why it has to be so complicated. Oh, I know why. Because they don't have guaranteed contracts in the NFL. So because you don't have guaranteed contracts in the NFL, what ends up happening is players have to do the whole holdout game, and then fans are like, yeah, well, you have a contract, play for it. Well, it's not a guaranteed contract. And if at the end of the day it's super easy for the owners to just get rid of the guy, even though there is a contract, then why are we complaining about them honoring it? If the owners don't have to honor it, then why should the players have to honor it? And it's a bunch of nonsense. You don't see this holdout crap in baseball because they all have guaranteed contracts. That time is eventually going to come, and I guarantee you they take less money for guaranteed contracts across the board. That being said, everyone's printing money, and the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl. Back to you guys.
Look, Neil, I will cheer for the Bills in the AFC this year. I will cheer for the Bills in the AFC. I like the Jets as well. But I know that they are a division rival, so I will not say any more about that. But yeah, no, look, man, I mean, I don't know how you grew up, but, you know, around these parts, obviously, we don't have an NFL team. Mm-hmm. So a lot of Torontonians grew up as Buffalo fans. And until like the late 2000s, we had a regular season game at the Dome every year. But it wasn't really well subscribed.
No, it wasn't.
Because the Bills sucked then. Guarantee you, they do those Bills games at Rogers Center now. They're packed.
Yeah.
They're packed. Everybody's coming to watch Josh Allen.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's kind of crappy.
The last one that I remember was the Bills against the Falcons. Yeah, I think that was one of the games that they had at the Sky Dome. I still call it that. But there it is. CFL Winnipeg Blue Bombers for life. Yeah, shout out to the Blue Bombers. I like them over there. And Super Chat. Oh, yeah, let's go Super Chat. I'm out of the TQs, by the way. I'm not going to go against this. The mags are ripping. And that's what I'm talking about, a slight hedge, right? So I got out of this trade. The risk to reward wasn't even there anymore. Even if it came back, it's like, what am I going to hold it for when the bulk of my position is sitting in this consolidation? I'm not going to hold it all the way to here to get break even. If it doesn't break down to VWAP, then it is what it is. But NVDL working out for us here now too, guys. So maybe we'll add into this one. We want to make that winner. But that's the whole point of that hedge game. Even though I've realized this loss, if I were to just realize the gains on NVDL right now, it would just cut that in half essentially. All right. So that's just a little trick of the trade that I learned. Don't be doing it. Doesn't work all the time. Don't get that twisted. I'm short the overall market and long a specific name. But just keep that in mind. Super Chat. Yes. Let's go to that one, fan funding, and we have local brother 07. What's up, brother? Mad respect for this channel. Your thoughts on the current run with Rocket Labs? All right, yeah, it's just doing Rocket Lab things. Let's take a look at RKLB. RKLB, Okay, starting to pull back a little bit here as well, guys. Keep that in mind. Go NVDA. Shout out to intraday hedging. You know what I mean? Hey, Obi, I know you didn't know that one, but there we go. Rocket Lab's been an absolute monster move here. 31.20 all the way up to 53.40 currently, even a little bit north of that. But this is a big time move. Again, do you want to be chasing all the way up here? My answer is going to be no, right? Like, so what do you want to do? If you really want to get involved in this and you want to get into 100 shares, that's the thing about cash secured puts. And sorry, I always go back to like options references, but I think this is the way to get involved in this. It's dual benefit, all right? So, one, you sell some cash secured puts, you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna put those a month out, I'm gonna collect a little bit of premium. Let's actually do it right now live, Sharif.
Do it live, baby.
Let's do it live, to be honest with you. I'm gonna pull up Rocket Lab, and we're just gonna do a live scenario of what we can possibly do here on Rocket Lab. Say I wanted to own 100 shares of this.
Okay.
All right? So let's get involved in this, and I want to go to a further expiration cycle. We're gonna go to August, 36 days away from now. I don't wanna own it at the current price that it's trading at right now. I want to own it for about, let's say, $44, all right, or $45. Okay. So what can happen here is that I collect $273, all right? Now, it's either it's going to come into this target, and now I'm the proud owner of Rocket Lab at $45. Or if that doesn't work out, well, guess what? Congratulations, you just pocketed $275, all right? So when you allocate, when you get assigned those shares, okay, it's those shares minus the premium received, that's fine. So you're out $275, but you own it at the price that you want to. And if it doesn't go there, well, then guess what? You just collected $275. Okay. It doesn't work. You go farther dated again. You go 36 days out, and you sell the exact same strike price for a little bit more premium or the exact same premium, and then you collect it once again until eventually you get assigned. And then that way, it's like kind of the beginning steps of the options wheel where, okay, now I'm assigned. It starts to appreciate. Oh, I think we're well in the money, but I don't want to sell the shares. What do? You start selling covered calls. Okay, you get a sign on those. Well, congratulations, you just sold your shares for a profit as well, too. That's just a small rundown on what it exactly is, and that's what I would be doing in this market instead of chasing all the way up here, Sharif.
That piece of crap, Li Auto, is up 7.5%. NEO is up 7%. And the Monster XBEV, which has been outperforming both of them, is only up 2.5%. What's that Monster BYD doing? BYD is below $100 still at 95 and 30. I'm talking about BYDDY, guys, on the OTC market exchange. Just having a quick look there at my side chart, my side watch list over here to see what's moving, you know, other than small caps, because, well, the small caps are drying up. So I just added into this position here on BRNS. We're almost exhausted our shares. So this one did pull into the 20. When it pulled into the 20 over here, it found support. So I punched in at 71. But guess what, Adara? Anything below 68, I'm out.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens there, Sharif. I do want to talk about a story I know you and I especially have been following, but I think a lot of people, Meta and its AI hiring situation. So we're gonna basically explain this. There's an individual at this company by the name of Connor Hayes, who is reportedly, according to Axios, just been appointed as the head of Threads. Now, this is particularly interesting because I just went on his LinkedIn to do a quick deep dive on Connor Hayes before doing this throw. Now, prior to his, I guess, being now appointed to lead Threads, for the last over 2 years, since April 2023, he has been the vice president of product in their generative AI stream. So this seems like maybe another push for CEO Mark Zuckerberg to move employees out of their AI sector as they prepare for their super intelligence unit. That would be my best guess anyway. At the very least, it's interesting that he comes from the generative AI stream of things and he's now moving to lead Threads. For the record, he's been involved in Meta or Instagram for quite some time. He was the director of product management at Meta for 2 years. Then he led Instagram product management. Then he became VP product here for generative AI. So he's been with the company for a long time, but the timing of his move is pretty interesting when you consider this super intelligence unit being built at META. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Joey, I just want to mention, I'm in a new position. Beam, BEEM, up 30%. I don't want to say it's a trade de novo, but it really only started moving at around 9:30. I didn't have eyes on it till now. It's been respectful of the 10 EMA, 277 high. on the day. It pulls back in, generally holds the 10 EMA on the 5. So I punch in here. Anything, though, below that 60 penny area where you see the top end of the initial bull flag did have its resistance right there. 1 reject, 2 reject, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7. There it goes. It takes my orders to the high side, and now I'm waiting at 75s and now 77s. But this one, much like a lot of these small cap gappers that we've been trading today, are not 1 penny spreads. 3, 4, 5. I've been seeing that more today. Usually it has something to do with the volume, but as we know from the individual who asked that question yesterday, it's not exclusive to volume. Market making as well as volatility, etc. All these things influence the spread. Showing me 73s now. I'm waiting at 75s and 77s. So let's see if we can get that clearing now. Showing me 74s momentarily before it went back down to 73. I'm talking about Beam, BWEM, up about 32% and change on the day. And I also added on Burns, just took a beak wetter there at 73s. I did add at 70s. I've got the orders layered here. This one was a 20 exponential pullback, but again, as I mentioned, anything below 68, and I get stopped out. And the reason I say that is because there was a buyer at 68 all the way through here. If that buyer is no longer there, then I don't feel as comfortable punching in and continuing to look for higher lows. So 68, the breach of, 68 gets me out of the trade. Last but not least, I got shaken out of Zena. I had the wrong stop here. It should have been below 65. I was basing it on my entry. That's wrong. I missed completely the fact that there was a 65 buyer here, and that ended up holding, and now it's moving up. So I'm a little disappointed with that oversight on my part, having not seen that there was a buyer here clearly at 665, and I placed my order above that. That is an obvious mistake and an obvious oversight on my part. So that's what we're doing right now, Joey. We're looking at Burns for that next beak wetter at 75, and then we're looking at Beam. I mean, there's just so many jokes that I can say about this. Puns, beam me up, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, there's all that kind of stuff, but that's a little, as Neil would say, low-hanging fruit.
Low-hanging fruit. We'll call it a big pun from now on. Big pun. You know Big Pun is?
Of course I know Big Pun. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What's going on over
There you
here,
go,
Joey?
Big Pun.
I'm 100. I know Big Pun.
Guys, savvy Canadian
red.
traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.com or .ca before investing. Get that one right there.
See what your friend Adara just wrote there in the
I'm
chat?
not a trader. I just trade a lot. Ooh.
Big Punisher, still got what you're looking for. Don't wanna be. Get it, Adara. I don't wanna be a player no more.
Oh, is that Big Pun?
I'm not
I
a
didn't even
player, I
know.
just crush a lot.
That's Big Pun. I didn't know.
Punisher, still got what you're looking for.
All right, then.
Neil's vibing. How come you're not vibing?
I don't know. I know the song, but I don't know.
There
I'm
you
not
go,
the biggest
baby.
fan.
We don't care if you're vibing,
exactly.
Ram.
It's not.
Oh, now I feel bad for saying that. Sorry,
So far,
Ram.
so good. Yeah, Charlie, good look there, guys. Big Pun. Okay, sale off of Joby. We got out of that NVDA back into some TQ short, so we mitigated a little bit of those losses to see what's going on. We got that punch. Once we double topped here, we can zoom out to the 5 minute. There we go. So you can see we have a little bit of a double top here on NVDA. This was the short from earlier, attempt number 2 on the short, and then it's like, nope, we got other plans there, Mr. Joseph.
It's okay.
And then we get all out of this trade right up there. So a nice flip. I know Obi was long NVDA from the volume weighted average price, so nice slow grind there. So yeah, that's what we got going on. Let's go TQs, start selling. Can Microsoft sell? Tesla's tanking. Tanking,
again.
but it has broken through the lows here, guys. You can see that displayed 320.39, and now moving a little bit south there on that one, brother.
I'm not an eater. I just eat a lot. Get it, Ronnie. You and I both, brother. I just eat a lot of eggs. That's kind of my shtick there. No, I eat quite a bit, Joseph.
Yo, Sadiq, Sitar, brother, I've answered your question literally 4 or 5 times.
Okay, I'll answer it. Maybe if I answer it.
There you go. Tell him.
Okay, Sadiq. He uses IB, okay, Trader Workstation, the options thing on that. Super simple. You don't have to use that. There's so many different options ones, and I would suggest you use not Trade Ideas, eSignal. eSignal's got a fantastic platform there as well, my man. So check that out. Sadiq, chill with that, bro. What are you, like an hour behind in the stream? We've answered it. Dorothy. I like Dorothy Mantooth is a saint. Sharif, your life sounds like a Rocky montage. It is my favorite series of movies, and I only say that ahead of The Godfather because I got more into Rocky as a kid, so I have a lot of nostalgia and a lot of emotions about that. But the dude sitting next to me over here absolutely despises not only the Rocky series, he thinks very little of Sylvester Stallone as a person, as an actor, and everything. So I have no idea what's going on there, but I love the Rocky movies. Dorothy, which is your favorite montage? This is actually a hard question, but I'm gonna have to say Rocky IV, when he has that fight with Adrian, where she tells him he can't beat Ivan Drago. And then he leaves the house, he gets in the Lambo, and he starts ripping on Philly streets, which I happen to love. And that soundtrack that was playing during the Lambo scene, that's just gold. Obviously, you guys are gonna say other things. Say it, go ahead, Assassino. Karate Kid's fantastic, but they're asking me, Chilean Nightmare, about the Rocky scene. Yeah, but I do love Karate Kid, obviously, goes without saying. It's another 80s movie. No, but I think you guys probably in the chat, like, I don't know, you're going to want to see a training montage, maybe, like when he's in Russia, and he's in, and he's in Siberia, and he's in the barn, he's doing, like, sit-ups. You know what he got? He got a wagon. And he started doing neutral grip presses in the wagon, my guy. Right? And he started pressing Adrian and Paulie and Duke. Right? He had everybody jump in that, B word. All right. I want to read what Big Spile just wrote me. I just have to vet it, but he's talking about his kids there, so usually it's pretty clean. Oh, that's amazing. Look at this, bro. Took the kids to our local fair last week after seeing some rodeo action. Rye had to ride the mechanical bull. Did not go well for him. He's absolutely adorable, Big Spile. Thank you for sending me this kind of stuff, man. I live the family life vicariously through you, Big Spile. Shout out to you. So what'd you guys say there in the chat? So which one did you guys like? Rambo over Rocky, says Fedora the Explorer. That's crazy, bro. Cliffhanger was the best. A great movie, by the way, Cliffhanger. For Sylvester Stallone. Who else? Let's see what people are saying. Drago. All right. Rocky punching the meat. Yes, Ronnie R. I know you like food, Ronnie. You made that very clear earlier. So I think you have affinity for that meat. This Mustang man, Darwin chasing the chickens. You're talking about Rocky II and that smelly gray shirt with the hole that he would put his hand in, right? Yes, I remember. I know about that, the OG Darwin. The OG Darwin is always coming up with hot fire there. Predator. Yeah, I don't know about that, bro. Fast and Furious.
I thought that's Arnold, isn't it?
It is. But they're not holding to the rules here of being Rocky. Oh, okay. The Chilean Nightmare threw everybody off by started talking about the Karate Kid, this, that, and the other. Because he's a Chilean Nightmare, bro. All right, then. He thought we were talking about cool montages. I really do appreciate the fact that you have the mic there so that you can speak to us directly and not have to jump over Assassino. But we got to do something here.
With Trade the Pool swing trading programs, you can get access up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk. Thanks to a one-time evaluation fee, no monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vincent J, for example, one of Trade the Pool swing traders. He's already locked in $23,082 in profits. His top performer, NMAX, he shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in $6,700. That's a solid month. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off. There, guys.
Can we just do a quick 5-second one here, Assassino? Here we go.
Wow.
Bum, bum, bum,
Yeah, the
bum,
video's gone.
bum. Something's going on?
Are you still in that, Obi?
Hold on, something's going on here. People are...
NVDAs.
Obi's freaking out over here. He's getting me nervous.
NVDA is wilding out.
NVDA is wilding out. Okay. All right, let's just have a quick look over here. Yeah, NVDA is breaking out to the high side, guys. 174.15 high a day. I don't see any news headlines on this, but Adara's at the big desk. As soon as she finds anything, NVIDIA is breaking out, guys. 174.15. It just broke easily above that 173 and change. Keep your eye on NVIDIA. Joey.
Yeah. Tough look there, guys. So I'm just hop out of this. I promise you I will not be shorting this market anymore today. And I can't chase any of these longs all the way up here. So there it is. We got out a little bit prematurely right there on this liquidity grab, volume spike to the downside, and then now, sure enough, it's ripping to the top side. So it's just one of those days, and you have to be able to realize that when it's not your day, you're not in sync, you've missed opportunities. It's just chill out, sit on your hands, accept whatever loss, keep it relatively small. So I'm just going to be kicking it, cooling it with you guys. Whatever you want to look at, we'll go over those names. But yeah, I'm not going to be putting on any more risk throughout the day, Sharif.
Okay.
We're going to Adara right now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any news here on NVIDIA, but it's worth noting we're getting a lot of social media attention, so lots of people looking at the stock and posting about it on X. Unfortunately, no news, but I did want to mention here, NVDA looks like it's just a lot of social media attention. If that changes and I see a news story, I will let you guys know promptly. Back to you.
Dara. Yeah, interesting look there on missed a super chat about Costco. Sorry, Mr. Easy Street. I do apologize. Allow me to go back to fan funding. I did see it quickly there. Let me just go back. I'm just looking for it. Where the hell is it? Costco. Good time. Oh, Pablo Jesus. $2 super chat. Thank you, Pablo. I'm really sorry about that, brother, for missing your super chat, Joey. But I think this is, I hate to throw it to you again, but it's an options question. Good time for a call in Costco?
Let's pull up cost. I don't even know, brother.
Are you in a position, brother?
No,
Like,
I'm out. I'm out of everything. I told you I'm going to be
sure,
sitting on my hands for probably the majority of the remaining of the session. I won't be trading probably later into the day. Yeah, sure. Why not, right? Like, I mean, look, you're running into this support level here. You have multiple touches as you break through this neckline. So kind of a sloppy head and shoulders there, but you can see the base, and once it cracked through there, you can get through the low. Maybe you get somewhat of a small pop, but just understand what you're doing when you're buying these calls. You obviously want to buy further dated out. You don't want to be buying anything near dated. But again, to each their own. You got to come up with your own strategy and find a way to execute that one there. But Costco, a nice rebound in some of these staples names. So that's what we got going on. I'm going to price something out here just 1 second there, Sharif.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's take a look at a further dated Costco, and they're going to be pretty expensive just due to the stock, right? So for me personally, if you're new to options, start with shares, right? Just because you don't have to worry about time decay and all those things. So let's go to a further dated. We'll call it December 19th. If you want an at the money call, what are we trading at? R954 roughly. Don't even have to. You have to grab the 50s, and that's going to cost you a whopping $6,700 for one contract. So just keep that in mind as well too. I can't figure out the theta. Well, I can, but I'm not going to look it up just now because it's essentially irrelevant. But December 19th, 155 days, is going to cost you about $7,000, Sharif.
All right, sounds good, Joey. All right, just throwing out my stop over here. All right, I added to my beam trade because it came into that 60 penny area, and as I mentioned earlier, that 60 penny area I perceive to be the top end of the bull flag. I tried to punch in at 61, it wouldn't let me. I tried to punch in at 62s, it wouldn't let me. I had to chase it into 63. That's a little annoying, but that's kind of just the way it goes. So we're going to set up at 67s, and we're setting up at 69s as well. So let's see if Beam's got the juice to move up. It loses 56. That's the end of the trade. I won't give it to below 50. That's not why I'm in this trade. I'm in it for the 60 hold. I'm talking about $2.60. So I get it's above VWAP into 50. If it loses 56, I can always get back in at the 50 penny area, which again is the volume weighted average price. So I won't be DCing into an oblivion there. So I will stop out at 56. Otherwise, here it goes, showing me 66s. We're waiting, as I mentioned, at 67, then 69, and it probably behooves us to set up some more beak wetters into the 70s in case this one So it's moving. So that's the only position. No, that's incorrect. I've got Burns on as well. So Burns still holding this one. It's still putting in higher lows. So can't really decisively take that $0.75 area. There has been a seller there, despite the fact that the high of the day is 77. The real level where the short sellers or the profit takers have been coming in is that 75 penny area. Jameson wants to know about COUR. Jameson asks, Jameson shall get. Wow, look at that weekly on NVIDIA. I just spotted, look at this weekly on NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Are there any lower lows anywhere here? One. This one in April. That's literally it. Every other is a, wow, dude. Every other low except for this week over here that made a lower low, the April 21st. I know I'm digressing, but this caught my attention. Unbelievable.
Hopefully so.
Unreal, what a move. COUR, let's have a look at COUR though. I know I got a little ADHD or whatever, ADD or whatever the kids are saying these days. Yeah, calm down, Ram. All right, so. Get help, she says. Thank you, Ram, thank you.
Where's my Reese's Pieces?
By the way, I can get my own help there with a 5-finger discount there at the store. You know that, right? But we don't do that.
That's how we do it. Yeah,
we're good boys.
We're good boys. Yeah, that's how you got your thing.
Yeah, that's how I got this thing, but that's a little different.
Holding on by a thread.
Calm down, it's just fine. All right, COUR. So let's start with the daily on this, Joey, because I don't think very much of it right now, at least intraday. So let's start on the daily. COUR. Where are we coming from? So we're coming from COVID highs. It obviously doesn't look good coming from COVID highs, but what have we been doing lately? So lately, and I mean like since May of 2024, we've been locked in a range, Jameson. Seems like that 6.5 area, 6.5, yeah, 6 generally has been holding up as a level of support. Now to the high side, it's generally been 9, maybe even, yeah, generally 9. Now you have your outsized moves here and here as well. So there have been times where it's broken out, but it's been locked in a range for a while. Now, what are the moving average telling us? The moving averages here are kind of just sideways. You're not really getting much at all. Jameson, I got to tell you, this one is a bamboozler. Because even when it does take out that 9 on a multi-day basis, look how quickly it does retrace.
Yeah.
You did it over here. Get it, Joey. Get it. I love this guy. I'm not going into a position till the end of the day.
No,
look at this guy.
No, but dude, I had to. I said it had to be A++. All right, Gorev, check this out.
All right,
Beautiful signal on this breakout. What does it have? The volume. So I had to take that trade.
Okay.
Trust me.
Okay.
I've been people were calling me out in the chat about it, and I was laughing because I'm like, yeah. But this was the only scenario that I would have taken it. All right. So now we're heading into the lower end of the range, but that is VPA 101 right there, and you can see we're a couple cents in the money, 30, 40 cents roughly. I think that we can get to the lower end of this range, and you're starting to see that selling pressure most definitely pick up. Sorry, guys. Obviously, yeah, I had to take it. I'm not even going to try to justify myself or anything like that. I had to take that trade. That was a pretty good opportunity. But the overall market, I'm just talking about the Qs and such. But yeah, there it is. That's working out. I'll pull it up here. One more time, we get the little hedge play right there. It breaks out. I'm like, that sucks. But then we get that inverted hammer candle right there, doji star, right around the highs on a breakout with that volume signature supporting it. You crack it to the downside. I'm going to be looking for some more moves, even potentially back into volume weighted average price. So let's be patient, see if that can come into play. I will not be taking a loss on that. I can assure you I'll just cut it break even if it does come back to me, or maybe just a very, very small one. So Joe, how was the party when your girl was away? Oh, dude, there was no party. I'm telling you, that's crazy. I didn't even.
That's not crazy. That's not crazy at all.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Bro, that, oh my God. Oh my God. It doesn't give me goosebumps in the same way that that He-Man animation gives me goosebumps.
You love that
but
He-Man
oh
thing,
my God. That's just a lot of I don't know, man. I was watching that movie a lot when I was younger, so it just brings back a lot of memories, man. He-Man. You want to know He-Man? That guy.
By the power of Grayskull.
Oh, every time, as soon as he starts yelling, I have the power.
It doesn't hit me
every time, bro.
Hit me
on the back of my neck, man. That's crazy right there.
Joe was late at the club.
That's crazy.
No, I was not late at
So Joseph.
Yeah.
Let's hear about it, brother. Nobody's going to find out.
I told you, brother. I told you. Friday night I went home and I slept.
Yeah, okay.
You want to know what I really did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I bought one of the small containers of the salted caramel Haagen-Dazs.
Right.
Went to town on that. And then I woke up bright and early, went to the outdoor workout gym. Yeah, I'm gonna, bro.
Are these euphemisms for different things? They are, right, man?
So listen. I went to.
We gotta go to Dara. Breaking news.
Dara.
Breaking news. Yep.
Keep an eye on PYPL and SQ. In case you missed it, last week we did have, I guess, reports coming out that some of these major banks are going to be leading to bank fees for customer data for these fintech companies. Well, now the information is reporting that fintech companies and crypto industries are apparently launching a fight to block these bank fees for customer data access. PYPL spiking as a result. Actually, that chart looking really nice here on the day. SQ also on watch. I want to mention, oh, sorry, that's not the ticker anymore, XYZ. Keep an eye here on Block. Block not looking as good here, but PYPL, Affirm also moved on this catalyst when it first came out last week, so that could be one to watch as well. Not doing too much. The other catalyst I want to mention is, Sharif, you were just talking about how it's interesting that we were seeing Min Chi Kuo talk about Samsung versus Apple. Well, now Jefferies apparently releasing a note on Xiaomi versus Apple for Q2 2025. Jefferies, it's just an analyst. They're basically saying that they have a flat year-over-year consensus for Xiaomi for their, I guess, for their sales, for their shipments. This is more about Xiaomi than Apple, but either way, they're basically saying that iPhone demand in 2025 remains strong, and their checks show that 19% year-over-year growth during this period. So interesting look, they're actually 19% year-over-year growth during the 6/18 sales event they're expecting for the iPhone. So that could be a good look for Apple for earnings if these Jefferies estimates are accurate, guys. Back to you.
That's what I wanted to hear, the next part. So when you mentioned Jefferies and then you said Xiaomi, that's what I was asking about. Because remember we were talking about that, Xiaomi, Honor, there's a lot, Huawei, there's a lot of these Chinese brands that you don't hear too much, at least from the analysts in North America, about because they're not sold here. And so they're not as influential here. But it looks like Jefferies commenting about China sales, and that would make Xiaomi very much relevant because Apple obviously has to compete with these Chinese brands in China. And that's the thing, guys. We don't hear too much about these Chinese brands, but the fact of the matter is, like it or not, and I hate to say it like this, but they are catching up, man. They are really catching up. The North American governments tried to kind of put those restrictions on chips. So I talked to you guys about what Donald did to Huawei back in 2019 and all the the aggressive approach that he had to kind of make sure that American dominance remained. But again, Joey says it, I say it, necessity is the mother of all invention, and when you force somebody into a corner, you force their hand, and they seem to excel. So it's not something that I want to do. I don't think that that's the best approach. But again, Joseph, we always talk about this. It's that balance. You don't want the Chinese to come up with the technology and then be able to sell it for cheaper and gain market share with other emerging markets, but at the same time, you don't want to give them the technology and then have them leapfrog you in military and other things as well. So it's a bit of a It's a tough balance to strike there.
Very much so, brother. All right, so this is
Big
where,
smile.
I've seen that one.
Thank you, Big Smile. Sharif, Xena Warrior Princess. Enough said. Yes, Big Smile, you've made your affinity for Xena and your love for her very clear in the past, and it's a show that I very much know about. I never really watched it growing up.
Didn't China play Xena or Xena, or however you guys call it?
Warrior Princess?
Yeah, China.
What do you mean?
China, the
like the actual China, because we were just talking about China.
Yeah, no, the wrestler.
May she rest in peace. Yes.
Oh, she passed?
She passed a long time
ago.
Yeah,
damn.
It's a sad story.
Yeah.
Yes, I think she did.
She did.
And she was great for it, actually, to be honest with you.
She got into some other...
Great wrestler, too, by the way. But
yeah, she got into some other industry later on in her career.
You had to go there, bro. You had to go there, bro. She passed, bro. She passed,
Sorry.
Like,
I didn't mean to go
You
there.
saw that, Neil? See how he just brought that? It's a family show, says Neil. Oh, man. Lucy Lawless. Thank you, No Name. I did not actually know her real name. Thank you for that. Yeah, wow. See? Look, even the chat, bro, they know. They're like, oh, bro, that's a little harsh there, Joey.
Well, I never said it was bad.
Joey.
I never said it was bad. I never said it was bad.
Okay, so we didn't finish your weekend.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, don't try to get away from that.
I'm not. I'm being totally honest with you. Friday night, salted caramel Haagen-Dazs. Saturday morning, outdoor workout gym, ride the bike.
You were carbing up on Friday night for Saturday.
For Saturday morning. And so I could...
Saturday morning, huh?
Yeah. So I could go to the workout gym and then ride the bikes around all day.
That's fair.
Which I did.
Yeah.
And then I watched UFC with one of my buddies. And then Sunday was just gym and mega chill out.
All right.
And hockey. Hockey on Sunday.
Yeah, you did mention you played hockey, so yeah.
There you go.
I definitely believe that.
That's what
Everything was very believable at that whole story. Very believable. Just joking. Come on, bro. You gotta bust your chops a little bit.
Oh yeah, these fruit flies. I gotta get one of the fly catchers.
Yeah, and they're so small. You can't even really can't target them that easily.
Bonkers.
All right, guys. Shout out to Mike PD Ryder. Hockey is gnarly. Yeah, it is, man. Your boy Joey's really good at it. Guys, I'm in 2 positions, and I don't know for how long for, because Burns, well, certainly got a buyer here at 68. I've made that point clear, but it's very consolidative. It's the volume profile is dropping off a cliff here on BRNS, and that obviously is not good for me. You need volume to go up. So I am very much watching it right now, but I don't want to sell. I don't want to sell because we're very much near the highs. We are putting in lower highs, as you can very clearly see when we got up to that 77 area where I didn't print. We've been putting in lower highs since then, so this could be a flat bottom break candidate through 168. We'll have to wait and see. I've accounted for that in my stop placement. So BRNS in focus for me at the moment. The OG Bovin was telling me to have a look here. Let me just go back up to what he said. ATNF, reaching high a day. Let's check that one out, Bovin, because I'm kind of lacking some good moving small caps at the moment. ATNF, show yourself, ATNF. Oh, yeah, you are definitely a small cap. Look at that. Garbage daily chart, garbage. That's what they all do. Yeah, this was not bad, Bovin, but what's the volume on this? Bovin, we're 4 million shares, okay. 4 million shares on a dollar name. We're still a little light, but the percentage up on the day is good, 34%. A lot of respect here, Bovin, for that 10 EMA, essentially 1140. Hasn't breached the 10 EMA once. It also hasn't rocketed up, though. So you're going to have to size in substantially here to make any money. It's not really breaking out, but that $1.25 remains the high of the day, at least for now. Let's see how this one is. Let me know, Bovin, if it breaks out. Look, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw an alert at a $1.24. It gets into that $1.24 area to test the high of the day. I'm interested. Otherwise, I'm going to steer clear. Quickly, before we send it back to Joey, the other trade that I have on Beam. I've been waiting for this one to beam up into the high of the day at around 277. It is not, but it is still holding. Oh, that fruit fly is going to...
Yeah, you know what I mean?
It's still holding 260 here, Joey, but we still haven't taken any prints on this one since we added. So the initial entry took a couple of prints, dropped back down to 60. I added, and we have not taken any prints. Okay, Bovin, it's at $1.24, quicker than I thought, Bovin. So there you go. You called it out. You get the credit. It just hit the high of the day. ATNF just hit 125. It's at the high of the day as we speak, up about 42% here, 41.99 at $1.25. This looks like it might take out the $1.25 high a day. Let's go ahead and load this up on a trading screen so we can get a better look at the time and sales. ATNF is a ticker. It is on the NASDAQ there. 1 penny spread. Not too bad here. Not too bad at all. Don't see really any substantial size though. Posted on the level 2 at that $1.25, so we can make an educated guess that given the amount of shares coming in here, that there is a hidden seller at that $1.25, and he just got blown through.
I'm really rich.
Or into that $1.28. ATNF on the way up. Shout out to you, Bovin. Good call out there, and not a moment too late because it is taking out levels. So I'm going to take off Zena, Z-E-N-A, and we're going to put ATNF, and we're going to see exactly how we can get it here. Before we go to Adara, I just want to let you guys know the 10 EMA on the 5 is at $1.18.
SK breaking down here, the FDA Advisory Committee voting 5-3 against the overall benefit and risk profile of the company's Belantam Mafodin treatment, I guess, when used with another specific combination of drugs. They're basically saying that this treatment combination is not favorable at the proposed dose for the intended patient group. So GSK's treatment, when combined, I guess, with this other treatment, they're voting against the overall benefit risk profile. So I guess not approving this profile for the intended group and intended dosage. GSK dropping pretty hard on this news. Back to you.
I've seen it consistently for 5 years. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Take your scan criteria. It's perfect because I don't know how you're always finding them. So it obviously has something to do with your scanner.
It's honestly, there's no complication. I've mentioned what the scanner is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you just get that information, and sure enough, you're going to be popping them out. No problemo.
And I know this guy, he'll go in with size too, so that'll be it'll be crazy once he starts doing it. All right, guys, ATNF is really going. It's a $1.38 high a day. It's a 1 penny spread right now, but I've seen it open up to 3 and 4. 138 HOD. There could be an opportunity here at a $1.25. The only reason I say a $1.25 is we know that seller was at 125. That was the high of the day. Was the high of the day over here, and it took us some time to take them to take out that seller. Do we punch in here? I can punch in here and I can DCA to 125, and then if it loses 125, I can get out. So I'm going to go in small share size over here just so we can participate in this one. It's already not letting me in. All right, there we go. We just got 36s. Let's go ahead and set up at 38. Oh. And then we'll also set up at 40s. Let's see what this one does. And I don't mind, actually, as I mentioned, DCAing into that 125, okay? So that's going to be my move. We already got the 38 print there. It did spike up into 41, but we didn't get the print there. So let's go and set up that DCA at the $1.25. But you know how I'm going to do. I'm going to front run it sitting at the $1.26. So let's see what ATNF does over here. Let's see if this one's got the juice to head to the high side. Just keeping an eye here on the time and sales, Joey. ATNF up 55%.
Yeah, absolutely there, brother. So yeah, you're right. Whoever said that in the chat, banana candy, yeah, for sure. There's no question. Do you think the Qs pull back to VWAP at all today? The way things are looking, no. To be honest with you, I think what would need to happen is we'll have to see a lot of breaking down in some of the big names, and they don't seem like they want to do that. You can see NVDA is holding this trend extremely, extremely well, but once it cracks to the downside, I think there's going to be a good adding opportunity possibly. Okay. So, Adair, what do you got for us?
Well, for one, I'm just watching and listening to the debate on these crypto bills. It looks like they're going to reread the bill. This is going to be pretty long, I feel, right now, because apparently they're voting on, I think, this crypto-related bill. One of them, anyway, I think the one related to the Fed, I'll let you know. They just passed something. I'm going to wait here to see what that was, but just be aware the bill is, or the vote seems to be happening right now for these crypto bills. Now, Rivian on watch here, announcing a new East Coast headquarters in Atlanta. So as we get this potential news here on this vote on the Trump crypto regulation bills, I will let you guys know. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair, for that.
Thank you very
All right.
much.
I'm out of the money currently on ATNF. It's dropping down to the 30s. Still hasn't filled my 126 order. I want to see if it holds up at 125. So that's what I'm going to do. If it loses 125 decisively, we're just going to cut the trade. We'll see what we can get on this one. Topping tail candle right now. This fruit fly is going to drive me nuts into that 141. But there was no continuity at 140. So you feel the sellers were coming in fast and furious at that level. Back to break even we go on this one. Let's go back to our other one though. Beam. This one, yeah, trying to break up 265. What do we have here on Beam? Just to make sure maybe we can get a beak wetter. No, we can't get one here. That would be break even. That's not the move. So keeping my eye here on ATNF, Joey, as it goes back into break even, into that 136. Not seeing aggressive buying, but not seeing aggressive selling. Kind of concerned about how this one does. Scott was letting me know that they did file a few weeks ago a $500 million possible shelf offering with the SEC. They always have that, Scotty, in the bank, man. They like to have that shelf offering filed. I think it's called the S2 or something like that. I could be wrong. Fact check me, chat. Just so that if they do get a price up, they can do an offering at $3 or $4, and then that's when it will tank all the way back down from the depths of hell. Sometimes you're caught when they do a midday offering. Sometimes you're not. It really does come down to luck. Nobody has an idea, unless they're insider trading, when they will actually file that offering, but it hits the news wire, and then the algos react immediately to that. It does not take long. So be on the lookout. Make sure you're using stops. I believe we are going back to Adair LePage with breaking news.
Yeah, just be aware here. We do have Caroline Levitt on watch. She's going to be delivering her press conference in about 10 minutes. Also, Satya Nadella just making a post here on X. That is, of course, the CEO of Microsoft. He said, and I'm just going to read the post, big milestone for the future of quantum computing. We, referring to Microsoft, are delivering the world's first operational deployment of a level 2 quantum computer powered by our stack and in partnership with a couple different companies. They're not mentioning, though, it's worth noting, not mentioning anything like our GTI, QUBT, anything like that. But the news of, I guess, this breakthrough for Microsoft and quantum is sending these quantum stocks sharply higher. So again, Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, posting about one of the company's quantum breakthroughs. Good look for quantum-themed stocks. In 10 minutes, we will get Caroline Levitt, White House press secretary, with that briefing. Back to you.
Yeah, the quantum space is really hot here today, guys. RGTI, wow, big volume spike. This was actually one of the only names I was looking at this morning that in UAL, but this is a big time volume spike right here, guys, and you can see that displayed, and then sure enough, you kind of have some selling pressure involved in that as well too. So just keep an eye on that. If this top breaks, then boom, maybe you'll see some more top side on that one. Oh, this is what I want to pull up
bless
here.
you.
DJT, yeah, bless you. DJT, let's see where we're trading at now today on this name. Is this, yeah, Trump? Okay, yeah, 1890. And who was it? Was it Havana and I yesterday? We were just talking about the open interest at 20, and you can see that we moved up into 911. So maybe some squeeze type price action will come into this name, but a slow grind and still holding up relatively well compared to what we were seeing and experiencing on from yesterday's session. That is there. Yeah, so we're still short this NVDL. Came back, retested that level, ran into some resistance. Maybe we'll try to get the lower end of this range and just take it out for what it is, because this market is really, really strong, and I think you just have to accept the fact that it's a trend day, and if you're on the wrong side of it, you just don't want to continuously force things, and that's kind of the road I'm headed down right now. So end things relatively quick just in case it goes against me, and then just, hey, I'm not going to be buying any of these tops whatsoever. So it's going to just be a nice, calm, and cool session for us. We got an hour or so left, so that's fine. We'll just sit around, hang out. And obviously, you just want to leave yourself a little risk as well, too, just in case that A+++ sets up and you have to take it away. But today, not your boy's day.
Sorry, I got excited there, bro. All right, ATNF, we're taking out levels. So we did add into this one. Good look over here on ATNF. Let's wet the beak a little bit there. Let's see what, oh, we didn't get the ad. Joey, no. Into 26, that sucks. Okay. I was under the impression I had the ad there. That's why I was getting all excited. But yeah, that's, man, come on, bro. It's so random. Holds up at 28. I tried to give it room. I tried to front run the trade. I told y'all it was 25. I put it at 26. It ends up holding 28. Now it's taking out all the levels. All right, Bovin. How are you trading this, Bovin? Because I'm annoyed right now. Let's go. I'm gonna cancel my order here at the high of the day. Let's go. We're just gonna let this one run. We're going to see where ATNF goes, because this one looks like it's on that good stuff right now. All right, so here comes ATNF. Let's go.
China.
I don't know. Is this an appropriate time to add? I think the time to add is come and gone. It was that dip into 28 to test that previous area breakout. And the buyers were so exuberant, they stepped in early, like I was trying to do, but they stepped in earlier. That's frustrating, whatever. On BEEM, I got a couple of prints to the high side. This one on the candle here that closed at 1245 did wick up into, I believe, 72, 71. So I got a couple of prints there on Beam. At 71, we're still holding, not a big position, but we'll keep an eye out on that one. But it's really going to be the ATNF show here, because it's breaking out midday. It's 63% in the clear right now. It is at the high of the day. How high can we go? What's the information here on ATNF? Let's find out. ATNF, we got a 3.2 million share flow. So this thing is tiny, bro, with 2.25% of the float is shorted, so quite small. My friend Scott says resistance certainly at the $0.50. Scott, I always look at the half and the whole dollars as areas of potential resistance as well as support. They are the psychological areas of resistance and support. So topping till candle now into 44s. But what I'm looking at most importantly are the higher lows on basically every successive candle. So we had that dip into 128 where I didn't get filled. Okay, so that's an area low. What was the area low before that? 17. So it's 17 area low, 28 area low, and the current area low, 31. So we've got higher low, higher low, higher low. Let's see if that trend continues. You can try to, become a bit more risk averse and move up your stop to prior bar low, sure, you can do that. But we know how these small caps do. They zig, they zag, so you might get wicked out of that. So be on the lookout for that as well. Raj Taylor, can you explain Meta price action today? I don't really trade large caps anymore, so I'm going to leave that to your boy Joey Options if he has a second to look at Meta. But I'm pretty sure Neil and Brendo were pointing out a possible double top there on the daily. I'd be on the lookout for that. Yeah. Buvin got in at $1.18 on ATNF. Shout out to you, Buvin. You have a substantially better price than me. I like your entry, Buvin. There was 118 kind of acted like 125 initially, and here's why I say that, Buvin, and I'm bigging you up on this. Area rejection at 18, another rejection, another one, another one, another one, and then on the sixth one at 1240, you got that break of the $1.18. Good on you, Buvin. Excellent trade, buddy. And let me know how it goes. I hope you print up multiple storms and that you had more shares than me, because we don't have that much here as a result of the lack of the ad there, Joey. So a little annoyed by that.
That's all right, brother. Okay, take it for a win or what it is, right? Sometimes you just got to accept those smaller wins. And I like what Wayner said to me the other day.
What did he say?
He said to me, he's like, I'd rather have 50 shares of the right trade than too many shares of the wrong.
1,000%.
Right? It's capping on it. But I mean, no, it's a good thing.
It's of course.
Yeah, I like that one. So yeah, that's what we got going on. You guys want to take a look at Meta for sure? Let's zoom out and see what we got going on. META from the daily. And man, for me personally, I just think this. Again, you can just continuously say this. Dara and I were talking about the other day. If you think things are too toppy, whatever it may be, it doesn't matter what you think. Essentially, it's what the market thinks. And if it wants to continue to climb higher, then it's going to continue to do so. So yeah, double top potentially right at that 749 level on META. And you can see we're starting to experience somewhat of a pullback here. And that is going to be approximately how many percentage? I love how you can. Oh, there. Nope. All right, there we go. We got it. 6.2% right there, guys. So that's that one. A nice pullback. I think this is going to be a fantastic name to own, obviously, throughout the tenure of Zuck being the head guy over there. 46% off of those April lows as well, too. And I thought I heard Adara crack a energy drink. Oh. And she said she is Adara, I thought you weren't drinking
Adara's the queen of the energy drinks.
Yeah, I thought you weren't drinking them anymore.
She said that?
Yeah, I swear.
Adara, did you in fact say that you were not going to drink energy?
This is natural. There's a different one. It's an all natural one. I said this when I told you guys. I was considering staying on the all natural ones. I have a sleep disorder. It's well known. And so at a certain point, you have to make some concessions. Am I proud? No. Am I finding solutions? Yes. I like the oh really. I don't care. I will stand by my decision, and I have not.
I have a question for you though, Adara. I have a question. I love the sass, obviously, but is the caffeine in the energy drinks a different form of caffeine than the one in the coffee?
Ramin just said it. It is a different form of caffeine. Also, if you look at the back, the caffeine is like a lot lower on the can than you would expect with a traditional energy drink in terms of the ingredients. There's also mildly less caffeine, which doesn't matter for me. It's not going to really make a difference. But that is the approach. I cannot do coffee, so you have to make some concessions, I guess.
No, but that wasn't my question. Oh. Is not the caffeine content.
The type of caffeine, yeah, it's different. It's called
the type of natural. I didn't even know that there were different types of caffeine. Yeah. I was trying to be sarcastic.
Oh, no, it is actually distinctly different, to borrow an opiism.
Thank you for educating us on that. I had no idea.
The same reason you can have like caffeinated tea, right? Like yerba mate, stuff like that. It's just a different type of caffeine.
Interesting.
And it is, it's naturally occurring. It's supposed to be better for you. I mean, jury's probably out on that, but either way, I have made a concession, and you got to make adjustments. You can't go cold turkey on things.
Nope.
I stand by my choices, and if I had the door to slam.
Wow. Wow. We just got shafted there. Yeah, I didn't really want to bring that up, Ob, but we'll just, everything's fine.
What is Neil jamming to over there?
I don't know, man.
Wow, this guy's going crazy, man. This is crazy.
Big pun.
Oh, that's crazy.
I love it. Joey, I just want to show this quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Chilean nightmare doesn't just pause once he's completed something. It is an ever-evolving process here. Shout out to the Chilean nightmare. Look how fantastic this is. You got the logos for these. Oh my God. If I zoom, hold on. I just double clicked on it. That's sick. Okay. So shout out to
do it again?
No, I can't do it again.
Come on, man.
I'm playing. I don't like that.
Oh, hey, I've been doing that.
You've been doing what? I've never seen you do that.
Are you kidding me? I'll do it right now.
You're doing it live?
Yeah, I'll do it live.
All right. No, I just want to tell you guys, make sure to vote, guys. Get into the chat right now. Super simple. The $, throw in your tickers. These are coming in live, by the way. They're literally coming in live. So as you type them, you're going to be able to see them here in the red, in the blue, and then on the top, and they're in the green. Shout out to Fabian. But Fabian, we got to do something over here, which is take profits on ATNF into the high of the day. Go Bovin, go Bovin. You're not allowed to leave the chat at any time of the day because you're always calling out these winners. Shout out to Bhavin Patel, the OG in the chat. Look at ATNF go. We're 73 in the clear now. Let's go, baby. It's got volume, about 8 million shares. Last time I looked at this, we were about 3 or something, so we've gotten 5. Excuse me, in the last few minutes. Keep your eye here on ATNF. It's on the warpath to the high side, but for goodness sake, trade it carefully. They're around for a good time, Joey, not a long time.
Yeah, absolutely, man. What's been around for a long time here is NVDA and a good time, Sharif.
Been around the world, yeah. You've been player hating. I don't know when, I don't know why they want us faded. You don't know it?
No, obviously.
That's P. Diddy, bro.
Bro.
It's your boy Diddy.
That's your guy.
That's your guy.
That's crazy.
Oh, I don't even want to say that out loud.
Wow,
Obi.
that's
Obi, you're
crazy.
coming in hot
Yeah,
there, bro.
super hot
Obi
fire.
just came in bad
He's
there.
not a rapper.
Oh, my goodness.
Madness, bro. Madness, yeah?
All right, I gotta go.
Yeah, listen up here, yeah? All right, let's get this going. Breakdown. Once this trend line is breached, we'll be all right. Until then, we're just like, we're tripping out a little bit here. We're not, obviously, but yeah, let's just be patient. This thing is so strong. It's not even funny. And I'm talking about this options pinning. It's like in full effect here today on NVDA. It's annoying, but I mean, we tap into almost that 175 where we have 100,000 contracts. But just the size on both the put and the call side, it's just like, okay, we need those to expire. Out the money at that 170, 172 and a half strike. And it's like, oh, okay. But then we have, 136,000 at that 170 and 81,000 at that 172 and a half on the call side. So a lot of pinning going on. You took a trade again, told y'all Gotham House. No, I'm still in the same one, brother. I'm still in the same one. After I said it, I took this one trade, but that's only because of this signal right here. I promise you that's the sole reason. If I didn't see this type of topping signal here, I would not, especially after a big breakout and the volume supporting it. That's a high quality setup, all right? Even though I am at the break of this, and you can see we're just continuously bouncing off of this trend line. If I happen to be in this trade at the snap of this trend line, I do believe at that point we are going to get to the volume weighted average price. It's just taking some time, and who knows, it could take an additional leg higher. Let's just be real, right? It doesn't mean just because I'm here and I see that signal, it can most definitely blow past to that. So just keep that in mind. We'll hold on to this for as long as we can. But yeah, it's super strong underlying asset. So yeah, NVDA is that guy, H20 News as well. So probably not the best name to be shorting, but I just think we're so overextended. Again, it's essentially irrelevant what I think, but I'm just kind of going with the price action telling us. At some point, we will get a topping signal, I believe, here, because it's just like, okay, I like how much percentage points. I'm glad to be in this name to the long side, obviously, in the swing and in the long term. But excuse me, 97%. From Liberation Day lows, and your deepest pullback is, I think, like 5% or something, or 7% to be exact. So it's just like, yeah, just continue to do things. But here it is, a continuous gap up days. At some point, you will get that turnaround. I don't know if it's going to be today. It's not looking like it. But if we get this trend line snapped, then we're going to be sitting fairly well there, Sharif.
All right, guys, ATNF is still going. It's on the warpath to the high side. I just came back from the restroom, and this thing is going. So I've got the 5-second chart up right now on the top screen. We're going to try to spot where these micro pullbacks come into. So what I'm seeing right now is general higher highs and higher lows, usually a quick breach of the 20 EMA. And don't laugh at me for this, but it's a 20 EMA on the 5-second chart. Seems to hold up generally. Here's what I'm looking at, just so you can kind of get the idea. So this is the 5-second chart. I'm trying to see where we get pulled in. Like, for example, you get a bit of a sell-off here. This would be a micro pullback. So each one of these candles is 5 seconds, and then you hold up generally at the yellow line. That yellow line is a 20, and then we make highs. But currently, we are encountering resistance at the $0.75. So let's see if we pull back a little deeper here than the 20 MA Adera.
On the market, we do have apparently Lula, the leader of Brazil, president of Brazil, saying that Brazil is going to be regulating and taxing U.S. digital companies, likely in response to the U.S. announcing a 50% tariff on Brazil. For context, the Brazilian tariff announced on Liberation Day was only 10%. So yeah, Brazil's President Lula basically saying they're going to respond to this by regulating and taxing U.S. digital companies. Apparently, his issue with that was that Trump's tariff letter lacked negotiating logic. That was one of his issues he's mentioning here. Back to you.
Thank you.
So Ram just sent in the group chat all the different types of 3. There's Red Bull, espresso, and matcha. Apparently, there's no other types of caffeine other than. Get out of here. All right, so the caffeine type. So if it's an energy drink, it's a synthetic or extracted caffeine, whereas if it's espresso or a matcha, apparently it's a natural caffeine. All right, have at it, baby. So, burns, yeah, we're not doing anything on that. I'm pulling back ATNF here, so I'm currently watching. Now we've got higher lows again. We had a buyer step in at 62s. I'm going to give this one the old college try, okay? I'll get stopped out below 62. So I'm going to go ahead and put an order here at 72s, and then we'll try for a high day break there at 74, and then we'll set up at 77s, okay? And anything below 62. So let's go 160, and then we'll give it to 5.5s. There we go. So let's see if this one gets continuity. Show me 72. There's a size. There we go. We get the print. Now we're waiting at 74. Show me 73s. Can we get continuity? I'm keeping my eye here on the top screen. 75 high day, guys. There's a seller at 73 that we can't shake here. So seller at 73, can't breach, comes back down again, and here we go. Bit of a sell-off. So that's a lower high now. Okay, that is a lower high, so it's a 75 area high and then a 73 area high. Need to be on the lookout for that. So anything below 60, we get stopped out, but I'm looking for a hold up here generally and another move possibly to take out 75, but we have a topping tail candle preceding this candle. So I probably will get stopped out for the remaining amount, but that's okay. We already did okay on it. I don't want to give back too much here, having gotten in at 70. So that is 10 pennies worth of risk. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one, Joey. We have a higher low. Currently 65 was the area holdup. Prior to that, it was 62. So we have a lower high, but we also have a higher low. At least for now, that's ending. There we go. We dropped in, so we will get stopped out. Now it's all right. So we'll give back a little bit there on ATNF as it does not hold up that local area of support. So this is what I was looking at, guys, just so that you can follow along what I was thinking. So you make that area high into 75, right? You dip in, and then you know there was a buyer here at 62. But this was the problem. That 73 seller, we couldn't shake that 73 seller. So that ended up being a lower high, and now we've got lower high, lower low. So you have a bit of a micro downtrend now. Again, this is the 5-second chart, right? So be on the lookout for that. Let's see if we can kind of change trend and head back to the high side over here on ATNF, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. A great question in the chat here. We are rolling into earnings season, so with that being said, let's start taking a look at some of these expected moves. Here on Netflix this evening, we have approximately a 6.3% expected move. That could put us at a high of around $1,342 or around $1,182 at the low. So there it is, Netflix expected move here, guys, coming that earnings report. And I think it's a fantastic. Sharif and I were actually this morning, we're like, imagine if Netflix and Dana White teamed up, because we know that TKO, can't remember the name of the actual group, but TKO Holdings, what is it? What is the actual parent company? It's really bothering me that I don't know. But anyways, WWE is with Netflix, right? They got the Monday or Thursday Night Raw, whatever it may be, SmackDown as well. Imagine if UFC teams up with Dana White and you can start getting those pay-per-views on there and even the fight nights. So we like Netflix, but let's also take a look at some of the other earnings reports that we have this evening. Why do I always have that thing closed when I need it up all the time? So we'll pull this up and see what else we got going on for this evening's calendar. So Netflix, and then we have, Interactive Brokers, and then Martin. So we'll take a look at IBKR, expected move, to see what we got cooking up there, to see if it's even worth it. It usually doesn't trade the best, to be honest with you. It's not necessarily an intraday trader either. There was an error. Okay, so this is really going to plan here. IBKR. And there we go. Perfect. All right, so let's take a look at Interactive Brokers expected move. So it's going to be approximately 5%. That can put us at a high of around 62.72 and a low of around 56.70. So those are two of the more popular names, I think, after the bell today. And then we have Huntington on Friday and 3M in the morning. Usually nothing crazy going on. Unless the company wants to hide their earnings, that's when you'll see those companies report Friday evening. But very rarely you see anyone half decent do that. So yeah, that's what we got going on. Q slowly curling over. We're just stuck in this range here on NVDA. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's another liquidity grab to the top side. I'm thinking about just getting out and just saving mental capital, to be honest with you, because it's just not what I want to happen is not happening, and it usually works relatively quick. It's a very, very strong short signal, but this name is just too strong, and you can see it displayed in the tape. Every time you run into a support level, it just gets bought up. With that being said, I'm just going to get out break even right here. So yeah, I'm out of that trade, break even, nothing, small potatoes. It's too strong, and I'm not going to be looking for any more shorts. I don't think there's going to be any more longs today. Could be totally wrong, but that's it. Your boy's sitting on his hand for the remaining of the session.
All right, man. Well, I'm going to do the news, guys. Yeah. So let's work into that. There was a lot to talk about today. So let's get right down to it, baby, because I think I've got about 10 different news items we got to get to here as Assassino. So let's get right down to it. All right. Taiwan Semi, I should say, recorded Q2 profit record. So let's talk about their net profit first. Surged 61%. Sorry. Yeah, I can't put it any higher. Year over year, that easily beat, they printed, 398 billion new Taiwanese dollars. Don't know what the conversion is, but that beat what the street was looking for. They were looking for 377 billion new Taiwanese dollars. Revenue hit 933 billion new Taiwanese dollars, almost a trillion there. That's about $31.7 billion US. That's up 39% year over year. And that's well ahead, again, of the estimates of 931. The beat was really attributed to booming demand for AI chips, as well as advanced semiconductor nodes. We'll break down their different segments when we get back from Madeira.
Fed's Daily making some comments that may not be loved by President Donald Trump. Apparently, Fed's Daily, she's been talking for a while here. I haven't mentioned much because it's more or less what we hear from these Fed speakers. They want to be patient, wait for data. But one thing she just said was interesting. She was asked about the possibility of a July rate cut, and she said, that's the wrong question. She said, what's less important is July or September, and more, it's not going to be the timing that's going to be the most important thing. It's about the direction of inflation. She also said that where rates eventually settle will be 3% or higher. That's interesting because we know 2% is the rate that they're going for. So that's a pretty interesting look. Either way, long story short, Fed's Daily saying that asking about a July rate cut is not the correct question to ask. We're going to have to wait and see what that means and how that unfolds. Also, as I mentioned earlier, we're expecting Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt to deliver a press conference at 1 p.m. She has not yet entered the podium. That's okay. Sometimes these start a little bit late. I will let you guys know when that begins because these questions are sometimes market moving. Back to you.
For that, Adara, let's continue. Do you have anything before I continue?
No, continue there.
Okay, so let's talk about how their different segments did. We're talking about Taiwan Semiconductor, which reported either yesterday night or this morning. Their high-performance computing, HPC, drove in about 60% of their overall revenue, up from 52% last year, so it's a growing segment. Their advanced chips, meaning anything 7 nanometers and below, that accounted for 74% of wafer revenue. So really, it's the advanced chips that are taking up the majority of revenue right now for Taiwan Semi, and that's what you want to see because it's a higher margin product. Now, with respect to their guide, they forecasted Q3 revenue. I'm going to give you American dollars now, 31.8 billion to 33 billion, implying a 38% year-over-year bump and an 8% quarter-over-quarter bump. Those are healthy numbers, to say the least, with full year 2025 revenue now projected to grow about 30% year over year in US dollar terms, really driven by AI, obviously, and tech adoption. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows. There are macro and geopolitical headwinds to speak of here, and here they are. The Trump's threat, I should say, on Taiwan, they loom large. 32% tariffs imposed in April, with more possible if a deal is not struck to the, to the pleasure of Donald Trump. CEO noted that there is no current impact on customer orders, but acknowledged the elevated uncertainty because of the tariff risk. Additional concerns here include Taiwan, the new Taiwanese dollar strength against the U.S. dollar, as the U.S. dollar has been selling off lately. That makes it more expensive for people with U.S. dollars to buy their product, and potential order cuts from smartphones and PC makers. Adara with breaking news.
But like you guys know, Sharif, NVIDIA, nice little pop here. The company announcing alongside the University of Bristol the official launch of their iSamber AI supercomputer. Apparently, it's the UK's fastest AI supercomputer and one of the most energy efficient. So this has just been launched. It only runs on 5 megawatts. This launch was announced 9 minutes ago on NVIDIA's website, though, of course, the computer was hinted at earlier. But yeah, official launch here. Good look for NVDA pushing higher. Still no word on Caroline Levitt. Back to you.
Is now outperforming Adara. Microsoft 1.44% on the day, for NVIDIA 1.41 for the softie. So both doing very well on the day. Joseph, before I go on to the next story, anything about Taiwan?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. So let's take a look at it from a technical perspective. So you can see off of those April lows, we are trading about 84% off of those levels. And then we get a big time gap up. Oh, did you want to see that one more time there?
Are you kidding me? Oh, come on.
84.4%. Why, were you going to buy it?
There's no point.
Yeah, obviously. So, bro, I'm telling you, this is what I'm getting at here. Tom Lee and multiple analysts say this is the most hated V recovery of all time.
Yes.
Look how quick it's been. It's been a couple months, and off of those lows, we were in a bear market. We were down 20-something% at one point in the overall market. Now we've established new all-time highs. Katina Man said to me, he said, we was asking, he's like, do you think that, or we were talking, I'm like, there's zero chance that the market makes all-time highs this year. Yeah, and I was so wrong. I couldn't have been more wrong, but that's okay. Because we're long NVDA.
Bang.
So that's it. We're not right now, not intraday anyways. But anyways, back to the Taiwan semi here, Street. Before we move on, we'll go over the technicals. So you can see that we're up 84%, but then also a big time gap up here as well too, guys. All right, so you're getting this nice strong trend line, but then you have this massive indecision hammer right at the highs. So this is a big time move higher, and then you have an additional gap up. Just watch out, right? How much more extended can it be? It will continuously be irrational longer than you can say Sullivan, all right? So just keep that in mind, and that's what I was attempting. The shorts weren't working, At one point, you just have to be like, hey, I'm done with it, especially expending capital and mental capital. I didn't even look at NVDA. I got out. It wasn't capitulating, and then we get that news from Adara. Just get out when you're supposed to. Don't fight the trend and wait for it to tell you. Once these trends crack, then you can give yourself the opportunity to trade. You wait for that retest, and then maybe you buy a couple puts or something. But I would never say hold shorts for too long.
The crypto bill advances after the longest House vote ever, according to this article. After a 10-hour, floor delay, the House finally passed, not the bill. You might think 10 hours was worthy of the bill. No, just the rules, the debate rules on how the 3 crypto bills circulating on the House floor will be debated. The vote followed 2 days of internal GOP conflict, making it the longest open vote in modern House history. The bills had initially failed Tuesday due to opposition from hardline conservatives. I think it was, what are they calling them? The Freedom Caucus, I think they're calling them, prompting emergency talks and an intervention by this dude. On Wednesday, moderate Republicans raised objections to last minute. Guys, don't come at me in the chat for right-wing moderate. I didn't write this article. This is a summary, okay? On Wednesday, moderate Republicans raised objections to last-minute bill changes to appease the right faction of the party. Some objected to merging of 2 bills, which diluted some original legislative intent. Trump had to intervene Tuesday night, meeting with 12 of the conservative Republicans, and helped flip some no votes to yes. And just so you understand what's at stake here, there are 3 bills: the Genius Act, the Clarity Act, and then another bill that doesn't seem to have a name for whatever reason, but that bans a central bank digital currency, which is really important to a lot of these, the representatives. The Genius Act has already passed in the Senate, passed back in June. The other 2 still face hurdles in the House, so we'll have to see how this goes, but it does look good. It looks like as maybe, you know, we've kind of just, I don't know, we're talking about debate rules here, but you feel like that was definitely a hurdle you wanted to get over, especially if you're pro-crypto and want to get this moving. Joey, any comments?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go over some of the names that most definitely benefited from this. All right, that's going to be Coin, Circle, and Robinhood. All right, just why? Because they have the ability to transact stable coins. Circle, the finance tech company that holds USDC. All right, so just see the digital finance company that holds USDC. So there it is, a big time move up to 244, and then it's selling pretty aggressively here, Sharif, on the session. 243 down to 232 right there. So holding up relatively well, but we know of the moves that happened after we heard about the Genius Act in Coin and in Robinhood. Some big time moves to the top side. We're now putting in a new all-time high on Robinhood at 106, and then we established a new all-time high there on Coinbase as well too, with a high of around 416. We can take a look at Circle to see what we got going on from a daily, and sure enough, you get that IPO date up hundreds of percents, and then now you're getting another nice pop up there in CRCL. Adara, what do you got for us?
Take a look here at the market. I just want to let you guys know we have more comments coming from Feds Daily and Brazilian President Lula. He's not been a huge fan of how Trump put through these tariffs, as I mentioned earlier. And he actually says that he would like to sit down with Trump and negotiate tariffs. Now, this is interesting because we know Trump has basically said if you get a deal, then, or if you get a letter, then we've made a deal. So we're going to have to wait and see if this is tested, because apparently Lula wants to sit down and meet with him. We also have Feds Daily saying that leaders in business are cautiously optimistic, and that's showing in the stock market. So basically saying that there is some hopefulness in the economy, even though, as mentioned earlier, Feds Daily says she's really not sure about timing and doesn't want to talk about timing here in terms of a rate cut. For the record, the CME Fed Funds tool is showing very, very unlikely that we get any kind of cut in July. Back to you.
Assassino, can you give us any insight on Lula and his thinking? What's this guy's move? I can't hear you, brother. Okay. Bolsonaro's sons are in the U.S. and they're talking to Trump.
So that's why everything happening.
I got you. And Bolsonaro is the former president?
Yes.
Understood. Thank you, Assassino. I appreciate that. Yeah, because I don't have too much context. So it's interesting there. So the former president of Brazil, and we've heard Donald Trump say that he's been treated unfairly. In Brazil, he's been treated unfairly. So Donald, he's got some motivations here. Bolsonaro is about to be arrested? Okay, so Bolsonaro, Assassino telling me that Bolsonaro likely going to be soon arrested in Brazil. And then that seems to be causing some issues there with the political tensions with the United States. We'll keep you guys appraised of that. Hopefully they can strike a deal without getting too much politics into it. But I think, obviously, I'm a little naive, but that's part of my charm. All right, let's get to Pepsi, okay? Pepsi beats on earnings, but volume softness persists. So let's talk about the EPS. How about they did on earnings? EPS came in at $2.12, above the $2.03 expected by the street. Revenue as well, narrowly beating, though, $22.73 billion. The street wanted $22.27, so a beat, but not a big one. GAAP income, though, a very, very clear drop here in GAAP income, $1.26 billion in income or profit brought in on the quarter. Compare that, though, to last year on the quarter when they brought in a little over $3 billion. It really is, according to them, as a result of restructuring and impairment charges. Organic revenue did grow 2.1% year over year, really reflecting modest growth amid consumer weakness. Let's talk about how they did geographically. Global food and volume fell 1.5%, while beverage volume was flat. North American food and beverage both saw declines, with food volume declining 1% and drink volume declining 2%. That's North America. Their soda volume did rise, with, this is no surprise to me, Pepsi Zero Sugar seeing double digit growth as people really look to get on that health conscious kick. Building on that health conscious kick, look at this. What they're doing, Joey, they're capitalizing on the protein and the health food craze with supports from brands like Sabra. So they're getting on that. Executives highlighted plans to improve in-store availability and shelf placement and to kind of reignite that domestic momentum. However, their outlook remains unchanged, even though there are some silver linings here. They reaffirmed their full-year forecast, still really projecting a flat EPS year-over-year in constant currency. And they expect low single-digit organic revenue volume, even though amid the tariffs and the consumer spending concerns, previous guidance, Joseph, was lower due to macro risk and the new tariff and economic volatility. Any comment on Peps?
Yeah, absolutely. PepsiCo, it's unfortunate that it has not participated in this rebound. And again, this is coming from a technical standpoint. Sharif will bring you the fundamentals. We'll take a look at the stock from a technical aspect. So a nice consistent downtrend right here, guys. And then now with this gap up, it snapped. All right, so that's a positive sign. Wait for the retest even, and maybe you get some continuation. But from these September highs of 2024, so almost a year ago now, a couple months anyways, okay, we were down to a low of about 28%. And then until now, it just broke that trend line, and we're up 12%, 6% on today alone. So a really good look here in PepsiCo, and especially on that earnings report, you get that trend line break. Who knows what the recovery can be.
And that's a fantastic, I love how you showed this. Yeah. So I just want to, Assassino, can we put that back? Yeah, so look, this number one, the trend line is beautiful.
Yeah.
And then, Joey, what I really like about that, it breaks a trend line on a gap.
Exactly. So
the gap there, it could be an initiation gap. It could be, you need to see a little bit more. Look for that continuation. But yeah, good call out by you.
And let's go, again, we're kind of comparing apples to oranges here, but look at across the board, right? So when these trend lines when these trend lines are snapped, that's AMD. We'll do the same thing there in NVDA as well, right? And this is what can help you get involved into some of these names. Look at these down trend lines, and I can even give you one more, Sharif, if you would like. And that's going to be a fan favorite.
Oh.
Bitcoin, right?
My favorite.
Right? Boom.
Oh, yeah.
Once it snaps. So I just gave you 4 examples of downtrends being snapped, and then sure enough, look what's proceeded after that. So a potentially good move here in PepsiCo.
Adara.
Hi, I just want to let you guys know Netflix reports tonight. And if you're thinking, hey, what's their history? I have this fun infographic on X at TTV Research. It is Netflix colored, and it's actually one of 2. I will be previewing the other one in probably the next 20 minutes or so. So this is just Netflix's revenue growth. It contextualizes its addition into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500. Did you know it replaced New York Times? Because I didn't. So you can learn new things here on X at TTV Research. Crazy revenue growth, though. The stock is at all-time highs. Revenue at all-time highs. What will this quarter bring? You're going to have to find out. Back to you.
The earnings and chill headline there. That was fantastic there, Dara. Excellent as always. Joey, we ready to go on to the next topic?
Yeah.
We're going to talk Micron.
Absolutely.
All right, let's talk a little Micron. Goldman, for whatever reason, in 2025 has decided it's about time for us to start covering these semi-cap equipment companies. Goldman, where you been, bro? AI has been out since November of 2022, at least these LLMs. Obviously, AI is older than that. But Goldman, for whatever reason, decided now was the right time. So they did initiate coverage on Micron, initially starting out here with a neutral rating and $130 price target. The rating is part, as I mentioned, of an overall broader launch covering semi-cap equipment, semi-cap factories, and the storage names. The firm sees the semiconductor cycle as being in the mid-cycle phase. So you guys have to Google what that is, with limited near-term upside catalysts through all of 2026, whether you believe that or not. That's up to you. Micron, they say, is well positioned in the memory and the storage space, especially with NAND flash, which has been under some pricing pressure as of late. Goldman expects a gradual NAND recovery into 26, potentially, possibly here, boosting Micron's revenue trajectory. It's always a word I struggle saying. I don't know why. However, short-term demand, they say, and pricing dynamics remain challenged, limiting the immediate upside potential of Micron. And they also noted China here was kind of a concern in the past. They viewed it as they now view it, I should say, as a potential growth lever, not just a regulatory risk. They say rising domestic semiconductor demand in China could support Micron sales despite the geopolitical headwinds. Obviously, Micron not the only one involved in this space. SK Hynix as well as Samsung very much involved as well, Joey, which are a lot closer to the Chinese market than Micron is. Well, I don't know where Micron, they probably use Taiwan Semi. I have to look that up. Are we going to Adara? Because I heard her voice. No? No, we're good to go.
Okay,
China.
oh, it's China. All right. It was China. I see what it is. Okay, guys, so here's another example of kind of just what we were going through here. Boom. What happens when that trend line snaps? You're now on the backside of it. But just be cautious of what this level is here. You can see that we're going to be running into some key resistance. And then sure enough, we have a hammer doji right there. We're going to Adara.
Tesla moved, in case you were wondering here. There is news on it. I'm seeing apparently the U.S. is set to impose a 93.5% tariff on battery material from China. That's right, an almost 100% tariff on battery material from China, sending TSLA to the downside. As Trump said, China. Back to you.
Love these midday things. That's insane, dude. Oh, Donald, man.
China.
It's been like, how long has it been now, man? He got sworn in the 20th of Jan, right?
Yep.
So what today? 17th of July. It's the longest 6 months I've ever been through, bro. Like, my goodness, this guy. I'm drained. You have another 3.5 years.
You got another 3.5 years.
Another 3.5,
Hopefully things start to cool off.
I don't think
There's
so.
zero chance.
There's 0% chance. Look, every time he's done one little escapade there, whether it's tariffs, he's going to go on to the next one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Whatever it is.
That's
right?
just how it is, though, right?
Yeah,
like, it's like, okay, as soon as one thing's over, on to the next, right? So, I mean, yeah, I wish I could. Is there any way I can? Is there any events I can bet on? Event contracts?
Yes,
with this guy?
With this,
100%.
With
I
our
need some
platform.
Donald
You
event
can go on
contract.
Kalshi, Polymark. We can do that after we're done the news.
Let's do it. It's fun. Let's do some event contracts.
Let's do it.
And get super degenerate here.
All right. Let's talk some Meta and AWS here. They're launching, this is actually a cool story, guys, $6 million open source AI startup program. So let's talk about what they're doing. Meta and AMZN are launching $6 million initiative to attract 30 U.S. startups focusing on building AI apps using Meta's Llama 4 or Llama models, not just Llama 4. Each startup is going to receive about $200,000 in AWS credits, so you're going to be able to use their cloud service for free, as well as 6 months of technical support from both Meta and Amazon. The initiative opens this summer and is framed as a counterweight to kind of OpenAI's closed source dominance. There's a bigger issue at play here, which comes between the open source AI and the closed source AI. Zuckerberg investing heavily in the open source, let's call it pseudo open source story to follow, including building a super intelligence team. We know he's throwing around hundreds of millions of dollars to lure in top talent to Meta. But the partnership between Amazon and Meta here does showcase the industry's open versus closed source AI battle. Meta's Llama is open source, again, pseudo open source, unlike OpenAI's ChatGPT and Anthropic's Claude, which are closed source. Now, the reason I've been throwing around this word pseudo open source is because it's open source to a limit. I forget how they actually structure it, but there's only a certain amount of tokens that you're allowed to use so that you don't overwhelm the system, according to them. So it is kind of open source in the way that you don't have to pay directly for it, but not really. I don't think DeepSeek has that same limit that Llama has put in. Fact check me on that, chat, if I'm wrong. What's the strategic value in AWS and Amazon? AWS already sees traction for Llama in financial tools as well as client relation management systems. That's what CRM stands for. The initiative could yield long-term Amazon revenue, right, if startups stay on AWS after the program has been completed. So maybe kind of getting in the future movers and changers of the world here, Joseph. So AWS and META, or sorry, AMZN and META.
Yeah, well, that's what I typed in AWS.
Sorry, dude, sorry.
I did that too, though, because I think obviously it's a very important piece of Amazon. But I mean, again, here's another name slightly lagging compared to the overall market. It has not established a new all-time high, right? So here we are up here. And I've said this multiple times before. Google Cloud and AWS actually missed on cloud growth. but I wouldn't be surprised if they were to beat this quarter. So I'm going to be looking at that. Azure was the only one that did beat out of the big three, and look what that stock's done, Microsoft to be exact. So I mean, I really like Amazon. I wish I did buy some right around this neck of the woods, but this is just another example, right, guys? So now we're just collecting data. Look at another trend line break, and then sure enough, you're just steady on the uprise. So why wouldn't we
Tesla's
play the
tanking.
inverse? Is that we'll take a look at that.
Here,
I don't know why we wouldn't have the inverse in that. Let's pull up Tesla here, and then we're going to go to Adara, guys.
Here in PLL, this is, I guess, a not Pretty Little Liars, the show, but a sympathy play to TSLA. In case you missed it, we basically had that news that the U.S. was going to be imposing a 93.5% tariff on battery material from China. Unclear if this is confirmed or not, but either way, PLL actually popping as TSLA drops. I looked into this company, Piedmont Lithium. Literally on their homepage, they say that they're a U.S.-based growing lithium supplier that is uniquely positioned to benefit from America's pro-EV manufacturing policies. So any American manufacturing, specifically for batteries, is going to be a great look for this company. Nice push to the upside, about a 40-cent push for the $7 name on this catalyst. Again, this is a bit of an antipathy play for TSLA, which is dropping on the news of this potential 93.5% tariff on battery material from China. Back to you.
Thank you for that. And I just want to point out that MP is moving on that news as well. You're getting the breakout currently. You're at the high of the day. It's about to take out 61 right now on MP. Wow. And MP's had a good couple of days because of that headline with Apple. That Piedmont company is one that my friend Alfred has been invested in for years and years and years. So I'm going to have to ask him what his opinion on that is with this new headline. Joey, go ahead.
Shop International Markets.
Yeah, there Marcus is talking about MP as well, breaking out. Shout out to Marcus.
So thank you for that there. We were just going over Tesla. You can see Tesla slowly starting to bleed here. Nothing substantial from a daily, but it is relatively weak here today, guys. Breaking through that 320 level, now we're trading around 318. We were just going over Amazon. Let's take a quick look at Meta quick before we send it back. Again, weak opening drives, you get that recovery, still can't establish a new high of the day, and you come back. But let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. Are we going to have another primetime example? Yes, we are. And there it is, a trend line break. And then sure enough, we have been going completely parabolic up here, and now that trend has broken to the downside. Brando pointed this out, Sharif pointed this out. Potential double top on META.
And your friend Neil as well.
Neil
pointed that out as well, yeah.
Neil.
Let me know when, Assassino. All right, guys, new traders. Ozan, are you in the chat? Listen up. The first month, it's absolutely free. That's right. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience where you can analyze, you can strategize, and then hopefully after that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything: infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You can also predict better with their backtesting tool. It's got reliable, real-time data, global markets at the tips of your fingers, baby. All in one platform. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready, and only if you're ready to elevate your trading. Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. Joseph, we're going to weasel on over to United. You good to go?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's rock and roll.
This was not a bad report, but there were definitely some concerning things here about overall travel, especially in economy and international travel. So let's get right to it. Let's talk about how they did on the current quarter, which is Q2. EPS, 387, beating the 381. So the beat there on the bottom line. Revenue, 15.24, missing the 15.35. So a miss on the top line there, slightly short. Revenue did rise 1.7% year over year, but net income as well dropped 26% year over year on the quarter, down to less than $1 billion, $973 million they took home this time. Unit revenue as well dropped 4%, largely due to domestic travel weakness. Where have we seen this? Oh, almost every time these airline reports. Premium cabin sales up 5.6%, basic economy up 1.7%. Why does that make sense? People with money are not hurting right now.
No.
They're printing up a storm with the higher rates. Joseph, there's a wealth effect that happens with the higher rates. If you've got cash, you seem to be able to generate more cash just by sitting dormant. It happened in the 80s when they had 21% interest rates, believe it or not.
Crazy.
Very, very short time. But people printed up storms, and there was a huge wealth effect. It didn't happen to that extent this time, obviously, but higher rates for longer seem to help the rich.
Yeah, most definitely there, Sharif. I was going to mention, you talked about a little bit of the weakness weakness, and I seen that you had it up. I read a little bit about it as well too. Mostly domestic. They're having trouble with that, and pricing power.
Absolutely.
As well. Not the most competitive pricing whatsoever.
No,
so
no.
You're seeing that affecting.
They're definitely premium,
right?
Yeah.
So it's not helping their cause whatsoever. But domestically, things are cooling down a little bit.
Let's talk a little bit about that domestic weakness, Joey. Domestic revenue per seat mile dropped 7% year over year, highlighting obviously the pressure in U.S. travel. Europe didn't do much better though. Unit revenue in Europe down 2.2%, but a lot better than that minus 7% print. It's suggesting here softening prices even in international travel markets, and travel demand among price-sensitive flyers has been weaker than expected in earlier 2025. Let's talk about the guide now. Here's what they're guiding. Full year 2025 adjusted EPS. They're guiding between $9 to $11 per share. That's in line with what the previous guide was, previous recession scenario range that they talked about, with Q3 EPS guiding here 225 to 275, again roughly in line with the street's expectations. But they previously offered 2 full year scenarios in April due to the macro uncertainty. That's when we had the Liberation Day sell-off. They kind of gave an EPS range of 1150 to 1350 if things remain stable. If we fell into a recession, what they call recessionary, we would drop down to $7 to $9 per share EPS for their guide. So that is the look there. And they're having some operational headwinds at Newark Airport because there's just not enough staff, guys. And I guess that's where their hub is. UAL? Yeah, because United is Chicago. That's right. United is Chicago. I was just making. I was confusing the two. My bad. Any other comments, Joey?
Let's take a look at it here from a technical perspective here, guys. So you can see in the pre-market a nice move, and I was watching it. I'm like, oh, do I get involved in this at this consolidation low? And then you get that move from about 91 all the way to about 94. So that was a really, really good one there, potential trade, but we didn't take it. We took RGTI for a small pop, but then we ended up breaking even. But yeah, so you can see that downtrend still steady here, guys. So just keep that in mind. You get that flush to the downside, fail to establish a new high. You do break that low, you get a new low, and now you're slowly starting to recover. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. And there it is. So it has been participating, slightly lagging, up 71% though.
I just remember when Wainers was in that trade.
From here?
That one.
This day right here?
Well, he was generally in that uptrend, was he not? I remember he held that for a while.
Yeah, I didn't know.
You didn't know about that? Yeah, Wainers had a banger on that.
Yeah, a bang, like 64 all the way up to 150.
Swing on that bad boy.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so good look there. And even a nice recovery off of the lows. From a percentage standpoint, we're still roughly down about 22% from those previous all-time highs.
That's good. It's good. So there's room to move. All right, Maximus, my man. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat, and thank you even more for your comment. Thanks for keeping my head in the game all day. I appreciate it. TTV Live, we appreciate you, my man. And thank you for the nice comments and the $5 super chat. Joey, let's go on here to OpenAI. That relationship with Softy is degrading day by day. We'll get more to it when we get back from Adair with breaking news.
Yes, be aware here. We do have Caroline Levitt speaking right now. This started about 40 minutes late. She just updated, or I guess announced some updates to Trump's travel schedule. Apparently he'll be in Scotland for next week. So just be aware he will be in the UK. He'll be meeting with Keir Starmer, who is the Prime Minister of the UK. So that could be pretty interesting as well. Just be aware this is going to be happening. Again, usually these meetings are going to be more interesting with the Q&A portion, which has not started yet. Caroline Levitt just got on the podium, but I'll let you guys know if anything market moving happens here. The Scotland visit, though, potentially of note. Back to you.
Weasel back in. Remember he got, Donald that is, he got the second invitation from King Charles, which was like, I guess, unprecedented. Do you think he meets with King Charles this time around for the second time since he's going to be in, the United Kingdom?
I don't know. It's something I want to think a little bit more about. I mean, we know he can be he can be a little surprising with what he chooses to do and doesn't do. So I don't know. I mean, as Scott Bessent himself said, Trump's strategic uncertainty is one of his greatest strengths. So maybe maybe he'll just randomly show up at the castle and be like, "Hello, Melania and I are here. Let me in." So apparently he's going with Melania. So yeah, maybe they'll show up. Maybe Melania will be hanging out with Camilla. I have no idea.
I'd like that. Look, Adair, Donald shows up at the house at your place. You opening the door?
I mean, I don't think you'd be able to find my place, and I've got roommates.
That's not the question.
No,
that's not the question, Adara. He shows up at the door. Oh! So
That's what she's doing.
Officially, she's not
That's
opening.
what I do.
That's crazy.
I love
He's
it.
gonna hand deliver the letter to.
Guaranteed
to
that
the
Dare
UK.
doesn't open the door, bro. No, I'm playing. Of course she does. Or does she?
I don't know.
We won't know.
Do you open the door? Of course. I don't
In
even
a
need to ask.
heartbeat, bro.
I don't even ask.
I'm coming in.
I'm coming in and say, oh, it's the greatest condo ever in Toronto.
Because I'm here now. All right, let's go on. OpenAI expands cloud partnership with Google, not Microsoft. I've got more information on this. The relationship between OpenAI and Microsoft is slowly degrading. You guys know I gave you that guy, Nate, on TikTok. He's the guy that I get my information from. He's a software developer, an AI software developer in Silicon Valley. He's fantastic. I'm going to bring up his TikTok profile in a second. We're not affiliated with him, but if you want good quality, unbiased AI information, he's the guy. I'll give it to you in a second, but let's talk about this one. So OpenAI announced it will now use Google Cloud to support ChatGPT and its API services. This diversifies its cloud capacity beyond Microsoft, right? Making a strategic infrastructure shift away from Azure. Google's cloud infrastructure, will operate in the US, Japan, Netherlands, Norway, and in the UK. So it's not just here in North America domestically. OpenAI had relied exclusively on Microsoft Azure, as we know, that $10 billion initial investment in that bromance between him and Satya. But capacity constraints prompted broader sourcing, and they actually did that with some others. Microsoft retains, though, exclusive rights to OpenAI's API, but no longer, guys, has exclusive rights for compute, hence why they're going elsewhere. And Google joins CoreWeave and Oracle in offering additional infrastructure to the world's most used LLM. We were talking about ChatGPT and OpenAI. Obviously, this is an obvious win for Google as they are seen as laggards behind Azure, behind AWS. So getting a big contract with ChatGPT certainly cannot hurt, Joey. Google also has cloud partnerships with Anthropic, another AI firm started by yet another ex-OpenAI employee. So not a bad look here between these guys.
Absolutely, Sharif. And honestly, the cloud growth, I think it's going to be sustained. You see the CapEx between these hyperscalers, massive amounts of capital being expended here, or they're spending a bunch of money, I should say. I don't think the cloud space is going to slow down whatsoever. And I know you don't necessarily like CoreWeave, but if they stop spending so much money and they start turning a profit, things can really start to work.
But Joey, they can't, dude. Like they can't stop spending money because you buy the hopper, and then in 2 years the hopper is old. You're gonna have to buy the Blackwell, and then you're gonna have to pay up through the nose for Black. It's like a cycle.
That's fair. Yeah. That's fair to say. But as you can say, there's obviously capacity restraints, so you have to outsource and
100%.
find other things, right?
100%.
So what is that telling me? That cloud is going to continuously grow year after year.
I definitely don't disagree with that.
It's really good. Azure, AWS, Google, they're going to be really good companies for the future.
All right, I'm promoting this guy. I've got no affiliation with him. I've never met the guy. I've never spoken to the guy, but he's a quality watch, okay? His name is Nate B. Jones. I have him on TikTok. I think I've shown him you guys in the past. You guys told me he also has a YouTube channel. I've personally never seen it, but this guy spits hot fire. Dylon ain't got nothing on him. Shout out to Nate B. Jones. I literally get 99% of my information from him. The videos are long. They're 5, 6, 7, even longer. So they're not quick watches, but he's a hell of a source to have, and he gives you the real deal. I do like this guy, for real though. Okay, let's talk about Sarepta Therapeutics. It surges on a strategic restructuring news. So SRPT, I think SRPT is the ticker. They unveiled a strategic restructuring aimed at long-term profitability. It included a 36%, sadly, workforce reduction to reorganize that money into R&D, into the R&D pipeline. It's expected to generate, this restructuring, about $400 million in annual cost savings and about $100 million realized by the end of this year. Starting in 26, though, the annual SG&A and the R&D expenses are going to be reduced about $800 to $900 million. That's not small. And the CEO there, Doug Ingram, emphasized the need to act decisively amid external pressures. The restructuring is intended to kind of keep them patient-focused and financially strong. It's centered on a high-value rare disease program in operational discipline, so not a bad look here for SRPT. What does he talk about, Manny? He talks about AI, brother. Almost exclusively everything he talks about is AI. So that's why I wanted to mention him, because a lot of the information that I get is from there. And I want to get to that in a second as well, because he was the one giving inside information. Well, I don't want to say inside information. It's not inside. It's publicly known. But giving information into the relationship between OpenAI and Microsoft and how it's slowly degrading, right? So that's something you can obviously use in your trading strategy, however you want to employ it. Let's go on here to one of the last ones I've got here, which is Quantum. Rigetti had a fantastic day yesterday. I don't know where it's at today. There was a reason. It achieved a 99.5% 2-qubit gate fidelity on its 36-qubit modular system. I have no idea what any of that means, but that's not really the point.
That's literally what I said yesterday when I was here.
I don't know what it means, bro.
I have zero idea.
I just don't know what it means, Joey. Anyway, the performance doubles its previous best on the 84-qubit Anka 3 chip. They're launching a 36-qubit system on August 15th with the 100-qubit system planned for a launch, that is, by the end of this year. Alliance Global raises price target on Rigetti from 16 to 18, citing strong scalability. So it's a good look for Quantum here, Joey. I'm not going to keep going on with this technical stuff, but any comments on Quantum?
I mean, we seen it off the news yesterday, right in the pre-market as well, too, is when it really started to fire up. And then you just get on from $12 all the way to $17. So that's a big-time move in an intraday session. So I'm not surprised that it's cooled off 35% to be exact. And then now we've essentially done nothing throughout the session. A nice climb higher, but we do reject some of these highs. So just keep an eye out for this, just in case this support level does crack. You want to look for that next possible level, but the quantum space definitely heating up once again here. And Bitcoin started to kind of go off topic, but Bitcoin's starting to pick up a little bit of steam here as well too.
Here we go again. Dara's reactions are at the desk are so good.
Not market related, and but also not political. So apparently, I guess people were concerned that Trump had some bruising in his hands, and so now Caroline Levitt is reading his full doctor's note, I guess at Trump's request. And apparently, some of his issues with his hand, and I didn't hear all of this, so I apologize for paraphrasing, had to do with him doing frequent handshaking. So,
have you seen his handshake, Adara? He pulls you in,
well, maybe
bro.
that's why.
He like pulls you in. He's like, I'm Donald Trump.
Maybe he's going to request less handshake. I don't know, but either way, all jokes aside, I've never heard that before.
Don't go yet. Did you see where he wants Jasmine Crockett and AOC to take an IQ test, and then he says that he took the IQ test? It was so good.
I think I might have seen that.
You got to pull that one up.
Take it.
You got to pull that one up.
I also want to add here, Caroline Levitt is now taking questions.
Thank you, Adara. All right, we're having good times, guys. Joey, you were talking about quantum. I do apologize.
Yeah, no. I mentioned it before. 35% on yesterday's session, cooling off a little bit today, and some key levels right around that 1650 level, we'll call it.
Sir.
If it does crack the VWAP here, you maybe would look for some more downside, and you look for that next level there.
All right, let's talk about MP Materials, because they're still, well, they're not at high day, but very close to high day. MP having another very good day, 4% today, likely as a result of that China headline, or that headline from Donald Trump, almost 100% tariffs, almost 90-something% tariffs on battery material being imported from China into the United States. So these local producers, extractors, refiners likely will catch a bid. Keep your eye on that. Adair gave you Piedmont. I'm telling you about MP. They're both up. Let's talk about MP because that has a bit of a different headline. They announced an upsized, underwritten public offering of about 11.8 million shares at $55 a pop. The gross proceeds are total about 650 million before the underwriting discounts and expenses. The underwriters also granted a 30-day option to purchase an additional 1.77 million shares to cover the over allotments. But as Adara brought to my attention this morning, when I say upsized, offering for 650 million, that's because the initial one was for 500. Adara's got more news.
Caroline Levitt is being asked here about these crypto bills. She said apparently the president is already planning a signing ceremony for tomorrow. So I guess they are very much assuming that these are going to be passed. She said that right now Congress should currently be voting on these bills right now. I was listening to that before Caroline Levitt began speaking, but it's just been a lot of filibustering. Every 2 seconds, someone comes up and speaks, then someone else comes up and speaks. So there's really been no progress in voting as far as I can tell. But either way, Caroline Levitt expects that to be in the president's desk tonight. And apparently they're already planning a ceremony for tomorrow. She also said that the White House is receptive to making crypto payments easier, and apparently they already know they have enough votes to pass the Genius Act. So it's a matter of time. Keep an eye on these crypto-related stocks. Here is CRCL, which is specifically related to stablecoins, which of course are the focus of the Genius Act. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. So the use of the proceeds, we'll just finish this MP headline, which is not a big deal, guys, but kind of more relevant now that MP's pumping. The funds, the $650 million they're raising, what are they going to use it for? They're going to use it to support the expansion and the acceleration of our operations, especially that 10X facility. Where do we hear about that 10X facility? Oh, that's right, the Apple headline that we got earlier in the week. The proceeds are also earmarked for strategic growth initiatives and general corporate purposes. I love how they use this general corporate purposes. Didn't GameStop say that for the money that they raised there, that they weaseled into Bitcoin? I love when they use these euphemisms. The offering, Joey, is scheduled to close July 18th, pending typical closing conditions.
I think it's a great strategical move for Apple there. I think it's fantastic.
Absolutely.
Obviously increased margins,
Yeah.
etc. So yeah, that's a really, really good look there. MP materials, we'll pull it up here.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad.
No. I mean, from an intraday, I think this is when the news broke. Yeah. Boom, 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 right? And you do give a bit of that move back, but you can see some of these resistance levels acting as support. So that's something positive as you break through. And then you have an additional move higher today. You definitely, at this pace, I think we will break that 63 and probably continue higher. We got some super chats here, though, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Bob the Dog. I don't think I'm going to read that one, but thank you for very much on.
What do you say?
For that $2 super chat, Canadian too. So I like to see that good old snow peso. Yeah, the good old snow peso there. Really
boy.
well. And then we got Ryan.
Bob, you animal.
Yeah.
I like you, Bob.
Yeah, we love you, Bob.
I'm just not shaking your hand, Bob.
Oh my days. Crazy, mate. Gutted.
I like you, Bob.
Guys,
I like
you. Days. All right, guys. Random. Okay, we got another one. Sorry, Ryan. NOLA. I'm assuming, is that New Orleans? Maybe, I don't know. AMD buying party started this time yesterday at JDog. I'm sure I'm JDog. Call walls everywhere for the next week's options. Next week launch / melt up. I'm thinking. Let's take a look at that for you. See what you're looking at. Give me some specific strike prices too. But if I have the ability to identify some, then I'll just say like, yeah, you're right. But you're talking about next week's expiration cycle. We do have at 160, 29,000 open contracts. Let me pull up AMD here real quick before we hop right back in. And where was the high? 162.38. But it's nothing substantial. Let's go to that next expiration. Why does it only give me until August 15th? That's weird. It should have some weeklies, but I'm not seeing anything for next week. Maybe it's just an error there. I only have this week's expiration cycle and not next week's, which is slightly odd. But anyways, yeah, 160, 29,000 open contracts. That is going to be pretty much larger than anything other than the 140s, which I'm assuming people own for a long period of time, considering how in the money they are and the size that's there. So come this week, they'll just probably start closing those off. So you'll see that size start to cool, all right? And then we have random sandals, 50 SEK. Guys, quantum computers are probabilistic, not deterministic. Fidelity is the probability that the qubit system is correct. Okay.
Yeah, so he's obviously coming at it from a very technical sense.
Yeah,
it's beyond my obviously understanding. We can do more research on it. But look, what I'm taking from your point is it's not ready, it's not perfect, and there's more work to do. That's fine. I mean, I don't think we're investing for its use tomorrow, but you know how this thing is, man. I mean, you want to get in on the ground floor. So I think the question you have to ask yourself at this point, if you're going to invest in quantum, is do you see a viable pathway for this kind of scalability that we have in current computers? If you do, then you invest in it, right? The only thing is, I mean, do you invest in an ETF or do you put your money in different names and try to pick winners? Or you can diversify your money as well. Personally, with something that I don't understand at all, which is quantum computing, I throw my money into an ETF because they hire money managers, they hire technical guys, all who do the advising. Sure, do they have some incentive to sway money here or there? Probably, but at the end of the day, you probably get a better bet. That's just my opinion for something that I don't understand too much about. I don't know how you'd pursue the quantum investment, Joey. Are you throwing your money at a company trying to pick winners? Are you throwing money at ETFs, or are you not throwing any money at quantum at all?
I think it'd be slightly ignorant of me to kind of not take it. I was thinking about this the other day, to be exact, actually. Kind of the robotics and quantum. We're still in the early stages of this. We know what Jensen's had to say about it. We're still about 5 to 10 years away from it being legitimate. But I think now would be the time, because you never know what can happen and who can become a leader. But again, I wouldn't be throwing 30, 40, 50, 60% of my portfolio. That's something that isn't really established.
No, certainly not.
A lot of these names aren't even really turning a profit just yet anyway. So,
to be expected, though.
Right?
I mean, we're such a nascent
So you have to be extremely forward looking on it, right? So again, $1,000, that's not going to hurt anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to do this one first. Shout out Stress Relief 9X, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my man. Think y'all can check out KTOS chart, all-time highs and climbing. Absolutely. I'm going to do that for you super quick. The ticker is KTOS. For anybody who wants to know, let's have a gander at this. Oh, baby. Let's start with that daily first, find out what this does. Kratos Defense and Security. That's going on my watch list over here under defense immediately. Do I have it? I do have it already. So I did have it already. All right, this is a fantastic looking chart, man. There's really nothing for me to say other than this is making higher highs and higher lows. We're above, I believe we're all-time highs. Let me throw it to the monthly over here because we're still continuing to go. So this is all-time highs with this company having gone public back in 2008. There's an obvious double top at 35 as it was the mother of all rounded bottoms. But there we are. Like, there's really nothing to say other than this is a fantastic look. I don't even know exactly what they do, whether they're drone related, anything like that, but it's been a great look here on the daily. KTOS. Dara, okay, no problem. So Joey, it is now 2 o'clock and after. Do you have any comments about KTOS over here, other than it's a great looking chart?
Yeah, it's looking really good there from a daily standpoint.
There's really nothing.
You can't really complain about that.
And you got to say it fits the narrative right now with everybody rearming and the world becoming a multipolar world and this, that, and the other. We know what's going on, right? Like
with no borders.
All right, it is 2 o'clock. We're not going to send you the
Bitcoin's
Bitcoiners.
moving pretty good as well too right now.
Fantastic. Yeah, good to know. We're going to send you to Adara. She's got news, and then we're sending you to the boys. See you guys later.
What a day it's been, guys. I have a couple of tickers for you to look at as we send you over to Obi and Neil for what should be an exciting afternoon of trading. Rumble on watch. Company CEO Chris Pavlovski posting on X that Rumble is in the process of putting together and hiring a super elite machine learning and AI team. So good look here for RUM. Let's also take a look at LAC. This is Lithium Americas. We know we had that story earlier about the U.S. apparently looking to charge a 93.5% tariff on Chinese battery components. Good look for LAC as well. Apparently, the company has construction underway on one of the world's largest lithium resources. So good look for LAC, another ticker like PLL that you can trade if you're looking for that 93.5% lithium, battery component tariff trade. And before we send you to the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Top One Futures for their support for the show. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, and they give traders a chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. So just pick your path. Instant funded, challenge, or pro account and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they have paid out over $10 million and they've earned more than 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders. So use that discount code TTV. That is TTV, and scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com to start trading towards your next payout. Back to you.
Welcome back, everybody.
Thank
well,
you very much,
you got to say it like, oh.
See, I used it. I got my keys set up, guys. Let's go. I got my keys set up. I don't know what else I got. What else I got?
I don't know.
Get the bang. I don't know. Like we gotta watch the screen there. I don't know what else we got.
Oh, come on, man.
We gotta. Okay, all right. We got some bangs. We got some spiders. We got some props. We got.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. What's this one?
There's no need for
there's nothing on that one? That one said pew, so I was like, I don't know.
That's what you get for doing the spider one. It doesn't work. Oh,
I even named it SPYDR.
Well, what's hilarious about it, the first time that spider gag played,
yes,
Fabian had it so perfect. Like it was, like I'm because we have, do you have a shot that can show everybody what we're looking at here? Just so you guys have an idea of what we see. Because when I'm pointing like this, we have a monitor in front of us that's like our program monitor, so we can see what we're doing.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at us, and I just saw the spider like right there, and he got me so good because it was perfect.
Yes.
I'm sitting there looking at it, I don't even notice there's nothing there. I was like, oh my goodness. And it was just a completely perfect, I hate spiders, by the way. Just
I love spiders.
No, you don't.
I love spiders. There it is.
Right? See, like, we're always looking at that. But no, you absolutely do not like spiders. What is happening right now? Someone's saying SBET's ripping. Is it really? I'll go there in a second. Yeah. But like this afternoon, we had a lot going on. I mean, after the bell, you're going to have Netflix, but there's some confidence that the Genius bill is going to Genius Act is going to get passed and the crypto bill is going to go forward. Apparently, SBET's moving. I don't see Circle doing too much on that just yet. But the market's been in this long, boring consolidation, so you got to be in the right things. I mean, there was a headline on Tesla that got me into Lucid because, like, Tesla, well, okay, fine, it was the U.S. potentially imposing 95% tariffs on battery materials. That sent Tesla heavily to the downside. In that same moment, Lucid, which had been strong today, we can go over the story, was actually just bounced off the volume-weighted average price. There's another fly, and it's just trying to get off that VWAP. And Rivian, the same thing. Like Rivian, although Rivian didn't hold on to VWAP, Rivian's actually under VWAP. That could end up being a continuation short. If Lucid comes out, I might look at Rivian for a short. So in play, some of the EV names based on that news, although Tesla does come back into 320. A little bit of everything. It's just that not a heck of a lot going on in the futures. I see in the chat Enlighten mentioning that MP is flying. Yeah, well, if you got to it late, it went 50 cents from the 61 level and is now just kind of consolidating. It pumping higher, of course, because any negative China trade news is in theory more positive for them, right? So good news for MP if there's ever any more tariff shenanigans between the US and China.
Yeah, no, I like that. I kind of was not at the desk there for that. Was on a bit of a walk, but absolutely beautiful move there. And I think it was what was it? There was another one, PPL or something, PLL. I was like, okay, I think Adair might have reported it. I was in the back office. It was up on the screen, the show kind of going on. And I was like, oh, what's going on there? And I was like, oh, lithium, something about lithium batteries. What is it, 93% tariffs or something like that, something ridiculous like that. So, of course, this is a little bit of maybe trouble for Tesla because they run battery-operated vehicles. So, yeah, there's some selling coming in on that action. I don't know. Let's take a look at some of these other EV stocks as well. Rivian, not really doing too much on that. What's the other one? LCID, we just looked at that one as well. Holding VWAP pretty well. That thing is hella strong. Again, I think the catalyst with Uber outweighing everything else as well. And then there's a couple of other lithium, Li Auto as well, I guess. Yeah, unaffected. Really unaffected by it, and it kind of makes sense. Tesla is the major EV manufacturer in the States, so it would make sense that they would be affected by that the most. So it makes a lot of sense. I think, of course, Rivian, I don't know, Rivians are made in the States, are they not?
Yes,
no idea.
As far as I know.
I didn't know they're
Rivian's made in the States.
Okay, so they did get a volume spike, but you can see how well that held up afterwards in the aftermath of that. So yeah, just watching some of these names as of right now. Just got back to my desk as well. Let's see how the chips are doing. I'm gonna look at which one is it? Hold on, it's not one. It is Tech's XLK. So you can see, yeah, Tech is doing pretty nicely on the day today. Strong trends across the board. You can see the Nasdaq and the ES continuing that bid that we caught in the morning session there. And finally, maybe it's seeming like going into the last 2 hours with the open of this hour, we're starting to get a little bit of selling. But again, that bid can step right back in. Apple kind of cracked its day highs as of right now, pulling back a little aggressively, not too much, but within a range of the trend up there as well. And Amazon is another one that I'm watching because that is building up, Neil. We had that crazy shake and bake earlier on. I think was this in the morning session. This was around 11:18, just as we got off, and a little ping to the downside on Amazon. And since then, we reclaimed VWAP and we're creeping up into the highs as the market does something similar as well. So can we actually get back to some of these prior days? I have no idea, but it's just interesting to me that it does that and then kind of reclaims, showing us a little bit of strength as well. Of course, Goggle, take a look at this one. It's also bidding up to the upside, fresh highs on this one. I was just like, we literally talked about this yesterday, Neil. Remember, I was like, that first kind of top wick candle, we're like, okay, sometimes we look at that and we're like, it's probably not going to get back here, but sometimes we take a nice, slow, steady grind all the way back up, and this is a great example here on Goggles. But enough of that. Let's see what you guys voted on with the rundown. I see Sharif is ready. Hit it.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join us at any time in the day now. You can get into that chat and vote for your favorite ticker. It's super easy. Throw in that $sign. Your 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker automatically registers. So make sure you're doing that, liking and subscribing and sharing the stream every day, guys. Here's a look at all 4 major averages, and all 4 are in positive territory, really being led by the Russell 2000. Yet again, Joseph showing me the Russ has been the best performing major average of the month, up to the tune of 1.08% today, followed by the NQ up a little over 3/4, with the Dow and the ES both at 0.5% respectively. Good look for all 4 major averages. The first name, as decided by you guys, and by a wide margin, guys, Circle, obviously in play with the House passing the motion to reconsider the crypto rule yesterday. 3 key pieces of legislation: the Clarity Act, the Genius Act, and a different act to ban a central bank digital currency being discussed in the House, guys. We'll comment about the passage, but according to reports that Adair brought to us during the midday, they're already planning a signing session for the enactment of those. So we'll keep an eye out on that.
I'll tell you this much. If Obi had been here at the desk when Circle had made its breakout, I'm like 99% certain you make your day. Because I think it was the perfect reversion off of what, like, it was nonsensical. And the thing about Circle is you never know which one's going to be the one. Like, it felt like maybe it was going to break out here, didn't go, and then off VWAP, didn't go. But it was just distinctly different this time off volume-weighted average price. I missed it off the 230. I was playing in the 230 when we left you guys, so it stunk to miss, then jumped into 35. I covered at 40 because I had said earlier I was trying to cover in front of the prior high. I paid for locates and didn't pull the trigger on that short when it came back through. I mean, that's a perfect textbook revision into VWAP, but yet again, here we go. The thing you got to remember about this is it was on the fail of the vote. They sold it and then gapped it up and broke out. So somebody, I mean, there's got to be somebody trapped long that's new, in addition to everyone else that's been shorting this stock that thinks it's going down forever. I remember saying in the aftermarket show on, I was talking to Michael Noss, like, when it breaks that anchored VWAP from the low, it's going to be the easiest drop. But it still hasn't happened. It just keeps bouncing and holding support, and the shorts are getting absolutely punished. And even as it looks like it capitulated, we're right back up. Got to watch out for some head and shoulders action if it gets to 240 here in the afternoon. But my goodness, if it clears through 240, it could just go squeezing once again. I'm always going to have this one up as long as it keeps on doing this kind of volatility. But there was a cost to looking at Circle and trying to find those breakaway longs. It was in lieu of paying attention to CoreWeave today. because CoreWeave was about the easiest. Like if you're like which one of those new IPOs is breaking down? It's CoreWeave is doing what people are hoping that Circle would do, which is when it tries to go, finds resistance and then fails again. Down 7%, Circle's a beast. And you don't even have to worry about ETH doing anything today. Today, Circle is just going on its own.
Yeah, man. I mean, unfortunately, I was not here. I think I left the desk around, I think, 12:30, 12:45-ish, just to get up. And I was watching Circle before I did get up, and I was like, okay, well, interestingly enough, the market's kind of taking a little bit of a push, and we're holding on to VWAP. We're holding on to some of these prior levels. The initial trade I did kind of miss in the morning session was this 220 hold. Nice little reversion back through and holding structure higher, and gives you another chance to take this break and then this break as well. But oh boy, the breakouts are nice. But when there's a failure to follow through, I love to get involved in that capitulation. Maybe not capitulation, but it's like catalyst driven. You see volume come in and then it kind of doesn't really go anywhere, breaks that trend after this strong volume candle that again attempts to push through prior day's high. You can see that strong volume coming in, and then volume just drops off along with the price as well. So nice little pullback into VWAP, but guess what? Still bigger picture. We're still holding up pretty nicely here, still kind of winding up for a potential push of that 300 if this trend continues to kind of sustain and step up a little bit higher. So yeah, we'll see. Tomorrow is Friday, which sometimes is a good day to look for squeezes.
Big Bear AI, guys, good day. This is the daily chart on Big Bear. The reason I brought this up is because I didn't want to point out this area over here, but we're very close to that the local highs that we had a few days ago. It's still very much near the high of the day. Here's the 5-minute chart on Big Bear AI, if my remote will wake up. So kind of putting in some higher highs and higher lows there, guys, but really no catalyst at all on Big Bear, aside from the one that we already reported to you guys several weeks ago about them getting their AI software into the airports.
BBAI almost as strong as Sharif's curl game, because you couldn't see Jack on that chart when this guy's trying to point. I'm just saying, you know, be MAGA like me. You know what I'm saying? Oh shoot, that sounds like it's like a West Indian term for skinny. Not like the other. Anyways, doesn't matter. BBAI, I think you nailed it when you talked about like the resistance it's coming into, because this was screaming until it got to this place above $8 where before sellers gained some control, but it's a nice consolidation over it. I think this is, knock on wood, if we close above $8, that's a really good sign for sure, because it would mean that even when the day that it got to 870 ends up closing underneath. Like every single time it's gotten to 8 recently, you've closed underneath that price. Once you get that close over, I think you're looking for that second stage continuation. So as expansive as that move today was, really the fact that it could close out here and then potentially open up above 8 does give you a great opportunity to play longs into the wick high tomorrow and a Friday, and then go squeezing. As Obi said, sometimes you like a squeeze trade on Friday. This afternoon, it seems like it's fallen asleep, but maybe keep an eye on it. I don't know. Like, I haven't been looking at the level 2 to have a good idea of what exactly is happening at 807, other than obviously there's a bid here at the 807 level, which is held. This is from 12:54 for like an hour. Just over an hour, $8.07 is held. Part of me just wants to sit at like 808 and 809. And like if it holds, it holds. Like risk 1 or 2 cents to see if it can get going again. It kind of like might just waste up your time if you're paying attention, because look at the volume. But if you're just sitting there with an order and a stop, it may not be the end of the world. Somebody was buying it up at that level.
Yes, sir. No, Big Bear AI, I think there's a little bit of a push there, technically. I think people are saying, yeah, there's definitely not any sort of significant catalyst that's coming in today, but you can see the volume and the relative volume as well start to pick up as we break this prior recent structure as well. So something to watch out for. I think higher time frame going to an hourly chart as of right now. You can see we're kind of poised for a little bit of a push of this prior high coming in at $8.07. $3.72. And then this, I think this is the all-time high, right? On Big Bear AI, this prior high, $10.49. We'll go up to a weekly. Absolutely not, Neil. I was 100% wrong on that one there. So yeah, all-time high potentially coming in at that $16.12. But nice little build-up. And looking at it now on a weekly, look at this incremental increase in volume, which is really kind of supporting this push here as well. So yeah, nice look on Big Bear AI. Another day where, yeah, the bears are not very big, but it is stepping up to the higher side. But the thing to remember about this name is what it's done in the past. After it's done its kind of run, then it's the backside can be absolutely beautiful.
All right, guys, AMD selling off today, certainly not participating with the nice move that we're getting in NVIDIA, as well as Taiwan Semi. There's no specific catalyst today with AMD, but they did get the nod yesterday from Wells Fargo. Today, there was obviously Taiwan Semi reporting record quarterly earnings, really driven by AI, guys, and there was an NVIDIA headline as well. AMD feels to me, I don't know how the boys feel, feels like a downward channel.
This is the third day in a row that AMD has had a downward channel after the open. So 2 days ago, open push, downward channel. Yesterday, open push, downward, which it eventually broke in the afternoon. Today, it hasn't done it yet. So today, open push. I tried it at the prior close, like twice actually. One bounce, initial stop, another bounce. First one lose, second one flat, able to get some profit and then stop out there. I actually manually punched out and didn't even let it to the stop. That's why it appears purple. I didn't go short. But the way I see it, there's two things. This is obvious, but I'm only looking at this downward channel right now. If it breaks like it did yesterday in the afternoon, I want to try the long. If it goes up there and puts in a topping tail, like one of these, and you get that lower high, then I want to go short. So I'm staring, and if you're where am I drawing this? I'm ignoring the opening wick, and I'm just giving it from the lower high. Because sometimes that can be constructed, but I'm drawing the trend line here. To me, it's broken that trend if we get out and about and above. So I'm just drawing it from most connections that I can get, like this body in here, not the top wick at 10 o'clock. And if we break that on AMD, I'm going to go for the long. At the same time, acknowledging that all of that downward channel 3 days in a row stuff has nothing to do with the fact that AMD is still in the midst of this breakout. You're getting a bit of a consolidative day where, yeah, fair enough. Like this is a big level at 160 to 161 back from October of last year. This is the point at which it failed and started the big long downtrend. So yeah, it makes some sense that you're running into some chop here. And so when the sellers stop selling that chop, you go long, and if the trend continues off that level, then you just work for the short on AMD. Once it gets through, we'll see 170, 175, but it's got some supply to work through.
Yeah, I think definitely it's got some supply to get through, but I was pointing out just earlier on this week, this consolidation that we had on Tuesday after the gap up that we got, nice little strength action, and we pull back and get that grind up as well yesterday. So again, leg up, consolidation, leg up. We might be seeing a little bit more of the same. That's what I'm thinking here. But I was getting short. Not only, I think I was short yesterday or the prior day as well, and I was getting short today as well. Just kind of observing on the bigger picture, we are stepping up. It's been doing pretty well, breaking out of some prior structures. But intraday, kind of choppy and selling off, and maybe some seller dominance on the day as well. You can see lower highs and lower lows relatively-ish, maybe some flat bottom, but the thing is, we're holding that prior day's action. This was an aggressive bid with expanding volume. Take a look at these beautiful volume bars as we run up into the close. As price expands, so does volume, and I like that, and we're holding some of those levels from prior day as well. So one to keep an eye out for tomorrow as well. Higher time frame, 3 hours. Let's take a quick look at that one. Take that VWAP out of the way and kind of give us a perspective of this trend here as well. You can see still holding relatively well, even if we pull back a little bit, still holding within the trend of the bigger picture, maybe testing that trend range high as well as of right now. Maybe that's why we've been seeing a little bit more churn and selling. But what do I know? I'm going to keep an eye on it. If it has opportunity, I will be there. I definitely took some pieces off today.
Neil, Cat, all-time highs, by the way. Lucid, great headline today with Uber. They're going to deploy about 20,000 of these Lucid vehicles on the road to use with their Neuro system, which is an autonomous vehicle driving program developed by Uber. This should be a good catalyst for Lucid if they can follow through, guys. Nice day today for Lucid. Off the highs, kind of bull flagging here. Good luck.
Hang on a second. Because you mentioned Caterpillar.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Hey, why not every single time? I didn't even realize. Did it get it? It's really close. I mean, I guess so. Yeah, I guess so for Caterpillar. Not that it really matters. We're going to go back here. The second largest non-tech holding in my personal portfolio is Caterpillar after Eli Lilly. So I'm always happy to see that. And we will definitely do the wave. We'll definitely discuss Netflix for sure after we get through the rundown and talk about a few things, and maybe if we can find some trades. Netflix will get discussed. Earnings report tonight. So Lucid, pretty good catalyst, depending on what source you look at. 35%, whether it's 35% or 45% to the short side, it's still a big short float. It ends up holding. Not cleanly, but holding that $3 level. The big move was early, and now you're getting, I had to zoom in. Like you can see the barcode, like it's barcoding, but you're also getting a bit of a wedge. And you got to zoom in to see this price action properly because you're moving really, really small on Lucid. But there is a channel with a flat bottom happening, which if it takes 10, I'd be out. And if it breaks out this channel, like I want to be holding for something on the break of the channel, but I should, if it does break that channel, I kind of want to, I'll get some out on the way, but consider if it just barcodes here, going long again. The volume's 830 million, but you wouldn't know it by what we're doing right now. So it's a little bit of a VWAP hold. I won't let it get past that 10 level. If it starts energizing again, I think there will be places to add on Lucid. As far as tomorrow goes, it's extended so far that anything past a day trade, I think you want to see it. How does it react tomorrow at the open? How does it react overnight? Too early and too crazy of a move to try to speculate as to what's going to come tomorrow for Lucid. So just focus on little scalp day trades today, and tomorrow will be tomorrow for this stock.
This was a great push in the pre-market, I think. I did get a little bit involved in it. I totally forgot what I did with it as well. Oh boy, okay, so I guess this NVIDIA is starting to curl a little bit, so that's good news for me. LCID trading on the NASDAQ. Let's see what we did in the pre-market on this one. Oh boy, that is not the chart that I am looking for. That is the ticker that I'm looking for right here. Exactly, Neil. So we'll go down to the 1 minute and take a look at this one. So we had that pull into that $3 area and that push all the way up into 360s, 370s as well. So beautiful push off of the news. Luckily, I was there in the morning, and then you saw this push as well. The secondary hold of that $3 level, I got right back in, but didn't really go. I got maybe a little bit more aggressive, but you can see how well it's held. That's what's more significant to me, is how well this Lucid is holding. Oops, I did not mean to minimize that one, but that's okay. But yeah, it's so interesting to me how well this Lucid is holding. This is an anchored VWAP, anchored to the catalyst news that we got in the morning with their affiliation with Uber. You can see that it's just orbiting right now. Nice little consolidation. Hasn't been able to give up that low from the pre-market. That was $2.83. I think $2.85. We clipped it by like 2 pennies, but reclaim and holding as of right now. Yes, there's a bit of a downtrend happening from some of these highs. That's pretty clean, but I'm going to continue watching this one. It's still trading within that opening, that reaction range. This could very well be something to keep an eye out for going forward, not only tomorrow, but coming into the next week as well, because of it's kind of been, there's a lot of selling that happened on Lucid, and one has to ask, is the selling done? Because if it's been sold off so many times, then, going to a higher time frame, you can see that we're coming off of a pretty solid base,
Very solid.
multi-month base here as well. And we've attempted to push these levels sometime last year as well. So let's see if we can finally get past these. And then we got some tail or headwind at the 450s and 550s as well, it would seem. So Lucid, let's see if it'll finally pick back up. Some solid news, some good outlooks on this one. I'm looking for continuation.
91% gains in the last week and 161% over the last month for Open Door, OPE, and on your screen there. A lot of retail investments, and be careful with this one. A lot of speculation online, especially on social media. But there was this catalyst here. EMJ Capital founder Eric Jackson, activist investors, been basically touting this one, saying it could be worth much as $82 per share if it executes effectively and restores investor confidence, guys. A big upside down V-shaped retracement off the highs yesterday, but still up big over the last month.
Oh, super. Like, it's been a huge rally. Watch this thing back into the dollar at some point, but there was something that happened at the open which at least was constructive from a learning standpoint, because if you're like, so you were gapped up, and right around when the imbalances came out, open had one of the larger buy imbalances. So it was a buy imbalance on open. And meanwhile, you had a seller at $1.95 with a held offer. So it just held the offer for a half an hour going into the open with a buy imbalance. So my thought was very simple. Oh, goodness, I'm just going to punch long at 96. If it breaks 95, have a ridiculously tight stop, and if it goes, it goes. Well, when it rejected, it did go to VWAP like right away. It goes 96 to $2, and then instantly right back through. I think that was a bit of a signal. We went on to trade other things like Circle and just back to the regular plan of the names that we're looking at. But that rejection, I think you had a supply seller into a buy imbalance that even when they broke, they just came right back in selling it under 195. It would seem like this might be headed back to $1. It's always key when you have a long-standing penny stock. Does it get defended back at the dollar? Ideally first at 130. I think it's on the back end of the trade. Give it a day or two. But I do like these in general for the dollar defend on the way back. I just think you might be a couple of days away from that. And it does fantastic volume, like 500 million shares today. So if it does make that move to the buck or to the 130, you probably see me in it tomorrow or next week taking a shot at that reversion off the low. So, unfortunately, sometimes the best option if you're not going to get the short here is to simply take what you can and get out of the long. And there's nothing else to it. If you're looking long in this stock, all you had to do was get out right away. It was sort of obvious when it failed that break. Would have been better if I had shorted it, but you do the best you can.
I think, again, this is the first time I'm kind of looking at this this week. An absolutely beautiful move that it's had. Multi-day runner, but yeah, finally catching a little bit of a sell here. Expansive push into that $2.20 area. But look, you can see that when that volume did start to come in here on Monday at the beginning of the week, we pretty much held that anchored VWAP really well, started to extend off of it, and pretty aggressive extension off of that VWAP in the pre-market session, I would say. And yeah, coming into the day, I was not expecting this. I was not looking at this really, but a beautiful reversion back down into that anchored VWAP from the beginning of the week. So let's see if that can sustain. That's coming in and consolidating just in and around that level as of right now. $1.56 is where that anchored VWAP from the Monday open kind of lies. So we'll be watching this one. Let's see if we can catch a reversion. I definitely have eyes on sellers, definitely dominant from the open on this one, literally. So, it is what it is. You can't catch them all. That's the thing, man. You can't catch them all. And I'm noticing, and I was talking to Sharif about this as well. A lot of these small cap runners, they're definitely providing a lot of opportunity. And when it comes to reversions, man,
it seems a little bit more.
I'm getting a little bit, FOMO from these. You got Rigetti was one yesterday.
Rigetti was one.
Consolidation today.
We had consolidated day today. This is the one thing. Come to the church. Joe in the house.
What's going on, Joe?
Do not ignore consolidation days on stocks, because a lot of times, like, what'll happen is you'll get a big move. I'm just going to talk about Rigetti now, and then let me know if there's anything else you guys want us to talk about. But if you see something like Rigetti was a beast yesterday.
Yes.
Today was QBTS, right?
Oh, yeah.
So like it goes from one to another, but a consolidative day, which everyone, I shouldn't say everyone, some traders and a lot of people might forget about Rigetti, but then you look at it on a 15-minute, I think almost even on a daily. On the daily chart, well, that looks pretty good to me, even though it might be boring and it could be chopping you up today. Certainly, there's been enough positive catalysts. You had a note from Microsoft about a quantum breakthrough, which is kind of rising tide lifting all ships. And trust me, I get it. None of these companies are actually selling anything or have products out there that people want badly enough, despite these breakthroughs, that they could actually return some serious revenue. Heck, I don't think any of them have annual revenue over $1 million. If one of these four does, then maybe IonQ does. But even then, it's like a pittance compared to what their valuations are. It could be a consolidation here in Rigetti. I don't think we want to ignore this one tomorrow just because it was a little bit sideways. It's fine to go sideways for a bit. Next thing you know, you're breaking out. And so we got to pay attention to them when they do happen. Ooh, NVIDIA's starting to climb for you. Tesla, by the way, is getting back to that 320 level. Big key level here. Tesla, I should start here. Tesla, very simply, rejecting the 50-period moving average on the daily. See how it's hugging that teal line every single time? That's right around the 320. It was a long off 320. I don't have a particularly good reason for why I gave up on the short off of VWAP, except that it was a bad decision. I was biased long Tesla today, so I only went long a couple times and did not give the short enough of an opportunity. Bias can be a good thing, but sometimes it nips you in the butt. And by the time it was obvious that it was a short, it was because of that headline with China and the potential 95% tariff on battery parts. It's frustrating to me, battery materials. It was frustrating, but at the same time, you look for the next trade. If we fail the 320 level, I think you can resume the short. Otherwise, we'll wait till the volume weighted average price. Do want to trade some Tesla this afternoon.
Yeah, I think Tesla's going to be pretty good. Unfortunately, wasn't there to experience that catalyst come out, and that was a beautiful breakdown as well. One I want to bring your attention to as well, along with the other quantum names, kind of running right now a little lackluster comparatively, is the IonQ. Some would argue this is one of the leaders of that sector, of that basket as well. You see a nice little consolidation sideways. It is stair-stepping above this prior day's level and kind of these prior few days of a range. I was like couple, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, it's a multi-day range that we're kind of stepping up back over. Let's go to a higher time frame and check out where this one has room to go as of right now. So let me take all of these indicators off so we can take a clearer view at what's going on. So bigger picture, nice sideways consolidation here, higher lows, nice trend that's been coming up all the way from, let me guess, April of this year. Again, we're seeing a bit of a pattern here, Neil. A lot of the bid kind of, when that sentiment shifted in and around April, we've caught that bid, and that has been the local bottom for a lot of these stocks as of late. So something to watch out for. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. Carol in the chat saying IonQ, QUBT, and VRT. What was that one? VRT?
What's
Vertiv Holdings. It sounds so familiar to me, but I guess it's running as well. I'm going to assume that this is also another quantum name. Let's see what they do. Engages in the design, manufacture, and service of critical digital infrastructure technology for data centers. Okay, all right. Is there a word quantum in any in their description here? I don't think so, but I guess it is potentially part of that sector of that basket as well.
Fabian's stealing stuff. You can see his arm moving in, just like taking
There's
stuff. Sharif's got some food. What do you got?
That? What's in that? What's in that bowl, Sharif? What's in that bowl?
Not quiche.
The not quiches. Oh, okay, yeah. Right. Because apparently, to be a quiche, you have to have a crust. Apparently. So I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, right.
I mean, it can be a little crust.
What do you guys think? Quiche has to have a crust. If it doesn't have a crust, then
is that
it's
a
not
prerequisite?
quiche.
What we need to find out from Madeira what the quiche playbook is, and once we can figure that out, then we can properly assess the quiche situation that's been going on.
Everyone in the chat, anyone that bothered to answer in the chat has said yes. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm just going to go with that. because you guys are the greatest community out there. And if you agree with me, then it doesn't really matter. It literally doesn't matter, everybody. But what I can tell you is they were delicious. I had a couple this morning. So if you're a stickler about definitions, then maybe you're upset with the delicious quiche or whatever it is that we had today. Look, AMD. So about that channel, okay, so there's a minor bounce here. I had a couple of legs that I would take out of Lucid, then I'm looking for a bigger move up. But AMD just lost the, NASDAQ. AMD just losing the bid under 159 and just continues to fall. So maybe we don't even get the test at the top of this channel, as once again, you got AMD doing one thing, you got NVIDIA doing another. NVIDIA is somewhat strong over VWAP, AMD is somewhat weak. That's just how this market can be. And I really don't mind. I'm waiting for an opportunity where you can pop up and retest the trend to get a clean entry to the south side on advanced micro devices. Joe Finero saying it's a naked quiche. Literally never heard of that, but
yeah. I mean, I said in the chat, it tasted pretty quiche-y to me, so I don't know.
Come on.
Anyways, so something interesting here is NVIDIA pulled back pretty aggressively a little bit earlier, but holding that VWAP, holding above that VWAP, again, more of the same. You can see I've been chopping up NVIDIA pretty aggressively off of the open. You can see that in the morning, I was a little bit disappointed for missing one of, I would say, the best reversions, one of the top reversions in my playbook off of the open. That NVIDIA quadunk back into some prior levels and the bid steps right back up. And I was just like, all right, well, if it's going to do that, then I'm just going to be patient, wait for those buyers to switch hands. And when they do, start getting a little bit short, and don't really get short again over here when that 174 gets that strong push. You can see that volume as well. We talked about that volume pushing through prior days or prior structure as well. Coming back into VWAP, holding that bid once again. You know, this one's looking like it is maybe poised for some fresh levels, all-time highs as well.
Better believe it. And we are locked and loaded and ready to go. We have a special guest interview up at the desk. Let's join Brendan.
All right, thanks so much, guys. We're excited to talk a little bit of digital assets this afternoon. It's been a huge week, not only for crypto in general, but the regulatory side of crypto. We went right to the source. Round 13 digital asset and specifically managing partner Khalid Varji is here to give us a little more insight into what is happening on the U.S. side of things, but also give us a little bit of a forecast, I think, as to where we should be looking for opportunities. First of all, good to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you, Brendan. Appreciate it.
Let's jump right into what everyone is talking about, and that's all things that are happening in Washington this week. From a high level, what do you think this means as far as the overall industry is concerned?
Well, you know, we've never had a crypto administration as friendly as this one, both from a regulatory side and an investment point of view. I mean, you have, you know, Trump and Eric Trump and his kids tweeting about crypto all the time. So it's all very positive. Specifically, there have been a bunch of bills which have passed, the Genius Act, the Clarity Act, the Anti-CBDC Act, sorry. And all this is just, you know, pushing the market up, and it's pointing to a positive short to medium term.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we've been waiting for,
exactly,
right?
Exactly. He promised this from the beginning, and it's slowly coming to fruition.
And here we are. Let's take a step back. Give us an overview of Round 13 DAF.
Sure. So Round 13 started about 3 years ago now. It's the largest crypto fund in Canada. We manage about 140 million US. And you know, we started the fund because in the US, there were plenty of venture capital funds in the space, and there were no crypto native Canadian funds. So we started 3 years ago, and it's going great. We've invested in about 22 different companies, and we hold a few liquid coins as well for our treasury, and it's going great.
It's been a slow progression. You and I were just talking a little bit off camera about some of the hurdles that this industry has had to get past and get more footing and more clarity. We're starting to see some very, very big names on the institutional side get involved. You know, you and I were just discussing the introduction of the ETFs, both in Canada first, in fact, and then south of the border, we had ETFs for investors to access this market.
Yeah.
From an institutional standpoint specifically, is there more to come?
Definitely.
I mean, scratching the surface.
We're just starting to scratch the surface. I mean, you've probably seen all the treasury companies that have come into the space. MicroStrategy was the first, but now you're seeing one pop up almost every day. And I think companies are realizing that they need to hold some Bitcoin on their balance sheet because it's too big to ignore at this point. So you're getting the institutions, you're getting the ETFs. You know, we're going to have all the S&P companies holding Bitcoin eventually.
If you're an investor today, maybe not necessarily comfortable with the cryptocurrency markets, or maybe you've never, jumped in to actually own the coins themselves.
Yeah.
Is there an advantage maybe in that direction versus buying some of these ETFs?
To doing what?
To buy one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, look, the ETFs came because precisely for that, to solve that problem. I think the problem before was people were still hesitant to own a coin and keep it on an exchange who they didn't know or on a wallet.
Yeah.
Now you can buy MicroStrategy, which is a proxy for Bitcoin, or you can just buy an ETF and hold it in your trading account and put it in your TFSA or RSP. So it's just becoming much more accessible to everyone. And again, I still think it's the beginning. People look at Bitcoin price and say, oh, it's too expensive. But you know, it's the best performing asset in the last 9 years. And there's so many headwinds to keep it going. And yes, it's volatile. But you know, if you look at it over a long period of time, it's generally one direction.
It's been up and to the right. Let's get to the good stuff then. If we'll talk about Bitcoin, I want to get into the price action of late and where it should be going. But is there somewhere else that people need to be looking at this point? Give us your thoughts on some of the smaller coins.
Yeah, the token alt market has become very saturated. So I think people need to be careful. People talk about an alt season, but I don't think we're going to have the same alt season as we did in the previous years where everything goes up. I think now what's happening is you're targeting companies that generate real revenue in the crypto space. You know, Aave as an example, the DeFi lending protocol. You have Uniswap. We've invested in a company called Rails, which is a perp exchange similar to FTX, which all these companies generate actual revenue, and holding their token gives you access to the revenue and the fees and so on that they generate. So I think you just have to be careful, and we generally look at actual companies generating proper revenue and have real business models.
So that's the main key and standpoint for round 13. Is there an area of those smaller coins that is attractive from an investment standpoint? Right?
Yeah, so I mean, generally at round 13 we invest in illiquid. We invest in private companies in the venture space.
Right.
So we've invested, and we think the AI space is interesting, the intersection between crypto and AI. So we've invested in a company called Wombo, for example, where NVIDIA is an investor, and they take unused compute in people's phones, video game machines, and laptops, pool it together and pay you in a token. So it's like an Uber model, but for compute. And they then sell that compute on the back end. And they incentivize people to sign on with a Wombo token. So it's those kind of companies that are incentivizing people to join the network and do something where the tokens are interesting.
All right, so everyone's obviously bullish on Bitcoin. Give us your take. Where's this thing going?
I mean, this may sound crazy, but we think 250K by the end of the year is.
By the end of the year?
By the end of the year is very possible. I think things are just getting going.
Fabian, you like that? Is there a second one? Like, if somebody had to say, okay, I want to diversify a little bit, where do I go?
I think obviously, look, if Bitcoin's running to 250, obviously other coins will run, and we're fans. I think Solana has a long way to run. I think Ethereum's been lagging, but it's breaking out. I think it'll continue to break out.
Yeah.
So the larger cap stuff will do well, and select alts. If you're careful, if you know what to look for, select alts will do well, and the larger caps, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, will continue to do well.
It's an exciting time. How closely are you paying attention to these headlines coming out of Washington? I mean, does this get done in the next couple of days?
I think so. I think everything's moving forward, and I don't see any reason why it won't.
Yeah,
exciting. In addition to all the regulatory things happening, the macro environment is pushing Bitcoin forward as well. I mean, I think people are starting to realize now with all the money printing and the debt issues in the U.S. that Bitcoin's finite supply actually means something in comparison to the dollar. You see the dollar's traded, I think, in the last 6 months, the worst in the last 52 years. Because people are realizing that it's just endless money printing.
Yeah, down more than 10%
exactly.
to start the year.
Exactly.
Khalid Varji is the managing director, managing partner over at Round 13 Digital Asset Fund. It's a fascinating time for sure. We appreciate you coming in and giving us some insights.
Thank you. Thank you, Brendan.
I love that price target on Bitcoin.
There you go.
And what's crazy about it, and thank you so much. I'm pretty sure, and I'm gonna make an educated guess on this because that seems like it's a measure. It could be the measured move.
Yeah.
It might be. Anyways, I'm just started talking about. So remember when Bitcoin? You pull up a monthly chart, or in this particular, did I go monthly or 3 month if you want to? I've used a monthly chart here for Bitcoin. 20,000. To about 70 resistance, and then this was the recent breakout, so that's 3.5. That's 3.5 times. What's 3.5 times from 70? You get just about 250K. So I love that notion. The only look, we go in Sizzler if it goes to 250, but at the same time, that measured move, it's worth mentioning. If you go by that technical, like we retested that high. That was about a year, but then we hung out for a while and even had to retest it. So the manner in which you get there, I don't know if I'm bold enough to say that year, but technically speaking, that's a measured move from this break to where this other break could get us to would actually make sense. And go Bills, I don't actually know if Sizzler is still open. That's a good question. I have no clue. I love the movie White Men Can't Jump, and it would be cool if it still was, but I have absolutely no idea. Let's go to Obi.
So guys, Beta Pro by Global X. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs. Featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing, guys. Yeah, no, that Bitcoin push has been quite nice. I didn't quite hear the target, but I guess you said that it was 250K. 250K by end of year. Yeah, if we can continue this trend here, I'm just gonna look at a higher time frame chart. I like the 3 months. Again, it's Bitcoin. It trades 24 hours. To me, it doesn't make too much sense to take a look at it on a really shorter time frame if you're going to be if you're not really going to be short-term trading it. But you can see that nice little curl up. Now, interestingly enough, we don't have all the data on Bitcoin on this chart, but you know, I had a little bit of an interesting question. I'm like, what if I put an anchored VWAP at the beginning of this chart? Where would it show up? And let's throw that on and let's take a look. Oh boy, look at that. Nice little extension push. And then we did pull back here onto that anchored VWAP in 2023. Now this is also the breakout level from that 70,000. I was kind of watching that on, let's go down to a 3-hour chart here. You can see it a little bit more clearly when you go to that level here. Oh boy, I'm clicking way too much. Here we go. All right, so let's go back down to a weekly. Let's do that. So right here, that's a little bit more legible here. So you can see that consolidation trend breakout that we had from that 60,000 mark, and we've already done a little bit of a measured move off of this consolidation breakout. We're coming into some of those areas as well. So the question becomes, can we still hold the bid above this? Now I'm just going to keep it extremely simple and throw up an anchored VWAP. We did break back below some of that consolidation from that breakout, but nice little reclaim of those prior levels. So yeah, if this trend continues, yeah, maybe well within range. But if we start to really accelerate with some strong catalysts, then that's something to watch out for as well. So yeah, 250 within range with respect to what Bitcoin can do. Let's see what it does by the end of the year. I really like that look. Again, I'm looking for higher highs and higher lows, Neil. So I think I am all about that measured move. But as of right now, a little bit of a measured move. It's coming up into a measured move from that prior anchored VWAP hold and the breakout as well. So it's a good look for sure.
What was that? I didn't catch that one.
What was that?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, I can't.
There's no sound with that one?
Oh boy.
Oh, that you need like that one needs music. You can't have dancing
I'm
with
really
that.
rich.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, is that the one?
That's the one. Well,
okay.
you get the 250, and then a lot of people will be saying that. But as long as the world is addicted to printing money and governments are addicted to spending money they don't have, which is basically part and parcel of the same thing, it's going to continue. I saw a couple people mentioning AMC, which recently got an upgrade. I chuckle at that because it's not. What was interesting about it, it was maybe a couple of days ago. AMC got an upgrade, and it was about like if you read the analyst note, it was really just bullish on the fundamentals of the company. Like you like it not because of squeeze potential, but essentially, yeah, because of the movies and the releases that are going to be coming out, which is actually a good thing. It was also pointed out there's a little bit of extra options activity, unusual. Joe was mentioning, a couple people in the chat were saying this as well. I've heard Superman is fantastic. I hope I get to see it every time.
I have not seen it yet.
Every time I go to the movies now, something my daughter wants to watch. She's 8 years old. We're not seeing Superman apparently because, well, I'll have to find a time when maybe she's not around, playing with her friends or some nonsense, and I'll go watch the movie. I heard it's great, but this needs to get through the 200. The last time it was at the 200 period, it was a big fake out, like huge fake. Unfortunately, I want to zoom this out so you can see that. Is this going to give me the 200 more? That's kind of annoying. Oh, there you go. It just doesn't like what it sees, so it's taking a while to load up. But the 200 period since the breakdown, this big fake out. So what I want to see here for continuation is break the 200 period moving average. It's not enough to hold and open up the next day. You got to close the next day above as well. And then I think you got a little something going on with AMC. Until then, we'll see. Yeah. Carol, you're welcome for the shout out. I saw a lot of people talk about it. Anytime you guys are looking at something and it's worth at least paying attention to, we've learned our lesson as traders, not to ignore anything. Whether it was yesterday, I think yesterday Rigetti was a bit of a missed opportunity. A lot of things trended up and you can't catch them all, but missed opportunities on Rigetti. So we're always keeping our eye out for what the important things are going to be. We're also keeping our eye out for this crypto bill vote, which may or may not be happening soon. Some people saying it's going on right now already.
Oh boy.
I have heard nothing in my ear, but if you don't have Circle Up, then you don't care. I feel like if I have Circle Up, I'll know just by looking at the tape. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, exactly.
That's going to be the key. If you have Circle Up or ETH or maybe Bitcoin, SBET, like any one of those, you'll know how the vote is going because the first thing that's going to happen is the tape is going to go nuts, and then you'll know that we have a result. It wouldn't surprise me if we had to sell the news event because of the rally that we've had going into it, but Circle's the one stock I'm going to have up for sure.
I'm telling you, man, that 123, 231, might be seeing that number for a while. But Apple taking a little bit of a pullback. Softy finally caught some selling here. So let's take a quick look at some of these Mag 7s here real quick before we move on to some of the stocks. So I got out of that NVIDIA for now. It did pop up a little bit aggressively into 173 halves, but didn't really continue the way I was looking for. It could very well just take much longer than the timeline that I anticipated the move to happen on, and that's perfectly fine. But let's take a quick look at Microsoft here, an aggressively strong Mag 7 stock on the day today, and finally catching a little bit of a breather going into the last couple hours of the day. The trend kind of broke here at that 12:50 to 12:45 time, and you see that nice little consolidation. I was like, all right, well, if we're going to consolidate, I don't necessarily want to get involved with the reversion just yet, but that's coming in quite nicely. Didn't quite make it to VWAP just yet. 511.15s currently trading at 511.80s on Softy, but something is unlike the others, Neil, and would you take a look at this one? Goggles coming right back up into this prior day's high. Now, this prior day's high was also Tuesday's day high, and maybe a little bit of a ping on Monday as well. So a little bit of resistance potentially. We attempt to push. Today, we actually ground all the way up, past tense, all the way up into 184s, the same area where we've been seeing resistance every single day of the week. So guess what's on my watch for a potential reversion in the next hour or so, Neil? Seems like Google is a good one to give some goggles to. So Amazon's still consolidating, nothing too crazy here, right? Kind of consolidating after a strong sell-off yesterday. Didn't really get anywhere too crazy. We had that strong push all the way up and failure to follow through of that as of right now, but still consolidating in and around VWAP on that one. Apple, oh boy, Neil, guess where Apple went to
212.
once again? It didn't quite hit 212, but 211.80s, that's close enough.
Always 212.
It's close enough for sure, and that's kind of potentially coming in. I was involved 1, 2, 3 times. I am not involved right now on the day today, but something to keep in mind here as well is that we are making some higher lows. The bid seems like it is stepping up into this area. So when and if this resistance on 212s to 211 halves area steps off, then maybe I'm going to stop kind of exercising that idea. But as of right now, that's what I got going on. Market is hella strong to the upside here, and it seems like Softy and Alphabet are the ones that are carrying it to the upside. Let's take a quick look at Meta as well. Meta not really doing anything too crazy. So yeah, nothing too crazy from those market leaders. And oh boy, there goes NVIDIA, aggressive selling. This is what I was talking about. I'm glad I got it along where I did, because I'm just like, okay, if it's not gonna go right away, I really don't like it. I think the probability of continuation in my mind in that moment kind of went down. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna piece off of that one for now, as it is just a quick scalp that I was looking for, not happening in the way that I was looking for either.
I'm kind of watching. Look, someone asked me, "Am I ready to punch?" I assume they were talking about Circle, and a lot of people were saying, "Look at Coinbase." I mean, I have not seen anything that's really moving the needle yet. You're getting some creep here, but like I found the best opportunities. To each their own. I find the best opportunities when we start to get this kind of accelerating volume, and then I join that move. So like I'm looking for something a little more distinct, like the volume. Like I know Coinbase just moved a buck, but volume's not really kicking in. Like you'll know in the tape when it's really going, and I just want to join it. That's all I'm really doing. And I do have Circle up. I don't think you can go wrong with Coinbase either, but it gets really obvious when the volume starts to come in, and then you find a place to join it as there's actual activity. So that's what I'm looking for. You could probably pay attention to. People are flashing bull in. Is that tape going on Webull? Whoops, that's Blue Ocean. Maybe Robinhood could be something that you're looking at as well. Lots of ways that you can play this. A little spike in Webull and then not doing, like almost immediately, like clearly there was a volume spike as we enter power hour, as you heard. But then I go to the tape and I look at it and it's not doing anything anymore. So you've got, to me, you just pick the horse. Like you got to pick a horse here. Because there's no way I'm going to have Coinbase and Bitcoin and Circle and Robinhood and Bull. And it's like, oh no, what am I going to hit if things go crazy? No, I've got Circle up. I've been paying attention to ETH in particular over Bitcoin just because it's been better moves. I actually barely traded it today, to be honest with you. I'm sort of waiting for something to happen. And once we actually get some volume, just look to try to join the trend is my plan of action. I'm gonna keep it as simple as possible. I am sitting in VWAP on NVIDIA for sure, but that's about it. Like I'm just trying to find some actual volume coming through. I thought maybe we'd get more out of MP with that negative news with tariffs on battery materials for China. And remember, anything that's negative between U.S. and China trade relations has generally been a catalyst for MP. Like if you hear something along those lines, it's just been see if MP is going to go because obviously China holds rare earth metals over the U.S.'s head, and the U.S. holds NVIDIA chips over China's head, and everything else is just noise, although important noise. So MP is not doing much except reverting back in here, Obi. So you guys let me know what else you might be looking at. Or Alpha, the MP offering, yes, there was an offering on MP materials. That was last night. My approach to offerings is, well, how does the market receive them? And if if the market decides to buy it right back up, right? This is aftermarket. When money came in today, it got bought right back up off those lows instantly to where it was before it even tried to pull back. And when it consolidated off that level on news, it broke away. And also keep in mind with MP that part of what made the DoD story so good and why the offering makes sense is they don't have the capacity and the infrastructure right now to scale the way that the U.S. would need them for them to have, enough production. It's just not happening. They're still going to have to import a bunch, and that's the reality. So they need more money. That's part of, and they're executing, but they just need more money. So I think it's not always a bad thing if you do an offering. In an obvious sense, like yes, of course, dilution is not good, but if those investments and what you do with it are going to yield complete dominance within the U.S. for them, you just saw the deal with Apple for $500 million, then it can be seen as a good thing. It's also a 25% short float, which might have a little bit more to do with it as well on MP. It probably has a lot to do with it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm just observing what people are talking about in the chart as well. OKTA pointed out by Carney, and then as well as GLXY, I think, Galaxy Holdings. Let's take a quick look at those. GLXY, I think that was the one. Galaxy Digital. So yeah, that one's moving around a little bit. Had that pre-market relative volume as well, interesting to me, but didn't really show up on my morning watch list. Maybe on my morning scanners, yes, but morning watch list didn't really show up. But it seems like it held that prior day pretty well. This consolidation and this area in and around the closing prices, it held pretty well in the opening session. We're starting to trend up a little bit going into the day. You can see here as well, coming up from a nice little base. Again, these are the ones. Don't they hold? Don't they hold something, or are they a bank? Digital assets, data center infrastructure, and okay, cool. AI. So it's another AI name. Interesting on this one. So a nice little move on Galaxy Digital. And Carney, I'm curious, did you trade this today? Are you looking to trade it, or are you just pointing it out because it's doing some higher time frame stuff? I'm curious to know what the reasoning behind that potentially is. Let's take a look at some OKTA. I know you guys love this one every now and then, so let's see what that one is up to. There are a few days every now and then that we get aggressive volatility, some strong moves. Look at that beautiful flush last Thursday and continuing to go a little bit higher. I'm watching Palantir, to be honest, as of right now. It's kind of pushing up. It looked like it was breaking trend. I have no idea, but I do have eyes on it finally on the day today after it is aggressively strong to the upside. So let's pull up the book here and see what's going on in and around these areas. So I do like it for a potential idea here going into the last hour of the day. We've only been bidding up, Neil, and we hit a high of 155.68. So that's about just under $1. So, it is what it is. Let's see if Palantir can continue this trend. Again, every single day, this stock has been printing higher and higher. This is what I was looking for yesterday. Obviously, the execution was absolutely disgusting on my part, but it is what it is. I got to get a little bit better with that. Sometimes I do get a little too aggressive. I'm like, oh, I love this kind of price action. I'm willing to buy everything up. But guess what, Obi? The trade you're looking for is not on the time frame you're trading at. So it comes in today with a nice, beautiful push into 155. So let's see if we can do a little bit of a reversion here, potentially going into the close, but stair-stepping up higher and higher. Hasn't really shown any strong reasons to kind of get out of the long just yet, but I'm going to be continuing to watch that. Market's still strong as well. That's a big factor of confluence. We talk about Palantir's beta being about 2.6. Yesterday we talked about it. I'm sure it hasn't changed much from yesterday, but it is one to keep an eye out for because every day, like I said, it is giving lots of opportunity. The longs are very, very strong on this one, and I see that you're looking at Lucid. Lucid still holding.
It's starting to lose VWAP in here.
It's still holding the range, though.
It's still holding the range. I think if it breaks 10, I'll probably just get out. At some point, it just becomes a tomorrow story. If it can't break away from the volume weighted average price, then we wait for it to do something tomorrow. But like the crypto names are sliding a little bit. There is the one concern I have with these crypto names is it's just the way that things played out in the last couple of days. Like my concern would be if this is what we did on when the vote went against and it didn't pass, and then we've rallied here and consolidated and rallying again. I don't wonder if there's more of a profit-taking motive. When we were in a consolidative state, my thought was it's just a clean breakout because you're in a consolidation. I'm talking about Circle in particular, but I could be talking about it doesn't really matter. I could be talking about anything. We were in a consolidative state, at least at the current levels. And so now that we've broken higher, I would suspect there's a chance that it could be a sell the news event. So I'm not married to only looking at one direction here, although we are starting to accelerate. Adara is keeping her ear to the ground. There's a bunch of other stuff that they are voting on right now, some military stuff that's going on. And I have neither heard nor seen anything that would suggest that any of the crypto legislation has been voted on yet or has passed. I know it seems like it's going, because it's starting to move, which is frustrating because I was kind of hoping you'd be joining a move like this after we had some news. But without there being any news, I'd hate to be front running it then to get rinsed if it comes out. And here's the thing, like the first initial move is exactly the kind where your stops are going to could get run really heavily. So it's a little bit risky. Unless you're deep in the money, that's fine. But to enter a position, I kind of felt like I would be joining a move instead of trying to make something happen. So at least for now, I'm going to try to be patient with it. I am still eyeballing Tesla here because it can't even get back to the 320 level. Feels like Tesla might just be a short into 320. It can't do it today. It just absolutely can't seem to do it today, except for earlier on. That 320 level proving to be too much. I'd have to work myself into a short on this. When market's at the highs and you're trending down and there was a negative news story and you've got a good level to work with, that should be enough reasons of confluence, as Obi likes to say it.
Confluence.
Confluence?
No, I just said that. Confluence, yes.
All right, confluence that you should look for the trade. So Tesla looks like it's breaking down right here. Is that even how you say confluence in French?
I think so. I think I remember asking Google one time confluence, and
I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, we can kind of figure that out.
My French is terrible.
Oh, mine is horrible, but I think a confluence is the appropriate pronunciation. But I don't know. You guys let me know. Yeah, exactly. Video news. I think that's about right. So Palantir taking a little bit of a pullback off that 155. So oh boy, indeed. I do want to get a little bit involved with this one if this one is going to crack and give us some breather back down into VWAP here. Where is VWAP, you may ask? I'm asking the same question, guys. 153.19 is where that VWAP is. Again, not really a target, but a little bit more of just an indicator being like, all right, if we're going to kind of maybe start to see some seller dominance, can we get below this effectively and kind of confirm that a little bit later? All day run up, right? All day run up. We're coming up from 151s. Yesterday, we were up from, 147s, 148s. That was absolutely crazy. And I'm just like, what's going on here? This thing is absolutely going nuts on the higher time frame. You can see multi-days, like I said before, straight trend up. The weeklies, obviously, it is a bigger picture of swing trade, but like I said, intraday, the reversions might be pretty awesome as well because people like taking profits away. So Palantir, let's let that one cook. I don't know whether or not that's going to work out well, but it's working out as of right now. So Pug Life saying you're welcome. Yeah, you were talking about that potential 155, bro. I was already watching that. I'm looking at it. I'm like, we're starting to make lower highs. I'm like, if I'm going to take a stab at it, it should be now. And if it's not going to work, I have a pretty defined stop as well. I like that NVIDIA taking a bit of a pullback as well, Neil. That short coming in beautifully. again, this was a nice little push up into 174s, which failed pretty decently. And then we got lower highs, lower high once again. Once I noticed this, I did get a little bit of a cheeky long and tried to continue on the lick grab of what seemed like this trend that was going up. But once we topped out, once sellers started kind of step back in, I'm like, all right, fine. You can also notice that the futures, maybe not the ES, the NASDAQ is also kind of starting to, it has been trading sideways, but you can see that strong flush candle that we got, and we're getting a wiki candle right now on the 15-minute with about 3 minutes left to print. So another thing I'm seeing on Palantir is that we've had a pretty aggressive back-to-back 15-minute run, 30-minute run as well, finally cracking that trend, a little bit of initial red candles happening as well. So let's keep an eye on this one and see if it continues to follow through all the way down to VWAP. That's what I'm looking at, Neil. Circle, steady grind.
It's just slowly grinding, which is, it's wild, like going into this. Thank you, Or Alpha. I see you giving lots of updates in the chat. Appreciated as well on the vote. I actually am thinking the other way in NVIDIA. It's like NVIDIA, I'm only looking long after what happened this morning. Negative news, got bought back up off the lows, and we got above that vaunted 173 zone. So like, I'm just kind of trying to keep the bigger picture in mind on NVIDIA, that above these prior highs from Tuesday, I believe that would be, I want to be looking for the long. That does include VWAP at 173. That includes the 172 half zone as well. So I'm just looking for a third opportunity to try and grab a dip buy into the long side on NVIDIA. That's the way I would rather go. Man, Circle is really flying. I see people mentioning AMC's still going 11% now on AMC. But every time I know it's, every time I pull it up, it's just not doing anything there, right? So it's having a good day, but just really not doing anything at all. My eyeballs are still in all the same places. Whether it's NVIDIA at VWAP 173, Tesla at the 320 level, and looking up at Circle. What is Circle doing now? It's giving its first pullback. That could be a method to be able to get in at least. Maybe at that 236 area. Let's zoom that in so we can see a little bit better. Like, yeah, this 236 area looks like a nice area of support to get a little bit of a dip buy. Lucid, they just had to give up on it. I told you guys I'm not going to let it get past 10. It lost VWAP. It was barely bouncing. You're getting 5-cent bounces. You want to limit the loss to 5 or 6 pennies as well. So trying to keep it simple there. Tampanda asks, why are all the stocks frozen in place? The futures are not doing anything. This is the NASDAQ right now. Since about 11 o'clock, we had one good pullback and then went back into chop mode. So this is kind of the game. Like you want to try to find something which is moving. Tesla had some news, so you think maybe that. NP had news. I also thought that. The crypto story, of course, keeps that entire group in play as well. So that's why I'm looking at Circle, Tesla, I mean NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is NVIDIA. What was just happening? Oh, ETH is starting to move a little bit. ETHA just caught a little bit of a bid here. That could be trying to break out. That's not the high. Yeah, this is high of day breaking on ETH. That could be something as well. I'm going to keep an eye on Ethereum. I'm not really trading Bitcoin until it proves that it can move more than ETH, but it's worth mentioning that Bitcoin is at like 119.7. I do have it up. I don't have the chart up on Bitcoin. I just kind of look at the price. Maybe it'll break that 120. This breaking 120 would be more reason to punch in to ETH as well. But you're not getting a lot of action. You don't want to force the trade just because we had a lot of activity in the morning, some double bottoms, trend trading on things like NVIDIA. It doesn't mean we're going to get crazy price action in here. Not popping off crazy scanners right now. And I do tend to, I'm not going to say that I 100% agree with this, save man, woman, peace. Crypto will be a rug pull, everyone waiting for the news. Definition of rug pull, I think, would be the most interesting. I think it can be a sell the news event. I tend to use the term rug pull if it's very, very, very extreme. I think that's different from people taking profits and catching a bit of a dip, okay? So I just heard something on DJT here.
What's going on?
Volume spike. Yeah, not really. I didn't hear any news here, but volume spike on DJT. That seems somewhat legitimate. I finally got. I waited forever for this on BBAI, but I don't know if there's no story that I can see here on DJT. But it also looks like BBAI came in and retested that level. Remember that when we opened the show and you guys were talking about BBAI, I said, well, someone held it at $8.07 for an hour. So I'm just gonna sit on the bid at 8, and if it breaks that, I just get out. So I'm essentially risking 1.5 cents on the off chance that it can move. Joe's apparently sending me something. What do you got, Joe? Oh, so apparently it's options related with DJT. Okay, hold on a second. Can we go to Joe? It would be so much easier instead of just trying to do this the other way around.
Your mic on?
That's fine. Do we have Joe? Oh, his computer froze.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Well, I can, you know what? You just sent it to me, so. What do we have? Yeah. Right in here. So essentially, you've got the open interest at $20 on DJT, which is what we're talking about. You can't tell that from here because it doesn't tell you DJT, but it is DJT at 51, which is obviously standing out, and you're getting a little bit of a spike because that's what looks like it could just be options related here with DJT and no particular story. AJ in the chat also saying call wall at 20 could squeeze. Look, someone said the other, Neil, you said it could squeeze the other day on DJT. Well, I say this all the time about stocks that do this. When you get one of these runner type plays, lower flow, whatever it might be, and you get these little double bottom consolidations, those are the times where the risk to reward gets interesting for a bit of a squeeze play when it's not doing anything. And then on top of that, well, break, consolidation, and then potential break. But we're not really through this resistance at 1920 at all. So maybe a couple more shekels to go. And so I thought it was worth the shot on BBAI. It looks like the buyer that was there at 7 wasn't there before. So I jumped in at 8. I was able to get out 6.5. So that's the kind of thing. If I don't see any movement, I'm going to try even some gimmick trades, some easy breakout trades. If this crypto move isn't really happening, Adara.
Keep an eye here on these earnings tonight. Check this out on Exit TTV Research. This is a quick primer for the expected moves and expected times of release for some of the biggest earnings names tonight and tomorrow morning, because we don't always get these pre-market earnings reports on Friday, but we have quite a few in watch tomorrow. 3M, SLB, AXP, and Charles Schwab. Also, of course, tonight, Netflix and IBKR. Check this out on Exit TTV Research. We also, earlier today, I posted a series of infographics about Netflix ahead of their earnings report. So check all of that out. If you guys ever have any recommendations for content you want to see, just tag me in the YouTube chat at Adara LePage, and I'll try my best to take a look and add it to my list. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Oh, hold on, I got it.
Thank you very much, Adara.
There we go. See, I'm using the key. I'm using the key. But no, we're just talking about some of my arrows here, just to make them a little bit more legible. Greens and reds and yellows, I think. Or no, reds and blues. So this was a short. So. I accidentally punched out of this position, all of it, a little too early at 154.25s. You can see I was adding aggressively as it kind of came in. I'm like, all right, this is going. I like it. And I go to start to cover maybe a little bit here as it approaches this level, and I accidentally covered everything. Didn't even take it into the whole dollar, which is where I originally wanted to kind of take this push from that 155 down into 154. It is a pretty strong stock, but again, I need to respect some of that bid coming up. But that was a little unfortunate on my part. Where is the next trade? I'm asking. I kind of want to get back into this Palantir here, but I think this was a much better area to risk off of 155. Maybe 155 halves as well, in and around these lower highs. So, but if it's going to reclaim that 154, I'm going to continue to keep an eye on it and look for the next trade. But I'm asking you guys, where is the next trade? Greg Moore saying short the Qs. Oh boy, dude. I mean, I'm looking at it. I've been trying to short Nvidia. I've been trying to short Palantir. The Qs are still holding up pretty well here, and you also have to consider that the spider is holding up pretty well as well. So that's something that you got to keep in mind. Both markets taking a little bit of a run on the day today. So that's the move there. I want to be wary of that bigger picture market tailwind at the same time. So let's take a quick look at some of the stocks that you guys are mentioning, and I would love to see if there's any sort of potential opportunities. You're saying the crypto stocks are running? Wow, yeah.
Well, Webull is going. I don't think it's that crazy on the crypto stocks, but Webull's certainly going. I'm not seeing ETH isn't doing anything. XRP is making a solid move. By the way, Aura Alpha, the particular ETF for XRP that I know that you've been mentioning in the chat, we don't have that one here, unfortunately. But Webull making a very, very solid push. It's not crazy volume, but looking very good. Up top, of course, I'm watching Circle, and this one is maybe a little bit cleaner. That said, ETH is still doing absolutely nothing. I'd say that's a little bit of a disappointment. Grunfeld has pointed out that Shopify might be something to look at. Very good last couple of sessions for Shopify. A healthy and strong Canadian name, baby.
Ew.
What does that look like to you, Obi?
That looks like an uptrend.
Well, also it looks specifically like algos.
Oh,
that is the most, that's about as linear a move as you're ever going to see for an all-day trend. Usually, you'll see a stock go up linearly, every now and then for a good portion of the day, but you won't see it do it from the open till the close. That's absolutely wild, but it's in the nice breakout here for Shop. Wow, this actually looks quite good, but I don't think you want to chase that at all. I wouldn't be chasing that whatsoever. I might just replace ETH with Webull. This is ETH is doing absolutely nothing. Webull, still, it's gone, but it's also not really moving. Someone just tried to sell 3,000 shares by cutting the spread, and they didn't even get a single share when they posted. Here's an idea of what Webull looks like right now. Generally speaking, when you're trading bull, I'm expecting there to be activity. This is what I'm looking at on the level 2, which is exactly why. Yeah, the chart looks good, and that's great if you've got it from earlier here, but you try to go in now and then volume spikes after you've decided to play in this noise. That's how you get a bit burned. Now they're just sort of you saw them take the bid there. So actually a little bit more selling than anything else. Your job is you're trying to just make money, and obviously you're trying to as good as possible. But at the end of the day, if you're just forcing trades, that's not doing anybody justice, I don't think. And I could just sit there and punch it. That makes a heck of a lot of sense. Because that, like I said, it's not really helping anybody with your position. So I wouldn't be inclined to chase this move. I think I'd be patient enough to try to wait for a pullback into the prior high, see if I can't see the tape gets a little bit stronger, and then jump in. That's the strategy that I usually look for joining a trend if I'm not loving the volume I'm seeing. If it's going crazy and there's a big volume spike, then I like that breakout, no questions asked. But in the absence of that volume, not going to do it. And no, Serge, I will not chase Fartcoin either. Michael Noss's favorite, good fun guest of the show. I've never traded Fartcoin. I probably never will either. I know you've dabbled in some of the, what's the best way to put it?
Altcoins.
Well, everything that's not Bitcoin is an altcoin.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, let's put the riskier altcoins. Is that a safe way to say it?
The ish coins. I think people call them.
I was trying not to say that.
People call them the ish coins.
That's fair enough.
It is what it is.
Fair enough.
So here's the thing. I think I heard Joe talk about during the midday. He was like, "Oh, sorry, Doge and things like that." But here's the thing. Value is determined by what the next person is willing to pay for it. Would you say? Because think about it. If the
greater fool theory.
Exactly. So if everybody suddenly was like, oh, we don't believe in the dollar anymore, so would it lose its value? Of course. Is that going to happen? Probably not. But it's based off of a belief. It's not pegged to gold anymore. Like even gold, like you say, yeah, gold has intrinsic value, but back in the day, when you say you're like the first person to ever present somebody with gold, they're gonna be like, what the hell is this? What am I gonna do with this? I want to trade my sheep for your bread. You know what I mean? So it's a perception of value that gives things that value. So at the end of the day, I love Dogecoin. Exactly. I love Dogecoin because I think it's the coin of the people. It's just like fiat. You can print as much as you want, right? There's no limited supply. So what do you think is going to be the best like a good transition? I don't know. Whatever it is, I like all this stuff. If I find that the chart is looking like people are holding value, that is telling me.
Okay, fair enough.
That's telling me that this could be pretty decent. Sure, the volatility in crypto is absolutely crazy.
Here's the thing. That
higher highs, higher lows. That's all I'm saying.
The greater fool theory applies to so many things that people don't talk about. Because if a stock doesn't pay you a dividend, then that applies to the stock as well. You're like, oh, but you own a share of future earnings. Does the stock pay you a dividend for those earnings? If the answer is no, then that stock is based on the greater fool theory as well. You're not actually getting anything from it until you sell it. But that said, with Bitcoin at least, and the difference between Bitcoin is scarcity.
Yes, of course.
And if one of the reasons why you're holding value is because the idea that dollars, the fact of the matter is the dollar is been devaluing since we went off the gold standard.
Yeah.
Well, not we, since the U.S. went off the gold standard. So that's why I like Bitcoin, because I know a few things. This world is addicted to debt, period. For everyone, here's the scary thing. If every single government balanced their budgets overnight, it would be an abject disaster. Yeah. That's one of the problems that we have with sort of this debt creation, money creation scheme that we have going on for the world economy, is that it kind of works while we're churning and we get innovation and growth, and it does work. But if everybody stopped, if everybody balanced their budgets overnight, it would grind things to a bit of a halt. So I just want to quickly point something out here on Circle. There is a brick wall at 239 here. Like, watch it run into 239. It just did a second pullback into this level. I think that gives us, it makes it pretty simple if it breaks 240. At least I know what it needs to get through. As we have about 30 minutes to go, I'll get to the early look on the imbalances, but it does seem like that parabolic move that you're looking for in the crypto space is not happening. My guess is Hood has probably come back in. ETH is still not moving. I can tell you NVIDIA's like watching paint dry. It's coming into that support. I was hoping we'd see 173, but if it wants to bounce out in front of it, I might just nibble in a little early. Like, support's been here at the 20 level anyways, so I feel like I can take a shot in here on NVIDIA and just stop it out tight and worry about VWAP a little bit later. But unless we get some kind of strength coming into crypto, then this might be a bit of a nothing burger. This is weird. All right, let me just get my stop in, and then I'll tell you what I just saw on the chart of ETH. And my stop in NVIDIA. But look at the volume spike just now, without much movement in ETHA. Big volume spike for a very small candle, which sometimes I write that off as it's probably some kind of a dark pool thing. But let's keep an eye here on what's going on in the crypto space. Anyways, we got into NVIDIA. I'll just play it off this support at 173.20. If it breaks down under this prior bar, I can just jump out of it for a relatively tight stop. That allows me to take advantage of the dip buy opportunity without having to give too much back. But yeah, little volume spike there on ETH. The tape doesn't reflect that spike just went off, so I'm thinking it might have just been a dark pool.
Coinbase back at day's highs. Want to mention that real quick. So let's take a quick look at that one there. Palantir is coming back in, and NVIDIA is kind of chopping sideways. So I'm going to say bye-bye to those two right there. Coinbase, not on Blue Ocean, on the NASDAQ. You can see the high a day coming in at, where you at? 415.94. So we're trading 414.28s right now on the ask here on Coinbase. Just taking a look back, we did kind of come in and almost clip that prior high at that 416s, but nice little grinding trend going into the close. Only about 30 minutes left, Neil. Oh boy. let's see what Coinbase has in store. Now again, everyone may be potentially sitting and watching in anticipation for some of the voting that may be going on as of right now and the results of that vote as well. So Coinbase taking a little bit of a push up into the close on that potential. I am watching again a lot of these chip names. I was going to say crypto. I don't know why I'm thinking so much about crypto, but yeah, some missed trades for sure off of the open. Maybe that's why. But someone in the chat pointed out Kratos Defense and Security Solutions, and these guys are an aerospace and defense company, and they're trending up pretty nicely. And automatically I'm like, aerospace and defense. Let's take a quick look at LMT. Let's take a quick look at RTX and see what those are doing as well. LMT not really doing anything similar, but RTX, you can see nice little trend to the upside as well, following in step with that Kratos. So good look on that Kratos. I gotta continue watching that one. We'll be right back from Madeira.
It's also worth noting here, yeah, apparently the House has passed the crypto market structure bill, which advances it to the Senate for consideration. I'm just hearing that in my ear right now. They're talking about some other bills as well, but apparently like the overall, I guess, the crypto market structure bill has been passed now. That advances to the Senate. I want to mention RR as well. This is moving around here a little bit violently. Basically, the CEO posted on X a couple minutes ago thanking Microsoft for sponsoring Atom during Anthology Together 2025. So I looked into this. Atom is Rich Tech Robotics robot. So it seems like it's unclear if they're sponsoring the company or this robot specifically, but either way, Rich Tech Robotics seemingly implying that Microsoft is sponsoring it to some degree. A little bit of a spike here in RR. Back to you.
Also, this just random SOC has halted to the upside after getting flushed about 20 minutes ago. The stock had flushed about a couple of dollars, 10% to the downside. It just broke out and got halted to the upside. I haven't seen the story on Sable. I don't even have a story. There was a story from a couple of days ago, but it's a little bit bizarre. So halted to the upside after getting rinsed on it. So clearly something happened at about 3:15 on this stock. So anyone watching this, it should be, I see a volatility halt, so it'll be open in 5 or 10 minutes, one of the two for sure. Apparently court news, someone is saying, Benton in the chat. Daryl will have the story for us officially. Yeah, so whether it's passed or not, ETH isn't really doing much of anything. But, oh wait, there it goes. And ETH isn't doing anything yet, but Circle just made a bit of a move. So Circle broke out that, whatever you want to call that, we'll call it like a consolidation top, and is now trying to go, but like the tape isn't what the tape isn't what I would expect right now. Like we're getting an up move, but I'd feel a lot better if the tape was faster. Like, look at this.
Yeah,
that's real.
Yeah.
Like it was just breaking out and then instantly it's stopping you out. Like instantly. Yeah, this is actually the other way. It might be the other way here. I might try to take a short ETH or something. That might be, it might just be a sell the news event here because the buying tape is just not there at all. As a matter of fact, there's a huge seller at 40 now that showed up for like 50,000 shares. Somebody showed up on Circle at 240. Yeah, 50,000. Someone just showed up on the offer at $240 on Circle. Is that a call for Adara?
Yes.
Adara.
Yeah, I looked up this SOC thing. I don't really understand a lot of it. It's not even on Google yet. It's just circulating here on X. But I guess there was a tentative ruling in the company's favor related to some kind of application. Again, tentative, so it's unclear. People are saying on X, apparently this is bullish. There is also a 10-day window for court orders to come through to try to block this ruling. But again, as I understand it, I'm only seeing this posted by one person on X, the ruling, and it's very much in legalese, if you will. But apparently these applications have been granted to potentially enjoin the restart of the Las Flores pipeline. So it looks like this company, Sable Offshore, is trying to restart these Las Flores pipelines. Apparently, they may be able to do so. Temporary ruling, but there are, I guess, a 10-day period where it seems like potentially the order can be blocked. Again, I apologize. This is in legalese, and there's not a lot of information available for it. I couldn't even find any context for this when I Googled it. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Dara. I just want to put I'm going to zoom out the chart, give some context to Circle for a second, because it seems like those are extreme moves. But compared to what you were getting early, like before anything was passed, like you were getting $5, $10 moves in Circle. Like now, it's just like look at the comparison.
Consolidative.
Like it's still consolidative right now on this thing. It's like why? Like nothing is going crazy. If anything, it might be a scalp short, but still, the tape isn't really moving that fast. Like the run up seems like it already happened. Like if you had told, it is what it is, man. Like this thing went $10 on nothing in the middle of the day, and now it can't even seem to move more than a couple of dollars. Like it might not. This just might not be anything. Apparently, XRP is doing much better here, so it might just be that Circle's not that much of a thing, at least in the short term here. Adara?
Yeah, just an update here. So again, they passed the crypto market structure bill. That is in other words, the clarity bill. Right now, they are apparently announcing this. I guess the results here of this vote for the Genius Act. Now, as of a minute ago, they did have enough votes to pass the Genius Act, so the voting is ongoing. Looks like the voting has just ended. We're going to wait here for an answer. But again, as mentioned earlier, they do have enough votes to pass the act. If anything changes, I'll let you know. But I'm just seeing headlines and news coming out as I'm speaking. Back to you.
There goes the bid kind of vanishing there on Coinbase there. I was watching it pretty close coming into those prior highs. I'm like, sellers kind of came in here earlier. Are they going to come in once again? Break of trend for sure. Will they follow through? I have no idea, but the risk is about almost 2.5 points to the highs. Maybe give it another point for slip, perhaps, and VWAP down at 408. Is it worth it? Maybe, perhaps, but again, I don't necessarily want to just get short because we broke trend at the day's highs, maybe just yet, but yeah, that circle coming in maybe potentially as well. I'm looking for a potential reversion here on Coinbase, but nothing really. It has a crazy spread of like 50 pennies sometimes, 30 to 50 pennies at times, which is, again, manageable for sure, but I've seen that spread open up to over $1 in some moments as well. So Sargil, thank you for the super chat here, asking Neil, ELV is dumping. Your thoughts, Neil, on ELV?
I will definitely get to those thoughts, but I can tell you if you want to analyze any stock, ELV included, then take a shot with eSignal. Why? Because it's free for a month. It's that simple. FREE for 1 month, so you can get a professional trading platform that you can execute on multiple brokers, that you can backtest your strategies, that you can test out any indicators. Maybe you want to test out VWAP or an anchored VWAP or Bollinger Bands or Fibonacci's, whatever it might be, and do it with reliable data in an entitlement-based platform. You can do your tape reading there too with level 2 access, so you can see the tape or see where the bid ask is going to be, and scan the QR code. It's, like I said, it's free for 1 month. I have no idea how long they're going to be able to do that or they're going to do it, but as long as it's there, you can't go wrong with that pricing. Look, ELV, for once, I'm gonna do this the right way. We go from the outside in. Now, the sector has been under some pressure lately. That's a nice way to say it. Whenever I see, and I had this conversation with Fabian during lunch, whenever you have a deep pullback coming in, I like to take the chart back another step. If I usually look at a daily, I look at a weekly. If I usually look at a weekly, I look at a monthly. If I usually look at a monthly, I look at a 3 month. Because what that does is it gives you a little bit of patience. So on a monthly chart, you're starting to come into an area where you might expect some support, but starting to come into an area where you might find some support at 300. This entire range is down at 225. Now, I would, like, if I wanted to own something in the healthcare space like this name, and it's a stock I wanted to dip buy, then I would only be nibbling here with the idea that I'd like it to test the 200 period and maybe even fall a little bit further, or show me some kind of patience for consolidation. This is a monthly chart. You're at the lows on that monthly chart. Like, we haven't even closed the end of this month. With long-term plays, it's okay to have a little patience. You can nibble in here, but I wouldn't be in a full position until I saw something a little bit more constructive when you have that kind of a harsh downtrend. And I just like the higher time frame in these situations. I find it works. Like, if you look at a weekly, it looks like all disaster. Like, why would you even consider it? But at least you get constructive levels when you take it another step back, which I find to be helpful for sure. Right, there's a little bit of volume coming in. Oh, why am I still on this stock? As I was literally looking up at Circle. but didn't hit enter. A little bit of volume coming in. You're getting more movement, but this is still very much a bit of a sell on Circle. What is ETH doing with only about 20 minutes to go? Not much. Ethereum, not moving. Bitcoin, not doing anything either. So you're not getting a lot of action here for sure. Robinhood, high of day. Well, Robinhood's going. Okay, Robinhood on a break. I like Robinhood.
Yeah, Coinbase is ripping through the highs right now as well, Neil. So we got Hood, we got Bull is probably going, and Coinbase as well. So a lot of these, I guess, brokerages are pushing
Maybe that's
fresh
play.
highs, and that's kind of the sector that I'm seeing here. So Robinhood, Coinbase, exchanges or brokerages, I guess, whatever platforms that you can potentially trade some crypto on, right? So Coinbase coming into that 415 mark. I am got it on watch, and hey yo, there is my alarm for imbalances. So got about 8 minutes left for some of those to show up, Neil, and hopefully we get something interesting on the close. I'm definitely watching some of these stocks that have been grinding all the way up to their day highs. The three stocks that I just mentioned. Bull up 9%, saying Jack be nimble. Jack, were you quick though off of the open? That's the question on some of those stocks, because again, the bid did come in. Some of the best prices to get involved with the long was the opening range on all of these stocks. So we can take a look at Hood as well. Again, similar sentiment. Opening range was the best place to get involved on Robinhood as well. We did Coin already, and Webull as well. Very similar story here. Opening ranges was probably a good place to get involved with the long. Sure, we kind of wash it a little bit harder on Bull, but similar kind of sentiment, similar kind of trend happening here across the board on these stocks. So I'm going to keep an eye on Coin, Neil, just in case we get a little bit of a shake and bake. I got the imbalances on watch as well. We just clipped the highs, it seems like, once again at that 416 mark. So getting a little bit spicy here with that last 15-minute candle, or second last, I guess, Neil. We still have about 2 minutes, under 2 minutes left in printing this 15-minute candle right here. You can see both on the ES and the NASDAQ taking a little bit of a breather to the downside as of right now. So red candle, but you can see still within trend, still within that chop that we've been doing over the past few hours, especially on the NASDAQ here. So let me know in the chat, what are you guys looking at going into the close? We have Raj Taylor asking, can you explain the price action with Nike? Okay, I don't know what's going on with Nike. Let's take a quick look at that one and see what is going on. Oh, can you explain I mean, I don't know. It's just consolidating, right? A little bit of a flat top here, maybe a held offer, and it is kind of building up into that. I like that as well for a potential push. If we can get past this, I think there's a nice wind up here above prior structure, which seems interesting. That strength off of the open as well, interestingly, holds above prior day's high, just signifying maybe a little bit of strength. If you want to get a little technical, you can maybe say this is you can say that this is a flag here, and with that uptrend as well. So you can see, what am I looking at right here? So a little bit of an uptrend with higher lows, and then a flat top happening here. So maybe some consolidation, but again, I gotta reiterate this. Just like I remember Mark Douglas, the author for Trading in the Zone, said one time in one of his lectures that patterns and patterns in certain types of price action, formations of price action, definitely, they're fractal for sure.
That's okay.
I love that as well, but they are definitely reoccurring in the market. They happen over and over again, but the result that comes off of them is totally random. Is random. I'm sure you can find different nuances to give you higher probabilities of how certain patterns observed within a certain setup can give you some confluence or some action or maybe some execution sets as well. But that's something that you always have to kind of remember as well. So shout out to Mr. Market.
Nothing really wants to go up here. Like, I got into Hood as it was breaking out. It immediately failed the high, so I trimmed. And then, which is probably a good idea, like trim some flat because the tape didn't look that great and left the rest to my stop underneath the prior bar. Like, simple, like breakout through the high of the day, prior bar out. The only thing that was different was when it didn't look like it was accelerating, I just trimmed half almost instantly. But it's just super disappointing on these crypto names. Like, you're not getting a heck of a lot of action at all. I mean, if anything, well, I'm definitely happy with what Webull is doing because we bought that one in front of the $10 level. So the swing account's happy with Bull. That daily chart's hilarious. You can't really... the daily chart's not all that useful on Webull. Like, if you went to like a 30 or a 60, this will do a little bit better. I love what I'm seeing here on Webull. Why? Because it's no longer bouncing off that 10 area. We just had a bounce off of 12. So nice little consolidation for another push higher. Let's go back to Adara. We got some breaking news before imbalances come out.
Talk quickly here about SOC, but then I have some comments from Fed's Bostic. So SOC, Sable Offshore, I did a little more digging into this, and I found it basically in layman's terms. And it's the verdict here with this court case is a little bit more complicated. So California court apparently has decided to temporarily stop Sable Offshore from restarting its Las Flores pipelines until at least 10 court days after all necessary permits are officially confirmed. So it seems like once they get the permits, this might be okay. Apparently, the court also said opponents of the pipeline were likely to not totally win their case. So opponents might not win the case here. That could be a good look for Sable, but they also still found enough reason to pause the restart of the pipeline to weigh any possible environmental or community harms. So it's kind of a mixed verdict. They have to pause for now, but there is still the potential that Sable Offshore will be able to restart this pipeline at some point. I also want to talk about comments from Fed's Bostic to the Wall Street Journal, apparently saying that rate cuts might be difficult in the short run, as the economy's tariff adjustment could take months, adding the economic outlook remains highly uncertain. So some pretty hawkish comments coming from Fed's Bostic. Back to you.
The hawks are out. Just quickly, the early look on the imbalances today is a bit of a nothing burger. SLB, BAC, 1.5 million, very likely to pair off, and not the most expensive stocks. INFA is a buyout. Open, that's from this morning. So nothing really. QBTS could be interesting. 800,000 shares on QBTS is really not that bad. So D-Wave has been, it's been a good day for D-Wave. Yesterday it was Rigetti. Today it was D-Wave. Maybe tomorrow it'll be Ion.
IonQ.
I know, that's
Ayo. All right, so we know what we're watching for tomorrow.
Okay, so now we're finishing each other's sentences. That's how we're rolling here.
Nice.
No, I think you got to watch the entire space. You just don't know which one it's going to be. It's that same dynamic where one day NVIDIA is a strong one, and the next day AMD is, and then AMD rallies, or NVIDIA rallies early and AMD rallies late, whatever. It's just QBTS. I don't want to get locked up in the notion that you have to only trade one. Maybe IonQ does go. Yeah. No clue. But 800,000 in balance, early look. As well. That's more impressive when you consider, unless you consider that QBTS has done 90 million shares on the day. So less than 1 million in balance, decent number on a normal day for QBTS, but into 90 million shares, that's not a heck of a lot, everybody. I keep looking up to see if we're getting any real movement here outside of maybe Webull going, which I love. Thank you, Webull. And the crazy thing is, what was hilarious is I remember when this was happening on Webull, and it's like, yeah, just let that thing get back to $10. Went to SPAC and just buy it off of that level. It bounces off 10 and then just take a shot off the $10 level. And you're already getting the pull right back into 15. So it's giving you like 30, 40% move. I think we can do better than this, but that's just me because I haven't sold anything in my Webull position. It is like I'm playing this for like a swing where I don't mind having some in the long. Imbalances just dropped. What do we have? The trade desk is a sell, 2.4 million. Of course, that's being added to the index tomorrow. Oh boy. And it immediately gets paired off by half. That makes some sense. IQ, small stock, 2 million sell. P10, small stock, 2.5 million sell. We talked about BAC was there. We already knew it was going to be a sell. XOM, sell 1 million. Lucid, only 1 million shares when it's done that much volume. That's a nothing burger. Rivian, sell 800,000. No big names. Amazon, 800,000 to sell is kind of nothing for the biggest of the big cap tech. Yet, the number is 3.3 billion to the sell side. Despite not looking that impressive, they all are in one direction. So overall, it's a 3.3 sell in the market, despite the lack of any of the Mag 7 names being in there. The Dow 30 is a 1 billion to sell. The Mag 7, 335 million. So we have a sell imbalance on the market, and it is not remotely involving any of the big cap tech stocks. That kind of surprises me. What is happening to AMD? Someone asked. That buy program on AMD in the afternoon.
Boy.
I don't know. Like someone said, what's happening with AMD? I don't know. Maybe it's not what happened yesterday, because yesterday the stock went like $5. Here it's gone like $1, which is not bad at all. Mercenary? Oh, it's not mercenary. My bad. Thank you for the super chat, Mercenary. Reddit. When I glanced at it, I saw mercenary. That's how it works sometimes. What's Reddit doing? I like Discord more. When's that IPO? You really need to get this Discord IPO.
I'm so excited for Discord IPO, man.
Even my charts are asleep right now. What's happening on Reddit? Ugh. I want to say nothing, but it was trending back up, and it looks like we just broke trend this afternoon on Reddit. It hasn't been doing that well in the last couple of days, but I would still venture. Look, I'm not the most bullish on Reddit in general, but I think I said this the last time.
Oh my God.
As long as it can hold this 135, it's resistance, support, 200 period moving average, it's consolidating above it. That's not bad at all, but I'm not in love with it even a little bit here, unfortunately. We have another super chat as well. Ooh. Oh, there was another super chat as well. Thank you very much, Andre. Here we go. Vinu in the chat. With the INKT good news and secondary out, is this a good time to buy? That is retraced 50%. Everyone's always looking for a discount. That's sort of the thing. I prefer when they buy up an offering right away, but it's good that you, again, I told you my charts were asleep this afternoon. It's good that you've got it out of the way. There we go. Now we want to load up. 15 minutes going to be a little bit better. My approach is always the same when we have moves like this. Until you are actually holding a low or making a higher low, I'm not really catching the falling knife, because you consolidated here to then drop the next day. So you could consolidate and double bottom here to just drop the next, and then you're right back to where you started, or you're right back into a better support level at $20. I think that's the kind of level, that's the kind of patience that I want to see. Yeah, it's held a double bottom, but I don't mind getting in when it breaks out a top, as opposed to just hoping that it bounces somewhere. I like to join moves more than anything else. So hopefully that answers your question. It's almost always the same thing for me in that type of a play, is to show that kind of a patience and not try to catch a falling knife. I'm going to double check those imbalances, see if anything has changed.
Have you seen Circle?
Nothing has changed.
Look at Circle is quadunking to the downside as of
They
right
did sell
now,
the
guys.
news.
So, oh boy.
I guess that was the play.
So yeah, guys, trade the pool. With Trade the Pool's swing trading programs, you can get access to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk thanks to a one-time evaluation fee. No monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vincent, for example, one of Trade the Pool's swing traders. He's already locked in $23,000 in profits. His top performer, NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in a $6,777 gain. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off, guys. Trade the Pool, go check them out. And it seems like we've had a couple of super chats as well. So let's take a quick look at those. And 1 second right here. Oh boy. All right. So David saying, all quantum today, been garlic buttering my steak and raining almas caviar on the lobster tail. Nice. Congratulations to you. Thank you very much for the super chat. All right. So I gotta scroll out to see the name here. Long this. Thank you for the super chat here. Friday Beer Fund in honor. Please apologize to Sean for only 1% of his BBAI tip. RKLB was better, but this was second today. So thank you, Long This, for adding to our Friday Beer Fund. Thank you very much, both of you guys,
for
we had
tacos
the super
last
chats.
time.
Yeah, we had tacos last time.
We didn't actually get beer last time. We just did. Maybe we need to get a brew. But then we should wait till Sean's back. In
Yes.
fairness, is that cool?
Next Friday?
Can we just do next Friday and wait till Sean's back on that one? I think that's the most fair thing in my opinion. But that's just my 2 cents. I know Joe's gonna.
Oh, okay, all right.
Right?
What you got?
Get the beer now.
Oh, come on, Joe.
Let's go.
I'm playing, man.
Right
I'm playing.
here.
We're waiting for
Listen,
Sean, man.
I will provide the liquidity. There we go. We will provide the liquidity. And thank you, Long This, for providing the liquidity.
Liquid assets all day.
Yes, sir. Oh, boy.
That's not how I thought that was going to go. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
Yes, the stablecoin bill here has been passed. It's being sent to Donald Trump. That, just so you guys know there, that has officially been passed. Now it's left for Trump to sign it. Previously, we had Caroline Leavitt, who is, of course, the White House press secretary. She announced that Trump is already planning a signing event for tomorrow. So I suspect that these stocks will be on watch again then. Again, it sounds like we have had this stablecoin bill passed by the House. All that's left is for Trump to sign it. Back to you.
Oh, boy.
It doesn't matter what Joe thinks. Long This has spoken, and it was his money. Waiting for Sean is cool. And another $100 just to give that message. So that's what's going to happen. Why? Because we listen to our viewers on things like that. That's what it's all about. It doesn't mean we can't crack a cold one, but like the real, we'll get something good, I think, in that particular case next week. So thank you very much, Long This. With only about 3 minutes to go, you did mention that Rocket Labs was a second for you. Rocket Lab keeps going and going and going. I know there's at least somebody in the algo room back there that is absolutely loving it on that bad boy. Although it did sell off a little bit at the end of the day there. Little bit of disappointment, let's just say. If you came thinking that we were going to go ham on the bill passing, well, no. Just a very small, and someone said, are we going to rug pull? I thought there might be some profit taking. I just, a little bit disappointing in terms of how much actual volume and volatility we're getting. I got to thank Joe again, by the way, because when you stick around for Netflix earnings, it's going to be Joe and Adara at the desk. Joe is stepping in so that I can coach my daughter's baseball practice tonight. He did the same thing so I could coach the game, which the team did unbelievably. We had our best game ever on Tuesday. 3 legit home runs, not Little League home runs, hitting it past the outfielders and running, which was really, really cool. And defensively, everyone that's showing up to practice on our team is really stepping up. These are 7 or 8 year olds, so you get so super proud when they get any progress. So thank you so much, Joe, for filling in. Netflix has been grinding higher, everybody, going into this close. I'm a little bit, I don't know, I said this before, like Netflix is a stock where I'm not trimming any, but I would be considering it as perfect as it's been. That whole recession-proof story has been very good, no question about it. But it feels like it's a little frothy up here for Netflix. So only 1 minute to go, Obi.
Yes, sir.
We'll see how the market decides to close. We didn't really move. It was a consolidation off the top the entirety of the afternoon, and not a lot of movement on that crypto bill.
I think that circle flush was absolutely beautiful as well. I think we were kind of looking at that for a potential push or a reversion, and that reversion came back into VWAP pretty well, but still technically holding higher lows on the day. So, oh boy, on that one, Coinbase taking a little bit of a pullback there. Again, I was just like, all right, well, I don't necessarily, it's not hitting all of my criteria to kind of get involved for a potential reversion, but I guess it works out. Markets coming in as well. It is what it is. Those will come and go. Wow, TSM selling off into the close. That's interesting.
What?
I didn't even notice that one there. But that one, earnings day 1 today. But about 14 seconds left. So hopefully you guys have had a great time today. I did not hit the countdown timer, but that's fine. I got the tape right here telling me, counting down for me, that we only have 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much.
And that bell, of course, is brought to you by Beta Pro, by GlobeX. Shout out to them for sure. It's interesting that you point out that sell-off in TSM. Somewhat of a boring name, I would say, on the earnings. Unless you bought the dip. What do we say about TSM this morning? TSM has a funny way on strong earnings of dipping at the open. And the pattern seems to be unbroken. Unfortunately, the rally that we were hoping to see in Circle and some of the crypto names just did not materialize late in the day. I want to give a big shout out, of course, to our entire team doing a fantastic job, whether it's on socials with Ramin, making us look and sound good, Fabian, and Andre as well. Thank you, of course, Obi, for filling in. But I I feel like we're getting into the part of earnings season that we really start to enjoy. That's when we get those bigger cap names. I know Netflix isn't a Mag 7 name anymore, but it's certainly an anticipated one. Big volume spike at the close, which is normal, and actually at the highs. So looks like Netflix is reporting right now. Earnings are out. So without further ado, Netflix first move is upside to 13 hundo. So I guess we shouldn't be cautious.
1500.
Let's go Netflix, your market recap show, Joe and Adara, and they just rugged it right back in. Starts about now. Netflix going nuts.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing the numbers yet, guys, but I will absolutely let you know when I see them. Thank you so much for being here with us today. It's been a really eventful day for crypto, especially. I mean, we had that massive circle push almost into 245, then all the way right back. A bit of a sell the news reaction to the fact that we did have these crypto bills passed. But I think tomorrow will be pretty interesting as well with this, I guess, signing event happening in response to the crypto bill. So apparently they actually did beat. I'm just seeing these numbers now. Netflix earnings of $7.19 per share versus $7.06 expected. Revenue $11.08 billion versus $11.05 billion expected. So looks like a double beat. When I have more numbers, I'll let you know. I have IBKR earnings as well, so we'll go over those quickly. Then we'll go over to Netflix again because that's definitely going to be the more closely watched name. IBKR looking good. Adjusted earnings of 51 cents per share versus 46 expected. That's a beat. Revenue also a beat, $1.48 billion versus $1.36 billion. So good look here for IBKR and for NFLX. Yeah, I mean, how crazy look for the chart. How was your day, Joe? How are you doing?
It was pretty good, Adara. Can't complain. Obviously, just a slight red day. We're trading some NVDA, but extremely strong stock. You don't want to be going too heavily against that. But as for IBKR, I'm really curious to see what some of these numbers are going to look like, whether we're getting increase in margin accounts, increase in user activity across the platform, and most definitely how they're going to be benefiting from some of these numbers. So I'm really curious because this is a big-time move that we're experiencing right now in IBKR, and it seems to be sustained, unlike that that Netflix move, NFLX. There we go. As you can see, we went into a pop all the way to a high of around $1,300, and then now we're moving to the downside. So I'm really curious to hear some of the details on what we got going on with Netflix today.
Yeah, I mean, I had said to you off camera, I didn't think it was going to go higher. That was the truth. Just technically, it did not look like it was going to go higher to me. Maybe it does, but I think that 1,300 area just above there clearly served as resistance. And if you look at this thing on the daily chart, it has seen better days, though it is still near all-time highs. So maybe it's a little funny to say that. Yeah. NFLX, as mentioned earlier, it did have a Q2 EPS beat, $7.19 versus $7.06 expected. Sales were also a beat. $11.079 billion versus $11.043 billion expected. Their Q3 GAAP earnings guidance here is a beat as well. 6.87 versus 6.66. Sales they're guiding above estimates as well for Q3. $11.526 billion versus $11.263 billion expected. Now I think I have their fiscal year guidance as well. Yes, so their fiscal year 2025 revenue outlook $44.8 billion to $45.2 billion versus $44.53 billion expected. So they beat on EPS and sales, better than expected Q3 guidance, better than expected guidance for the fiscal year. I want to see if I can actually see the whole report because I like to read through these to kind of get a better sense for myself as to what the market might be reacting to, but I don't actually have their full report out yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic stuff. I'm surprised that it's selling this aggressively considering that they have raised Q3 guidance. But if we do look at this name from a daily perspective, it is kind of toppy, right? We've been on a big time move since these since the April lows, guys. So you can see Netflix with about $818 and then trading to a high of today of around $1,300, but a high of $1,344, a little bit of a move down here in Netflix. Adara's going to get us more information on some of this report here because it's going to be very, very interesting. But once again, IBKR still holding up relatively well here, guys. Let's zoom in and see what we got going on from a 5-minute standpoint. And there it is, a big time move. So we have now exceeded the expected move on IBKR and continuing to climb. So there must be some positive outlook for this name, Adara.
I'm still looking into this here. I have less on IBKR than I do on Netflix. I literally only have the earnings for IBKR. I don't even have the guidance. So unfortunately, I can't comment further on IBKR. So you can look at the weekly chart on IBKR because Netflix, of course, we know we're near all-time highs. Looks like we are for IBKR as well. Honestly, this is kind of a beautiful chart for interactive brokers. I want to see how we interact here at this 59 level. That's clearly a bit of a double top on the weekly chart. great look. I think that this is a name I was not maybe expecting to have on my list tomorrow, but I certainly will. It looks like we blew off that top, and that is something I would like to be watching. I need to read through. I have more guidance note on Netflix. I'm going to take a minute to read through this if I may.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. So here it is. So now we've exceeded this expected move in IBKR. 7.88% now on the day. So this is a big time move. If you're playing this 5-minute orb, you always want to wait before you hop in on these big volatility spikes. You don't want to get caught in that onslaught. So what you want to do is wait for that first 5 minutes, and then you can base trades off of that if you are going to be trading the post market. But keep in mind, guys, this is straddle and strangle season. What are we going to do? We have this big move now. So if you have been playing the straddles and you want to lock in some profit, you now have to sell shares against this position. So what is that going to do? It's going to essentially pin and lock in that price that you want for that specific contract. It doesn't matter if it's to the puts or for the puts or for the calls either, as long as you lock in shares. So let's use this as an example. IBKR, we have some long calls. We want to lock in this profit. So what we're going to do is we're going to sell shares, and that's going to pin our options contract pricing. And the exact same thing for the put side. Instead of selling shares, you're going to be buying shares, and that will also pin your contract as well. So you can lock in those profits. So come tomorrow morning, you can close those contracts and close those shares at that fixed realized gain that you're looking at later in the evening there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I figured out what the issue is here with NFLX, and I think my guess would be this free cash flow is not great. So they did raise their free cash flow guidance for fiscal 2025 from roughly $8 billion to $8 to $8.5 billion. However, that is pretty well below analyst estimates of $8.91 billion. So lower than expected free cash flow guidance for the fiscal year. Now, also their segment revenue not so great either. They did miss estimates for Latin America and Asian Pacific. I mean, slightly. So 1.31 billion for Latin America versus 1.34 billion expected. APAC was 1.31 billion versus 1.32 billion expected. It's also worth noting that both of those segments rose on a year-over-year basis. They did just miss analyst estimates. And so that's actually pretty interesting as well, because if you think about it, Netflix lately has been pivoting towards a lot of content for both of those regions. So the fact that they're missing estimates in those regions, I would think would maybe be cause for concern. That being said, I do not want to make it seem like this report was all bad, because we know it wasn't. Revenue up 16% year over year, EPS up 47% year over year, free cash flow for the quarter up 87% year over year, which actually cast their guidance for the fiscal year FCF in a really weird light. But regardless, operating margin, this was another thing that was kind of an issue. They raised their guidance to 29.5%. That is below 29.7% operating margin guidance for the fiscal year. And their operating margin guidance for next quarter as well is pretty much right in line with estimates. With companies like Netflix and Nvidia, you really want to see massive growth, massive beats. And I mean, they clearly had massive growth, but this guidance is kind of concerning. I just saw this note come out. Similar to past years, they expect their operating margin in H2 2025 to be lower than the first half due to content amortization and sales and marketing costs, because they're going to have a larger slate in the second half. So, I mean, I think with Netflix, things are probably all smooth sailing, but I did want to take the time to go over those numbers in a bit more detail.
Absolutely, Darren. I mean, we've been talking about Netflix for some time here, and I think it's a fantastic stock. The previous quarters, they were doubling their user growth. They added WWE, which is big, and the live sports, these live sporting events, and we know that they had a crashing issue with the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight, but I think that is going to be out of the win. We have another big event coming up with the Terrence Crawford and the Canelo Alvarez fight. That is going to be a big one, and it's going to draw a lot of a new user base into Netflix. So I'm really curious to see what they got going on. But WWE sporting events, these live events, and they have the big football games as well too. I think there's a lot of potential upside for Netflix. Now, the CEO claimed that he wants to be a part of that $1 trillion club, and I know a lot of retailer investors are looking for this specific thing to happen, and that's going to be a split. And I think that'll help drive Netflix to that $1 trillion market cap, because it's really priced out some of the retail traders here, Adara.
I still don't think they need to split. And I'm not saying this as someone who's biased. I'm saying this as think about NVIDIA. NVIDIA, no need to split. And they reached that $3 trillion market cap, I mean, just after their split, but at that point, they already had tons of momentum. They got to $2 trillion and almost $3 trillion pre-split. Broadcom, Yes, it did hit 1 trillion after the split, but a lot of that momentum was gained before the split. Chipotle split and they tanked. Like there's a lot of these stocks that split and don't do well. Now, mind you, some of them do. MSTR, but MSTR is always going to be a bit of a different beast because it has that crypto power behind it. But if you think of these recent splits, unless you're like kind of a Mag 7 or semiconductor related name, you just have not done that well. Again, MSTR is a different beast, but like Chipotle.
I know why you don't. I know why you don't want it to split.
No, I mean, I've made it very clear that I don't want things to split for spready ticker reasons, but I actually don't think they need to. And I'm being very real about why I think that, because I do think if you look at, again, the likes of Broadcom, which got to 1,700 before splitting, Chipotle was at 3,000, and Chipotle has not done well since the split. So that's really my thesis. Again, NVIDIA is an exception of a company that's done very well since their split, but they also did very well before they split. So just a little bit of food for thought there. Now, you're right. I guess the retail involvement will be less, but you guys have mentioned on the midday as well, people can buy half shares. People can get involved through options. There are other avenues. There are these levered tickers. I think even as society expands and the way that we interact with finance expands with new technology, et cetera, I actually think the ways for people to use finance have increased, and therefore the reasons for splits have gone down.
Yeah, no, that's a valid point there, Dara. The fractional shares is a solid point there. But in order for Netflix to reach that $1 trillion market cap, it would have to trade at a $2,300 premium. So, I mean, that is pretty expensive, and I know a lot of the retailer guys, and I'm reading some people in the chat, they're looking for the split as well, too. So that's the price that it would need to trade at in order to reach that target and be part of that exclusive club. So approximately $2,338 per share just to hit that $1 trillion market cap.
You'll have to wait and see. I have some more commentary on IBKR here. So again, they did beat estimates for revenue and for EPS. Their net interest income also beat estimates, 860 million versus 794.7 million. Customer accounts slightly above estimates, reaching 3.87 million versus 3.86 million expected. So eking out a beat there. Average margin loan slightly missing here, 60.93 billion versus 61.02 billion. And their adjusted EPS apparently on a year-over-year basis actually dropped. But again, they did beat on revenue. They beat on EPS. I mean, I think generally this is a pretty solid report. But I think, speaking of this kind of finance and trading space, I think one sector we're certainly going to be watching tomorrow, Joe, is crypto. So what type of crypto names would you say you're targeting to look at?
Hey, you got to stay with the king, right? You got to stick with the king. That would be Bitcoin. You got to always want to keep an eye on it. We know we've been on a nice move for the past couple of weeks here. So you just want to see the continuation in strength. So that's one name that I will be keeping an eye on. And I believe it was Oscarito who in the chat, he told me, he said, yeah, we are getting that XRP ETF launch tomorrow, which I believe. So we'll double check on that. But again, you want to stick with the big boys here, especially if you're trading equities. You want to go with the ETF. So it's going to be the ETHAs, ETHUs, the IBIDs, and then potentially, I think this XRP could be a good trade here as well, too. But one thing that I will note, just to take a step back here, that client growth, really big here for IBKR. And I'm curious if you find anything on options activity, because last time from the previous report, that was in a solid growth cycle as well. So I'm curious to see where that's going to lay, starting to pull back in here. So we're trading from 60, so we put in a high, right around 64.85, and then now we're trading back towards 61.56. So if you wanted to lock those profits in, you sell those shares, and then sure enough, the value of the contracts will decrease, but your short shares are appreciating because we're starting to come back in a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, I think also the XRP ETF, I did see that's going to be starting on July 18th, so that would be tomorrow. Keep an eye on Jabil as well, authorizing a $1 billion share repurchase program. Now, this name not doing a ton of volume, but it's worth noting this actually is in the S&P 500. So this is no slouch. It was added, I think, a little over a year ago, if I remember correctly. It was certainly during my time with the show. Joe, I don't have any information on options for IBKR because for whatever reason, usually on Benzinga, I'll have the full earnings report that I can sift through. I don't have that for either IBKR or Netflix today. So unfortunately, that does make it a little bit difficult for me to read the reports for myself. All I can see is just what's in, I guess, what's on X here, what people are posting for me. I'm going to take a look here into the, I guess, the ticker for this XRP ETF.
Yeah, I'm getting a mixed bag. I'm getting a mixed bag on that, Adair. I'm getting XXRP. I've heard that a couple of times.
UXRP.
UXRP is
Pro
okay.
shares.
So pro shares, there it is. So UXRP. opening up tomorrow, guys. So that'll be an interesting one. We're going to be keeping an eye on that without any question. And I'm pretty sure XRP hit a new high today. Let's pull that up just to double check. XRP was trading really well, and we know it's a fan favorite within the chat. So we just want to double check our work here. We're going to see what we got going on from a crypto standpoint. And did it hit a new oh, not quite there, Adara. So around 30. So where's that previous high? 30, 40, and we got to about 30, 39 there. So still moving steadily is XRP. A nice move from an intraday standpoint, and really, really strong and bullish there as well too, guys.
People are saying UXRP is open now. I'm looking. Yeah, I guess they are. I was seeing they're supposed to open on July 18th. So that's a bit odd. But yeah, thank you for letting me know. I guess this opened a little bit earlier. On July 15th, that's interesting. I was very confused about that because I was seeing they were supposed to launch tomorrow. But thank you for that feed the thinker in the chat. A couple things I want to say about Netflix. We have Max in the chat asking, what are Netflix subscription numbers? They no longer report them, guys. They announced last year they're no longer going to be reporting quarterly subscription numbers as of the end of fiscal 2024. Of course, now we're 2 quarters in to fiscal 2025, so we will no longer be getting quarterly subscription numbers from Netflix. The other thing too, I mentioned earlier the Q3 operating margin guidance. It was like basically right in line with estimates. The other thing is they're actually they're guiding it to be down sequentially, which is always an issue. Some people will say, oh, it doesn't matter what it is quarter over quarter. It matters what it is year over year. For something like margin, it is a little bit trickier. This is a very closely watched metric. So apparently they are guiding, as I mentioned earlier, 31.5%. Q3 operating margin, just barely above estimates of 31.4%, but notably down from 34.1% in Q2. Now, we know when NVIDIA had slightly different margin guidance or margin reports, it massively tanked the stock. So with these companies that do so well, you don't want this to get like a 9.9 from the judges. You want a perfect 10. You want all the judges saying 10s across the board. And this operating margin is a bit of a blight for NFLX. But, I would say that's certainly the case. People mentioning the split here for Tesla. Ruby Millionaire saying I was not around when Tesla split. I was not, but yeah, I guess you're right. There are obviously exceptions. I'm not saying that every stock tanks after the split. I'm just saying that some of the ones that have split recently, especially when they are a bit more expensive, have either they've not done well or they've just continued to do well. There's really no reason for the split in the first place. And like Broadcom, again, a really good example. It didn't need the split to do well. I mean, sure, it continued to do well after the split, but again, Netflix is the type of company where I think you're going to have that success regardless. And
no, I can agree with that. But I was just looking at it more from a retail standpoint, right? Expensive names, you're not really intraday trading this, and you can't really intraday fractional shares either, which is a little bit more of a difficult thing. So, but I mean, as its previous earnings report, it was about 1.5% to the top side, and we are looking for a 6.4%, roughly 6 to 6.4% expected move here in Netflix, and we're not experiencing that right now either. So we're inside that implied move. That is not good for all the options traders because you want to exceed that. And if you have been buying contracts which are relatively expensive, you are now going to lose money to volatility decay alone. So just keep an eye out on that, guys. Anything can happen during the earnings call, which I'm sure is going to be happening around 4:30 or 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I'll find out that exact earnings call time for you guys so that we can get that cleared up. But yeah, I think certainly what they say on the call is going to be of interest. I think with a lot of people, it's like, we mentioned this. Netflix is usually the last subscription that people cancel.
Yep.
That being said, I don't have Netflix right now. No one in my family has Netflix right now. So I think it is starting to be a thing, especially as they end some of their more iconic shows. You're probably going to have less people subscribing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Like Squid Game just ended. So your thing is going to end in a season. And I think with a lot of, and I mean, you speak on this on your own, but I think a lot of, from my understanding, there are people who will hold on to subscriptions for a certain show, for a certain thing. Like think about how many people canceled their HBO after Game of Thrones ended. Right? So that's something you really risk when you have only, I think, a couple really, really high standard IP, like, in original content that you can't get anywhere else. But yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I don't know how you felt about Squid Game season 2.
I didn't watch any of the
Okay,
seasons.
so yeah, you're not missing anything out there either. So just as for anything down the pipeline, you always want to keep an eye out for that. But as I mentioned before, the live sports and these live events are drawing a lot more eyes and a bigger customer base for Netflix. So I really like that we have the WWE and we're starting to have the football games as well too. And then you have these boxing events in Netflix. So some good stuff in the pipeline. But as for the TV shows, reality TV, we don't know too much about what's coming down, obviously. But I mean, hey, Squid Games 2, wasn't a big fan of it.
Well, I think they're already in season 3. Actually, they just finished season 3. But
Is
yeah,
season 3 out already? Part 2. I think it's part 2.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't like how Netflix does that with. But regardless, that's either here nor there. Guys, let us know if there's any tickers that you're looking for in the chat that you're interested. Let's take a look at Disney. That's usually what Sean does when we have looks at Netflix. Disney had a great day today, pushing all the way into 122. I'm gonna go to the daily chart. I don't know, I spelled that wrong. There we go. Yeah, this Disney's daily chart is it's like a roller coaster in Disney World. You've got ups, you've got downs. I mean, you could argue we're maybe trying to break out here of this double top at this 124. This actually looks really good. Something I might be watching tomorrow, but I don't like that we've also in between there had lower highs, lower lows. I'm like, I don't really know what you're trying to say here, DIS, but I don't know if I want to be part of their world based on this chart alone. Schwab reporting in the morning says, go Bills. Indeed it is. You can always check out on X at TTV Research. I have the implied moves and expected times for all these earnings reports. And Schwab actually pretty solid look going into earnings. I'm going to take a look at the weekly as well because I always like to provide a little bit more structure for these. Yeah, I mean, we're almost ready to take out these. I don't know if these are all-time highs. I'd have to zoom out a bit further. But either way, we're certainly poised to take out these local highs at that 98 level. I think Schwab is certainly something. Yeah, it looks like we're at all-time high or almost all-time high. So not a bad look at all for SCHW. I think this has been a long time coming, this chart. What would you be looking for tomorrow? What type of stocks are you interested in, earnings or otherwise?
Well, I'll be keeping my eye on what we got going on with Netflix. Obviously, I'll just see what it's doing because I believe it can have somewhat of an influence in the overall market. But as for tomorrow, 3M was in the morning, I believe, as well, too. So maybe we'll keep an eye on that. But it's all relative to what the price action is telling me. IBKR, not the best intraday trader. We can pull this up one more time. And then you can see we're starting to climb higher. But, I mean, from an intraday standpoint, it's more difficult. As for a spread, I haven't kept my eyes on it too often, but when you have a move and you exceed that expected move on this earnings report, maybe you can get a continuation play leading into the intraday session tomorrow and out the open, but just be cautious of liquidity issues, obviously, within these two, within IBKR, that is. So that's what I'm mainly going to be keeping an eye on, and obviously some of the crypto spaces. So see if we get some more strength in Bitcoin. The XRP ETF is out as well, too, and then we're going to be looking at Ethereum because it is up quite a bit over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, let's do a quick sector look. I also want to mention before we do that, apparently, SharpLink Gaming, which is, of course, SPCE or SFET, as you might hear it preferred, they have an Ethereum treasury strategy. They're apparently filing to offer up to $6 billion in common stock to acquire Ethereum. What does this sound like? Maybe, our friend Michael Saylor. No, I'm all jokes aside, this is very much out of the treasury strategy playbook. They're going to be offering $6 billion, up to $6 billion in common stock to acquire Ethereum. Apparently, already about 721 million has been sold to date. They're apparently amending their existing at the market offering from 1 billion to 6 billion. So amending the existing agreement with quite a large amount of upside in terms of the amount of their offering. Absolutely. Let's take a look at this sector board, though. Finance really strong here on earnings. Let me see, were any of these finance names down on earnings? No. All pretty up here. Health technology was weak. Eli Lilly was down. A lot of people were asking me if I knew what happened there because it is well known that this is what I trade and chart. I couldn't find any news on it. We did get into basically low of day from Tuesday, just below there, around 760. So that could be a level to watch, and it has been in the past for LLY. It could be actually, when I look at this, maybe potentially sympathy with Abbott Labs, down about 8.5%, though they're not really in the same space. Consumer and non-durables is pretty good, except for Philip Morris. Now, in case you guys missed it, Philip Morris and Altria got hit a little bit here after the FDA approved the sale of Juuls, so these electronic cigarettes in the U.S., obviously bad for tobacco companies. Consumer services was really good, producer manufacturing good, energy minerals with the exception of Exxon. Yeah, I mean, I think the sector board actually looked pretty good here. Again, let us know, guys, if there's any tickers that you're looking at. But Joe, there was a question for you here. What were you seeing on the DJT auction chain that was reflecting or affecting its price?
Yeah, let's pull this up here. We'll pull up DJT and we'll talk a little bit about what's going on the put side. All right, so when you have a put wall, essentially what is going on an out-the-money put wall, what you need to keep an eye out on is that if the stock is going to continue to climb higher and you get that squeeze, so as you are out, the further out the money you are, the less gamma value is. We all know that gamma is essentially delta's rate of change. So it's the rate of change of rate of change. So what happens when you get an acceleration or a volatility spike in an underlying asset. The things make me laugh. But anyways, what happens is essentially as you get closer to at the money, that's when gamma is at its greatest. So if you have options contracts and a put wall that is extremely out of the money and it's getting closer and closer to at the money, you get that acceleration in the gamma speed. So your rate of change is starting to really speed up. And what can happen is you get that gamma squeeze. That's essentially what a gamma squeeze is. You get that move into that specific strike price. And we've seen over the past couple of sessions that DJT is slowly crawling closer and closer to that $20 strike price. And today, we're close to at the money with a high of roughly around 1926. So anything can happen. You get any form of news. If Donald decides he wants to truth something and it benefits DJT, watch out for those contracts, those 20 strike price puts to close out of the money. And that is the objective for the short sellers. There's always going to be an opposite side of the party. So just keep that in mind. When you have all these things, we'll just do a quick recap. When you have an out the money contract, large size, and you get closer to at the money, your gamma is starting to accelerate. And what happens when when you get that gamma acceleration on the puts, you're essentially short. So traders need to start buying back stock in order to cover their positions. So that causes an acceleration within the price action.
Yeah, that is pretty wild. That's certainly, thank you for explaining that. I think that's something that I certainly need to look a little bit more into, but it's very much of interest. Healing Bay naturally mentioning Paladine in the chat. I pulled this up, Paladine AI Corp. No news on this. Apparently, some people on X are circulating that a popular newsletter has bought the stock. I couldn't find anything on that. It's a very generic headline. But either way, good look here for PDY, and it's still pushing to the upside. This could actually be a nice little mover in the morning. And I also remembered why I had the 15-minute chart up. It was to talk about Microsoft. Laura Marshall mentioning Microsoft in the chat. This is a beautiful uptrend in the 15-minute. Great breakout. We're nicely above 500. I think this could certainly be a stock to watch out for. I'm just seeing apparently Talon Energy, TLN. Nice spike. Oh, this is like $300. I got to look at this one tomorrow. TLN buying two gas plants for $3.5 billion net. Apparently, they're going to be, one is in Pennsylvania, one is in Ohio. They're buying them from Caithness and BlackRock, respectively. So yeah, apparently the gross purchase price about $3.8 billion. This move is actually going to boost Talon Energy's annual generation by about 50%, expected to be over 40% accretive to free cash flow per share in 2026. So good luck.
Yeah, very good look. And Adara, I'm already forward, speaking of good looks, I'm forward looking right now to what we got going on next week. Yeah. And Wednesday, after the market close, we have some big names, the beautiful Tesla,
yes,
controversial Tesla, and Google, IBM as well too. So those are some of the big names that I'm going to most definitely be looking out for next.
And Chipotle and ServiceNow. We're also going to be getting the week after we get SoFi. I would actually, you know what's interesting? I've noticed
QuantumScape as well too.
Yeah, QuantumScape as well on Wednesday night. But I think what's interesting is that I've noticed there used to be a really specific trend for when these companies would report. And again, these are just things that you happen to pick up. Eidetic memory nonsense where your brain stores things it doesn't need to. But Netflix and Tesla used to report on the exact same day. That has changed. Now Tesla reports a little bit more with the rest of the Big 7 names, but there are other interesting patterns that I'm noticing. Like AXP is reporting tomorrow morning, which is a little bit earlier, or later than I find they usually report. Also, let's shout out here. What is it? Can you put that back on screen? Not yet? Okay, never mind.
We'll still shout it out.
But yeah, I think what's interesting is you really notice this pattern in terms of when things do or don't report. Like Boeing's actually reporting a little bit later than it normally does the week after next. Same with UNH. So I think, just that's either here nor there. It's just worth noting that we're getting some of these tech names and these names of interest a little bit later in the earnings season than we typically would. One more thing I want to mention as well. Next week, we're going to be getting Intel on Thursday. Thursday after the close, INTC. I have a whole infographic. I'm going to post this as I usually do, basically right at the close tomorrow, so you guys can prepare for the week ahead on Friday night, but there are certainly some exciting names to look at, Joe. I can't believe we're almost out of time here.
It's absolutely crazy. Just to talk a little bit about Intel here, Adara, I'm really curious to see what Lip Bhutan has going on with this name. Can he turn this ship around relatively quick? I don't know. I think it's going to take a couple more quarters in order for Intel to catch some steam, but we got to see what he's got under his belt here.
Yeah, I think, honestly, he's got a really impressive pedigree. I compare him coming on almost, I think it's probably the closest comparison would be Brian Nickel, Chipotle to Starbucks. Now, the difference is I don't really agree with most of what Brian Nickel has done with Starbucks. I think his emphasis on buying 200,000 Sharpies so people could write names on cups again as a Starbucks customer is just ridiculous. And like a morbid waste of the company's time and money.
Yeah.
But either way, like I think, he knows what he's doing. I'm going to wait and see if he can pull it off. Lip-Bhutan, massive industry vet. Like he's got tons of experience under his belt, and he left Intel's board in August 2024 because he disagreed with leadership. Ooh. So he's been with the company in a board perspective. He has strong opinions, and I think I'm very curious. I think much like what we're seeing with Starbucks, though, and I guess with Nike to a lesser extent, it's not going to be an overnight change. But I think, what he has to bring to, I think this will be his second quarter as CEO, but certainly his first quarter where he's been the CEO for the whole quarter, it'll be of interest. But Joe, I think it's time to do this recap. Roll call.
Oh, roll call. Hold on, we got it here, Adara. Roll call. Want to start it off there? Will you get you to start it off?
Yeah.
All right, I'll close it out.
Nicholas Johnson. We've got Stress Relief 9X. Mike Peter Ryder. We've got Jacques Desourmier. I should be able to speak this. I'm part French. David Treziak. We've got Gaurav Sadchev, Joseph Brown, J-Mont, Michael Spatafora, Silverado Blue, Havana Woody, the Rowan Griffin, Bob the Dog, Nephew with capital P, Showtime 757. We've got Go Bills, the Owens Sailing Diary, Rivian Millionaire, By Grace, Trader Wannabe, DD, Dan H, Rowboat, The Realist, John Von Sowers, Los Pollos Hermanos, Marie, Dinkelberg, Henry S. You have any names you want to say in the chat?
Yes, I want to say, did you say Dorothy Manuth in
I don't think I did.
Saying? We don't say that one. Michael DCA, I don't know if you said that. I'm just giving the people who've been shouting out and giving us very much love here on the after show at Dare. I want to find a couple more names. My guy Havana, I know you said that one. Laura Bennett, can you talk more? Okay, that was the question that you read, and this is what we got going on for roll call. Let me catch it up. We do have a super chat as well, too, I believe, there at Dare that we might have skipped on. BZ Vaughn Clark, we'll do that real quick before we leave. DJ 2 a.m., how can I forget about you, my friend? And Michael P. DeRider. We'll pull up this BZAI for you real quick before we close things off. And thank you very much for that $5
I have the
super
news
chat.
on BZAI.
Perfect. Let's hear about it.
Yeah, I'll talk about it. So apparently they announced a $120 million agreement to deploy their hybrid AI platform in collaboration with Starshine. So AI-related catalysts, we know these small cap tickers with AI somewhere in their name have the tendency to run. I mean, with these small caps, I feel like looking at the daily chart is always a little bit of a mixed bag. It looks like a small cap daily chart, but if I did have to, go here for a level of support or resistance, it would be that 340 level. I think, though, if we go to the 3-minute, we're already well above 340. So, yeah, I think that 340 is really the only level I can see on the daily here.
Beautiful stuff. All right, guys, a couple more names before we leave. A day in the life. We love it. Party P and my guy, Los Pollos Hermanos. Adios, Dinkelberg. I hope you guys have a great evening.
See you guys.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Bruh.
Oh my God.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Oh my.
Another one.